All right, Jeff, could you stay on the line with us considering the breaking news aspect of this?
Yes.
We're going to get an update from David on the state of this rain moving into downtown Houston, this pending imminent flash flood emergency, also the latest on the tornado threat.
Yeah, let's take a look at
Let's
take a look at the radar. Let's see where we are right now. It is this band of rain. Doesn't look like much, but the intensity of the rain is such, and the movement of the line is so slow that it's causing what you just heard, Jeff Linder, meteorologist with Harris County Flood Control, a flash flood emergency now on the southwest side and west side of Houston and Harris County. Brays Bayou rising quickly. Sims Bayou is going to be rising quickly. If you're in the Meyerland area, Jeff suggested you get your stuff up because there's a chance you could be flooded like you have several times before. And unfortunately, it's putting down heavy rain on the White Oak Bayou watershed, also watersheds feeding into the Addicks and Barker reservoirs. We're going to see rises on Buffalo Bayou. It will be rising rapidly as well. Jeff also mentioned Little Cypress Creek, northwest Harris County. It's already up and out of its banks in the far northwest side. And also, this is putting down heavy rain on the Cypress Creek watershed, which will also see rises. And also, folks on Spring Creek, Upper Spring Creek, right there in northwest Harris County, seeing rises on that bayou as well. The heaviest rain right now is here. It's on the south side. It's coming up Highway 288. See where all the lightning flashes are? That's an indication that we've got the heaviest rain. Okay, thanks. This is Brays Bayou at 288 South McGregor. And you see the traffic. Look at the rain. Just torrential rain going across the roadway. And then you've got the water here in Brays Bayou. With the lightning flashes, you can see it. It's nearing the top of its channel, nearing the top. It's still got a few feet to go, but you can see the rain coming down right on that watershed. And so these bayous on the southwest side are all in great peril of rising too much and rising up and out of their banks. And unfortunately, not only street flooding, but homes could be flooded tonight from some of the bayou flooding here. This is just tremendous amount of rainfall here. Pearland about to get in on the heavy stuff. Almeda coming up 288 to the south side of the 610 loop. Medical Center getting into the heavy rain now. Brays and Sims Bayou, get those watersheds getting hit hard. Again, the Barker and Cypress reservoirs and going into Buffalo Bayou, and also White Oak Bayou watersheds getting hit hard. And as you heard Jeff mention a little bit ago, all these bayous will be reacting, in other words, rising very quickly now. And there's that fetch of moisture coming off the Gulf of Mexico. To the northwest side, I haven't forgotten about you guys. You're getting some heavy rain now. Magnolia out to Waller, up Plantersville. You've got a flash flood warning for you guys as well. There's 99. The Grand Parkway on the northwest side, where between 249 and 290 you've got very heavy rain as well. Woodlands, moderate rain. Conroe, moderate rain. But we mentioned earlier, and you heard Jeff mention earlier as well, that the area up here in Lake Conroe is going to have to release water out of the lake. It's too full. So they're releasing water now. That is going to cause the West Fork of the San Jacinto River, as it feeds down in toward Lake Houston, to flood. It may be 5 feet or more above flood stage. That's going into major flood stage as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday, but it'll go into flood before that. So those neighborhoods along the West Fork of the San Jacinto, neighborhoods expect to be cut off. If you can't get out immediately, expect to be cut off there because the roads are all going to be flooded there. And unfortunately, the forecast, as we look at the computer model, keeps that heavy rain over us through midnight, keeps the heavy rain near us through 6 and 7 and 8 o'clock, maybe another round coming through. These tropical systems, these hurricanes, are just tremendous. Sometimes it's difficult to understand how much rain and destruction they can cause, but that's what we've got. So this one has already caused devastation in Rockport near its center, and now it has the possibility of causing a tremendous flood here in Houston and southeast Texas, because the center of what's left of it is going to sit and spin off to our west. It's still sitting here Thursday evening. That still puts us on the wet side of this, and so a significant dangerous flooding event is unfolding right now. Got an update on the bayous, Brooks?
Sure. I'd like to tell you about one bayou that I've just found that's gone over its banks. This is Willow Water Hole at Lansdowne Drive. This is in the West Park neighborhood, just southwest of the southwest corner of the 610 loop. This is one where its level is now at 54.35 feet, and that is currently several inches above the top of bank. So that is now spilling over. And that, again, is a Willow Water Hole at Lansdowne Drive. Neighborhoods affected by that will be on the southwest side of town. I'm looking at the latest latest data as this has now just breached the top of the bank in this location. And in case you're wondering where exactly this is at Willow Bend Boulevard. It's South Post Oak Boulevard. So we're south of the center of the Galleria, but not by much. And this is just north of the Willow Waterhole Greenway Park. So we're going to start to see this flooding becoming quite extensive in many parts of the area. As Harris County Flood Control meteorologist Jeff Ledner had explained, the National Weather Service is planning to issue a flash flood emergency, and this will include parts of southern and southwest Houston and Harris County, and also for parts of eastern Fort Bend County. In other words, the Houston metro, the places that are ever so susceptible to flooding, especially in Meyerland. He had mentioned that the Brays Bayou is rising very rapidly. Jeff, if you're still with us on the phone, what kind of developments are you seeing on Brays? I mean, I know this is happening by the second. That's how fast this water's rising. Brays at Rice? Brays at, yeah, if we could talk about Brays at Rice and also Meyerland.
So Brays at Rice, which is the Meyerland gauge, I'm looking at right now, we have about 7.6 feet until it reaches the top. Those areas there are low, like Meyerland is low, so it only needs to get up probably another 5 feet before it starts to get in homes. It's going to back up through your underground drainage systems and start getting into homes. So if you are in Meyerland, given looking at these radar trends with this rain just pounding that upper and middle portion of that watershed, you need to be getting your stuff up as high as you can get it right now. Looking upstream at the Gessner gauge, which is upstream of Meyerland, where we only have 5 feet left before it gets to the top. So it's going to be coming up, and you mentioned Willow Waterhole and also Keegan's, which both run into Brays Bayou. So flooding is significant right now in the Willow Waterhole watershed. That would be the Westbury area at Lansdowne, and also on Lower Keegan's Bayou, and really anywhere where this band is dropping these rainfall, we're seeing just incredible rainfall rates right now across the heart of Harris County and downtown Houston, averaging anywhere from 2.5 to 3.5 inches in 1 hour. So the streets are going to be in very bad shape.
Now, Jeff, we're all Houstonians. We're Southeast Texas residents. We've driven through heavy rain. How would you equate the caliber of these rainfall totals compared to other flood events that we've seen? We all remember Memorial Day flooding, the tax day flooding. How is this ranking up as compared with these hourly rainfall rates and the potential for flooding?
So right now I have a 1 hour rainfall rate in Meyerland of 4.2 inches in 1 hour.
Wow.
And that certainly is getting up there to what we saw with Meyerland and tax day. Not quite to Tropical Storm Allison levels, but certainly some of what we saw on tax day, Memorial Day 15, 4.2 inches in 1 hour in Meyerland. And with this band as slow as it's moving, if that keeps up for 2 hours, you could have 10 inches in 2 hours. So
that's a lot of rain. And even though we have an incredible infrastructure and bayou system all leading into Galveston Bay, I can't see how, if this happens for 2 or 3 hours, we're not going to have extensive over-road flooding, making travel impossible in many locations. What do you think?
Yeah, the roadways are going to be an absolute mess, and in some cases we might be getting enough rain in a short period of time with these rates 3 and 4 inches an hour that the roads are getting very high. We may even be getting water in some homes just from the roadway system being overwhelmed. It's
horrible to hear, and seeing the images really takes it home. Jeff, if you could stay on the line with us, the information you're providing in real time is so incredibly helpful. Chief Meteorologist David Paul tracking updates now with the radar with this line moving into Houston.
Well, just look at this, 288 south at Holcomb. You can see the rain coming down and the headlights of the cars there stopped at the light.
Oh, we just took a hit here.
Yeah, we just took a,
all right.
That sounded like a direct hit from a lightning strike. Power's still on. But that lightning tells us that the storms are convective. And convective storms in this type of tropical atmosphere can dump these rainfall rates of 4 to 5 inches per hour. That looks like those are the maximum rainfall rates we're seeing right now. But this is causing extensive street flooding. As you heard Jeff mention, the streets are getting so overwhelmed that we may be getting water into some homes right now. Even though the bayous have several feet to go before they overtop their banks, the bayous aren't quite full, but they're filling up fast. So this is what it looks like at our tower cam looking at downtown, and man, the lightning is strong. That lightning, again, tells me that it's convective, and that means the rainfall rates are going to be in that 3 to 5 inch rainfall per hour. So what we need is for this line of storms to move, and it just doesn't want to move because the parent storm, Harvey, is sitting there near Yoakum. So we've got this onshore flow from the dirty side, the onshore side of the storm, and it's that band of rain that we've been tracking really for a couple of hours now as it slowly came through Sealy and Katy, and now it's pushing into downtown Houston. So the rain has ended in the Katy area for the moment, although I see another batch of rain off to your west, and that's the problem. One band leaves and another one may push through. And now here's the heaviest rain right across the heart of downtown Houston. Rice Military Medical Center, downtown, Minute Maid Park, BBVA, now just beginning to get to the east side now. Near town, downtown, uptown, all getting hammered with this heavy rain that's causing street flooding and making travel very, very dangerous right now. Still having heavy rain up 290 to the northwest side of the Beltway. That's on the White Oak Bayou watershed. Upper Little Cypress is already over its banks. Cypress Creek itself is rising as well. We're watching that. And there, that green box, a new one, just popped up. New flood warning for a big chunk of downtown, the Galleria area, southwest side, Bel Air. And then up into the Houston Heights, you're getting that heavy rain as well. That's going to feed down into White Oak Bayou.
Yeah, David, that's the flash flood emergency just issued by the National Weather Service.
Okay, so officially now we've got the flash flood emergency issued by the National Weather Service. So this is a live picture, 288 South at South Beltway 8, and this guy's just pulled over and stopped because it's just coming down in sheets. And is this water that is gathering in the grass next to it, or is that the bayou? It's so difficult to tell, but look, you can see the water just almost like a waterfall rolling down the embankment here onto the road. And the rain is so heavy, there's no traffic, but this fella has just stopped right here. He's not even going to drive. You see the lightning flashing there as well. Some other cars about to try to come on through here. Here they come. See the water splashing here. So even the roads, the main lanes of the highways are getting standing water on them. Many roads in the Houston area are designed to act like floodways to help drain the water away, but they're getting overwhelmed right now. And so we've got this flash flood emergency that has been issued for central Harris County, including the Houston, the immediate downtown area. It includes northwest Harris County, west Harris County, southwest Harris County. This is where now this heaviest rain is pushing in from the Medical Center to Sunnyside, down 288 to Alameda. This is the south side of Beltway 8, so down to Pearland, Friendswood, Manville, torrential rain there. And I'll back this up and I'm going to put this line into motion. So it is moving. It's just moving so irritatingly slowly, and the rainfall rates are so high that it's causing the flash flooding emergency right now. But you can see, it was dumping in Mission Bend and Katy earlier. Well, now that's moved. But it's only moved about 5-10 miles in the past hour and a half to 2 hours, and the rainfall rate's so heavy that it's causing the flash flooding across the area. You do not want to go out. If you have somebody that's out right now, tell them to stay put if they're in a safe place. The car is the worst place you can be right now during flash flooding. I see you've got Brays Bayou at Rice up, Brooks.
Yeah, I've got an update for you and a question for Jeff Linder if he is still on the phone with us. Good evening. We're looking at Brays Bayou and Rice Ave right now with 44.85 the current level and rising rapidly. The top of the bank at Brays Bayou at Rice, which would affect Meyerland, is 51.3 feet. This looks to be imminent in the next hour or so. Jeff, you'd mentioned this flash flood emergency. That's different than a flash flood warning. It's more extreme. What does that mean to people as far as preparing and what they should be doing in these areas that they know floods when it rains like this?
Yeah, the flash flood emergency is the strongest wording that the National Weather Service can put out, and simply put, it's life-threatening, especially to be in vehicles and to be on the road. So we do not want people driving right now in central Harris County, western Harris County, anywhere under this band. You need to be seeking safe shelter, and that's not on your vehicle. If you are driving, if you are out on the road, you need to pull over, get into a parking lot, and get to high ground. To talk to the folks that are in their homes. We understand the anxiety right now, given the situation that is unfolding, the potential to get water in your house. But this is the reality of it, and so take those measures right now to get stuff up. If water is coming up into your yard, get stuff up, pick it up, get it off the floor. Whatever you do, the safest place over the next several hours is in your house. Even if water comes in your house, the safest place is in your house. You do not want to get in a vehicle and drive. You do not want to go out into the dark and try to walk on the water. Stay in your house. If you feel that your life is in danger, call 911.
Okay, Jeff, I appreciate that. Just looking at the latest radar trends, these storms now moving into Brazoria County. Looks like flash flood warnings are issued there as well for the Pearland, Manville area. So folks there need to use caution. I remember the Memorial Day floods. Here we are looking at live view from the KHU 11 studios, the feeder road leading into Allen Parkway on Stanford Street, a river coming off of West Dallas, moving on to Allen Parkway. Stay off Allen Parkway. That is going to flood. We've seen these pictures before. The difference now, however, is instead of a strange frontal boundary that gets stuck during the spring months, we're looking at a feeder band from a tropical system. Jeff, can you speak to the predictability of flood outlooks with a system like this, with a major hurricane that's now a tropical storm?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, can you speak to the predictability of a flood event associated with a major hurricane, or what was a major hurricane, compared to predicting a flood event for a springtime-like storm, like when we had Memorial Day floods and Tax Day floods? That was from a non-tropical system. I mean, we had tropical moisture, but it wasn't a feeder band. Does this affect the flood forecasting and decisions from your point of view?
You know, the difference with something like we face with Tax Day and something like we're dealing with now is we have known for days that this is coming, and we have known for days of this potential. And I will, you know, congratulate the National Weather Service and the forecasters there for getting out this information very early on in this event, and then putting out the strongest wording that they could be putting out about the historic potential nature of this event, and now to see it unfolding. And we are still very early in this event. We will still be dealing with additional rainfall into tomorrow and Monday and Tuesday, and this is how you get these potential massive totals that we've been talking about. And it's really kind of hard to wrap your head around what we could be dealing with these totals until you start to see how quickly this rain can fall. And we're seeing it.
Jeff, that's what worries me, is that with Memorial Day and Tax Day, these were several-hour events, and we dealt with the flooding for a day or two. With this, while we're having an acute flooding event happening now, which is causing street flooding all over the city, and you should absolutely stay off the roads, this could go on for days with periods of these waves of rain. Is there a threshold in Houston where people should just not go to work, take the week off, stay home, and essentially operate as if they're under a hurricane zone? Is there a time, Jeff, that based on what you see with the forecast, the flood outlooks, the current hydrological profile with our saturation of the ground, at what point do we call it quits and stay home for a week?
Well, I don't think we're at that level yet, but you know, right now tonight we're going to be dealing with this feeder band, and we've got to deal through that right now, and we'll worry about, you know, tomorrow and Monday. We're taking it, you know, at this point we're taking it hour by hour and day by day, but you know, we're getting reports right now of water rescues going on in the Piney Point area and the villages. So what we need people to do right now is to please listen to what we're saying. Please do not get in your vehicle, and please do not go out and drive in any in these areas where we're seeing this very heavy rain.
Yeah, Jeff, I'm seeing rainfall totals right now, Brays Bayou at Rice Avenue in 1 hour of 4.56 inches. So we're looking at, in spots, nearly 5 inches per hour. It's obviously causing flooding, and you had mentioned the water rescues. Now, when you think of water rescues on TV, you think of helicopters dropping in, guys rappelling down grapple lines and picking people out of cars like you'd see in the Southwest. With water rescues in Houston, are we talking about stalled vehicles?
Yes, the majority of what we're seeing is stalled vehicles, and you know, first responders having to go in there and get people out of stalled vehicles, and that's what we want to try to avoid. We do not want people driving in the water and then having to have first responders risk their lives to go in there and get them out. It's Saturday night at 9:30. The best place for you to be right now is at your house or wherever you're at. You need to stay where you're at. Do not get in your car and drive right now.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much. You know, if you can stay with us, I'm sure we'll have more questions.
I've got to go.
Okay,
but y'all can
fair enough. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate your time, Jeff. We love your insight and your knowledge and your institutional memory of Houston flood events and what floods like this can do to Houston. The latest is that David Paul is tracking a threat related to this flash flooding. It looks like you've got the heaviest weather now moving into areas that haven't yet seen the heavy rain on the northeast side.
So Jeff was with me when he was an intern here during the Tropical Storm Allison flood. He was here, and I could not have done it without him, and he became a meteorologist at A&M, and now he's the first meteorologist, first full-time meteorologist ever at Harris County Flood Control, has been there for years, and he's a wonderful resource. Thank you, Jeff, for your time. It's moving. The line is moving slowly. Let me show you something that I'm very happy to see. Come on, baby. Move. So it's trying, you see, it's moving. It's getting close. The back edge is getting close to the southwest side of the 610 loop. That's right there, you know, Brays Bayou, Meyerland, Bel Air, where they've had so much bad flooding over the years. So come on, keep moving and give those folks a break, please. It's trying to move. You see, the rain's come to an end. Sugar Land, Addicks, Katy. The southwest side of the Beltway is now done with rain, just at least this band of it. There's another one back here, but it's not nearly as heavy at the moment. As you've mentioned, we're under a flash flood emergency in Harris County. Strongest wording that the National Weather Service can put out. They've put it out. It means if you're home, stay where you are. Do not get out in your car. And even if your home begins to take on water, the safest place to be is in the home. Now, if I'm thinking about this, I might go out to the breaker box and just turn the power off and use a flashlight just for safety. But again, don't get out on the roads right now. They are very dangerous. You can't see the high water. Almost 90% of people who lose their life in flash flooding events like this at night lose it by driving into high water that they just can't see. So come on, line, keep moving, give us a break. Heavy thunderstorms now pushing into the heart of downtown Memorial area. Jeff mentioned high water rescues in the Memorial Villages taking place right now. 288, tremendous rain down there. Pearland's getting heavy rain. So Pearland, Channelview, you guys haven't gotten into this heavy rain band yet. You're about to. So get indoors and stay there. If you got someone out there, tell them to come home. Pasadena, Channelview, east side of Beltway 8, Mount Houston Road area. Get inside and stay there. It is heavy rain, Jersey Village, Willowbrook Mall up to Bush Sugar Cut Little Airport, moderate heavy rain, Spring in the Woodlands. You haven't had the bad stuff out of this line yet, Woodlands and Spring, but it is also slowly working its way in your direction. Very heavy rain now continues on the Brays Bayou watershed, where there's only a couple of feet left before it's going to come up out of its banks. But you heard Jeff mention that because the rainfall rate's so heavy that we may already be seeing water into homes there because the streets just can't handle it and it's rising so quickly before it can drain off. This darkest color red is just blinding rain. You can't drive in it, you got to stop. All the lightning strikes tell us that we've got convection in this storm. It means there's up and down motion inside the storms. And with the amount of moisture in the atmosphere right now, that up and down motion is wringing out rainfall rates better than 4 inches per hour, or approaching 4 inches per hour in many spots. And that is flash flooding rainfall rates with saturated ground. And that's why the Weather Service has issued this flood emergency. That's the strongest wording that they have for Harris County. It also includes northern portions of Brazoria County. The rains ended in Missouri City, where they had that heavy rain and tornado go through a few hours ago. Rains ended in Bel Air. And there's the southwest side of the 610 loop. That's right near Meyerland and Bel Air, and you can see that a little bit has just been scalloped out. The heaviest of the rain has... Okay, say that one more time. Okay, so the Mayor, Sylvester Turner, has given us a tweet about Meyerland. Here it is. He's setting up a command post in the Meyerland area. So Meyerland, we're with you tonight. And the city of Houston is with you tonight, and the mayor is setting up a command post to help you folks. We know what you're going through. And it's not just Meyerland, it's going to be many other neighborhoods tonight there where a lot of people are hurting. And so we're with you, and the mayor's with you, and we're going to do whatever we need to do to help keep you safe tonight. So that's that. There's that heavy rain band again. It stretches all the way down. I haven't forgotten about you guys. Brazoria County, Liverpool, Manville, Highway 6, Manville to Santa Fe. That's blinding rain right now. Heavy, blinding rain stretches down to Redfish Cove. It doesn't look like much. It's such a small band of rain. It's only a mile or two wide, just a couple of miles wide, but it's just so heavy and moving so slow, and the ground is so saturated that it's causing all of these big problems. Let me give you a big picture once again. This is all because of Harvey. still sitting and spinning here as a tropical storm near Yoakum. Oh, 100, 120 miles to our west, but we're on the dirty onshore flow side. And you can really see how this works. You got that counterclockwise rotation, and it's just grabbing all the moisture off the Gulf of Mexico and just pulling it up. And every now and then, a little band of energy breaks off and brings a line of storms through our area. Red box is a tornado watch that continues in effect. The tornado threat is still with us. Let's see, is this thing still moving? If it is, it's moving. You can see it's moving, but man, it's moving very, very slowly. Still heavy rain right across the south side, sunny side up to the Med Center, Jersey Village, north side to Willowbrook Mall, Bush Intercontinental Airport, Greenspoint Mall, you're getting to heavy rain. Earlier today, we had rain on the east side heavy enough to bring portions of Greens Bayou out of its banks. That is going to be possible as well as the line of storms slowly moves across the area. Tomball getting some lightning and thunder too, so that means the rain up there is falling at about 1 inch or 2 inches per hour on your neighborhoods, Jersey Village, Cypress, Tomball, Little Cypress Creek and Cypress Creek, heavy rain on your watersheds. We're seeing your bayous rise as well. But still, the heaviest stuff is from downtown to the southwest. That is just blinding rain right now. Medical Center getting heavy rain. Sims and Brays Bayou watershed getting the heavy rain right now. But look, there's that little ray of hope for Bel Air and Meyerland, because you're on the very back edge of the heavy rain. If we can just scoot that, just come on and move it a little bit more, at least you guys would begin to get a little break from the heavy rain. But it leaves one neighborhood and moves to another. So Hobby Airport area getting into heavy thunderstorms. There's the Gulf Freeway, heavy rain there. You haven't even gotten to the really bad stuff. Okay, so this is a perfect example of why it is so dangerous, and we're urging everybody to stay off the roadways. Yeah, this is I-610 Loop frontage road at West Park. And just imagine, it's at night, you're driving along, blinding rain, and you can't see it. It's just so difficult to see, and you drive right into it.
And that says 7 feet deep. Look at that.
Yeah, it's right there.
Think about how tall a car is, maybe 5 feet?
Yeah, so I'm 6'2", right?
That's over your head.
Yeah, so that's over my head there. That's at 7 feet deep there. So that's, in fact, we had a person lose their life in a situation like this a couple of years ago.
Yeah, they drove around a barrier. I remember that. And you can see the flashing lights behind you?
Yeah.
That looks like they've closed it, I hope.
Looks like they've closed it. So this is the West Loop at West Park. So notice this, the rain's come to an end. This is what I'm talking about. There is a ray of hope here. The line is moving. It came through this area, dumped several inches of rain, flooded all the roads. It's dangerous, but the heaviest of the rain has stopped. I mean, I see sprinkles there, but it's moving. The rain is moving here.
David, guess how much rain they got in that location to create that level of flooding? Just wild guess based on what you saw.
4.5 inches of rain.
It only took 3 inches.
Really?
They've only had 3 inches in that location.
It's because the ground is so saturated.
Yeah, and we're expecting maybe 10 times that in spots before this week is out.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In fact, let's talk a little bit more about that. So here's this rain moving through the area ever so slowly, very, very heavy. But unfortunately, the parent storm is just sitting here and spinning. That's what's left of Harvey, still a tropical storm. And as long as it sits and spins to the west of the Houston area, we will continue to have the threat to have heavy rain bands like this come through. I'm going to skip ahead through the radar. So there it is coming across Houston with heavy rain. Still getting heavy stuff in Jersey Village, but look, 290 area. So look, it's moving. It's trying to move. It's just moving too slow. So we've got this flood threat.
I got a Brays Bayou update for you.
Yeah, give it to me. Go ahead, Brays Bayou, then come back and I'll show you what to expect over the coming days.
You got it. This thing is filling up. Brays Bayou, Rice Ave. This is the Meyerland neighborhood where Sylvester Turner, the mayor, has set up the command post for anticipated flooding. It's now getting close to the top of the bank at 47 feet, and the bank full is 51 feet. It's rising about a foot. It feels like every 15 minutes. The rain there may be starting to slow down a little bit, but all that runoff is still moving into the bayou. Yeah.
It's all about to funnel in there. Good point, Brooks.
So we're going to look at runoff continuing to fill that thing up for at least the next hour or so. I looked at some of the computer models, David. It looks like the main heaviest bit goes just east as we're seeing on radar, but indications that later tonight we could see another wave of some moisture. Look at that water, West Loop at Bel Air. That's 610 West Loop at Bel Air, same area. And just for perspective to show you how it hasn't taken much rain to cause this as far as what you think it would take. They got about 3 or so inches Brays Bayou. It's still a link road. But just down the way in the last 3 hours, Brays Bayou, Rice Avenue, they've picked up 5¼ inches of rain in just 3 hours. With any more rain, and it's not just that one isolated location. With the Tax Day and Memorial Day floods, we had a lot of rain across the region, but it was more isolated where you had those grand totals. With this one, it's you've been getting heavy rain in a line from west to east, and it's just kind of sitting in place. Rainfall rates per hour have been approaching 5 inches with some of these downpours. So if it was to rain for just 2 hours, we'd be looking at close to 10 inches of rain. Amazing to think about the potential in the atmosphere, and a little ominous to think about what may happen later on this week, David.
All right, let's go through the big picture. Here's what's happening. A heavy band of rain with blinding rainfall rates, 2 to 4 inches per hour, has caused a flood emergency in Harris County. The parent storm, Harvey, is still out here to the west, spinning near Yoakum and just not moving much and not forecast to. So here's the line of thunderstorms coming through the heart of the Houston area right now. And the rain at least is trying to come to an end there, Bel Air, Meyerland. It's trying to come to an end, Jersey Village area, out 290, West 34th, 43rd Street. Downtown's got blinding rain right now, and Pasadena, Cloverleaf, East Side, over to Baytown, Barrett, Mount Houston Road area. It's moving toward you, so get ready. You're going to see street flooding here over the next hour as that approaches your neighborhoods. The line is moving, but moving not fast enough. And the rainfall rates are so high that this type of stuff, so you're going to see street flooding right now. Pearland, Friendswood, Hobby Airport, Sunnyside, up into downtown and midtown, you're just going to see street flooding right now. Medical Center, street flooding taking place right now. Look at the blinding rain coming off the coast there. So there's more just lapping up off the Gulf of Mexico. And it's still heavy rain, maybe not quite as heavy as that stuff on the south side, but heavy rain, Willowbrook, Cypress, Jersey Village, out to Magnolia, where you are getting some lightning and thunder. Computer model is not helpful as far as stopping the rain because Harvey is still sitting here at midnight with a rain band possible. Harvey is still, the parent storm, still sitting and spinning here. Tomorrow morning with more rain possible. Flood watch in effect until further notice. Forecast track from the Hurricane Center, and this looks like they may have given us an update, so forgive me if everything's not titled perfectly, but at least on this latest report, it hasn't changed. And this is an update. This is an updated forecast track. They want to slowly move it south, they being the Hurricane Center, and then drift it back to the north, still in here on Thursday. So that's going to be, that should be Thursday night or Friday morning up near College Station, which keeps us on the wet side of the storm for most of this coming week. And that's the biggest worry. It's bigger than the worry we have right now. And what we got right now is problem enough. 100% rain chance Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We'll lower it, try to lower it Wednesday, Thursday if we can. The red box, by the way, is a tornado watch. We've had multiple tornado warnings. We've had tornado damage, several spots today. And so that is also in effect as well. And one more look. Let's just see what the line is doing. Okay, Bel Air, Meyerland. It's coming to an end in your neighborhoods. It's coming to an end, but the rain that's come down has been so heavy that the bayou, Brays Bayou, and also, Sims Bayou as well. Yeah, okay, here's 288 at Holly Hall. And look at this fella here. That car is just about floating. Just about, and I see him move there. Uh-oh. Hang on, buddy.
Oh, boy. I hate to watch this, David.
Yeah, I know. I think he was trying for a high spot there.
And there's another one trying it. Guys, just don't drive through. It's not worth it. If your car stalls, you're looking at thousands of dollars in repair bills if you survive.
Yeah.
David, I want to give you a quick update to those areas you were showing with the heaviest rain on the northwest side, inside the 610 loop. Just inside the 610 loop, where Jeff Ledner from Harris County Flood Control had mentioned there were several water rescues. Rainfall rates there at about 1.33 inches every 15 minutes. And so this is leading to incredible water rises. Here's an update, Brays Bayou at Rice Ave. This is the bayou that tends to flood the Meyerland area when it rains like this. It's almost atop a bank. It's risen over 6 inches in just the last 10 minutes. This storm is rather relentless in the way it's raining. I think the difference between this flood event and previous flood events is that the system that's producing it is on a much larger scale. So you're not dealing with what's called mesoscale functions, where you have a sea breeze collision and it rains for 4 or 5 hours and you get flooded out and then it's all over. This is from a big storm, and so we could see hurricane bands from Harvey, these feeder bands producing gusty winds continuing through the overnight hours. And then as it'll take until until at least Thursday afternoon, as David just showed in that hurricane forecast track for this thing to make it out of the region. It'll still be over College Station as a tropical depression, according to the Hurricane Center forecast. We could see repeats of bands like this. So things are saturated now. Any more rain really has nowhere to go. It'll drain out the bayous, but once those fill up, the water starts to pool. David?
I hate flooding. It is just the worst. It is just the worst.
Yeah.
Questions. These are from Facebook and Twitter. Is Deer Park, Pasadena going to get hit? Yes, the rain band is moving. In fact, it's just about to reach the Pasadena area here in the next few minutes. You're going to get torrential rain. You're going to get some high water spots there, at least on the roadways. Will the storm stall over Katy? Well, Katy, you're getting a break. You're getting a break right now, but there is more rain off to the west. There's another band. It's not as heavy as this one, but this is the problem, is that we may continue to see more rain bands come in. And there you are, Katy, getting a little break right now, but there's, you know, that's more rain coming in on top of what has already fallen. Yeah, how long will the storm stay over downtown Houston? It's over downtown now. It has been sitting here for about an hour. I think we've got about another hour to go. This looks like our live storm tracker vehicle. We may be out in the storm tracker vehicle. Is that right? Let me know what I'm looking at, guys, when you get a chance. Oh, this is our tower cam. All right, so we can't even see downtown. You asked about downtown. It's here, and we can't see the lights of downtown. Okay, there's that's a reflection of our light on our tower. So it's blinding rain in downtown right now. How may we travel out of Houston the safest? Right now, you should stay where you are. The safest thing is to not be on the roads right now. Will 288 at Holcomb get over 10 inches of rain? Probably. If not today, over the next couple of days. And when can Central Houston expect heavy rain? You're getting it now. When will you get it again? It looks like we're getting breaks in between these lines for at least a few hours. But as we mentioned, as I zoom back out, there's more coming. There's another band here. That's the parent storm. And this particular rain band, man, it came in, it was moving, and then it slowed down, and now it's sitting on us, and now it's causing all these flooding problems and danger. So this is video from just outside our station. That's Allen Parkway right there. We've got Buffalo Bayou out there in the dark right there. Buffalo Bayou, Neartown Park. The dog park there at Studemont, that's going to flood. At the moment, it looks like Allen Parkway is passable, but of course we've got that dip on Allen Parkway as you head towards Studemont, and that sometimes the pumps don't work, and we just... Okay, I'm getting an update. Allen Parkway is not passable. Allen Parkway is not passable right now. So again, this is why this flood emergency has been issued by the Weather Service tonight, because it is just not safe. So 610 West Loop at Bel Air, you've got high water like this all over the place. And so go slow, be careful. And this is the problem, because if there's a really deep spot, you can't see it. And I wonder if this guy's stalled out, who's just sitting here with the flashers on. And that is a very expensive way to drive, unfortunately. And you see the lightning continuing. But look, the rain, I don't see the pitter-patter of raindrops.
Yep, the rain on the southwest side, David, has stopped. Yeah. I was looking at the Brays Bayou flood gauge there at Meyerland, Brays Bayou at Rice Ave, and the top of bank has not yet been reached, and the little curve showing it going to the top of bank is now starting to flatten out and plateau. So maybe by the graces of nature, we'll catch this as not flooding.
Yes.
But you know, this is the thing. This is such a long duration event as far as not just tonight, but also for the next week ahead. Boy, this has really saturated us, hasn't it, David?
Yeah, and the problem is we may get another rain band like this in the next day or two. So, okay, so here's the latest. There's the radar. There you are, 290, Jersey Village. You're just on the edge, so get that out of here, and maybe we can get it cleared out before White Oak Bayou gives you problems. We do have rain continuing heavy on Little Cypress and Cypress Creek watersheds. Hey, Brooks, when you do get a chance, let's check Cypress Creek.
Sure thing.
Let's build that one so we can show folks what's going on Cypress Creek, maybe up there in the Klein area. So we're working on that. We're efforting that for you guys up there in Klein, Northwest Harris County. But there's the blinding rain in downtown. Boy, the south side, this is where it is just incredible rainfall rates here. Blinding rain. Sunny side of the Hobby Airport area, you got to stay put. Pearland, Friendswood, you're in that blinding rain where you're getting 4 inches or more. That's the rainfall rate per hour. If we're dry, the gutters on your street, the gutters on the roadway are designed to take a maximum of 2 inches per hour, but we're saturated and we're getting better than 4-inch rainfall rate per hour, double than what it's designed to take. And so Okay, so this is a shot of Hobby Airport for you right now. And I mean, it almost looks like the camera itself is underwater. There's so much rain coming down. I can hear the thunder here at the KHO studios. We're just a mile west of downtown, so we're getting hit along with you right now. Every now and then we're getting, the lights are flickering with lightning strikes that are hitting every now and then. And so here's, yeah, this is our tower camera. Now we are pointed toward, right, so this is Allen Parkway. This is Studemont, I believe. Is this Studemont or is that the walking bridge? It's hard to tell in the blinding rain. But you're looking at Buffalo Bayou here, and it's hard to tell, but it's way up over the jogging trails that go on the edge. That's Memorial Drive right there. It's tough to see with the blinding rain, but I mean, you can just see the raindrops bouncing off of our camera, and there's a, hey, the camera stayed up with the lightning strike. That's good.
Wow, that's a first, huh?
Yeah, it is a first. Quite often it takes a week to get that thing fixed because it's up there and it gets hit by lightning, but all right.
That's good.
We got it going on up there.
Got some good grounding up there.
Yeah, they've done the grounding. Okay, let's take a look at the radar, and there's the line of rain. But look, the rain has come to an end there in Meyerland. Hopefully the bayou will behave. Hopefully you didn't get water in your house, but it's possible some homes have had water in them with that this evening. Heavy rain across the Houston Heights up to the north side of the 610 loop there, so heavy rain up there on Main Street right now. That's the blinding rain. Galena Park, Pasadena, the heavy rain's just entering your neighborhood, so you guys prepare for street flooding here and flash flooding. Genoa down to Space Center, Houston, and League City, it's pushing in your direction, guys. So that will be the blinding rain. However, that also says that the line is moving. We got to move it to avoid a gigantic flood disaster here. Redfish Cove getting the blinding rain, coming up Highway 6 between Manville and Santa Fe, the heavy rain, and there's the heavy rain there on the northwest side. I-45 Gulf at Monroe. This is the Gulf Freeway on the south side, and you can see the blinding rain coming down. Look at the rain up here. I think this is one of the HOV lane entrances, and that is just incredible rainfall rates. Let me know when you've got. Okay, let's go to Brooks. Let's get that. Sure. Cypress Creek at Huffmeister.
Right, Cypress Creek at Huffmeister looks to be the most impacted as far as Cypress Creek getting near the top of the bank. Everywhere else looks to be okay along Cypress Creek that I found, but at this point it's at 125 feet, and the top of bank is about 2 feet higher than it currently stands. At this point, it looks like the heaviest rain in that location may have ended, but we've still got the runoff, so there could be some brief spillover. I think the thing to remember with this storm and with this system as a whole is that we are super saturated. That means that any more rain really has nowhere to go. And as long as these bayous are high, which they may be in spots for at least a couple of days, any more rain, well, it will result in flooding with a lot less rain than it would ordinarily take. So right now, Cypress Creek at Huffmeister is below its banks safely. And right now, looking at other locations in the area that we've been tracking very carefully, specifically Brays Bayou, in the Rice area, it looks to be, not the Rice area I should say, but Rice Avenue. It looks to be behaving just barely, and we hope this continues. The rain there has stopped. It is approaching top of bank. It's got about, let's see, 3 feet to go before it reaches top of the bank in Meyerland. So that bayou is looking really high, and we don't want to see that again. It may briefly go over bank since we've got so much runoff, and it'll take a good hour or so for that runoff to reach the bayou before it can start to fall. But as far as the rates go for the Brays Bayou filling up, they have started to plateau. They're not just going straight up. They're starting to now ease back. So we're hoping it stays below bank for folks there. But at this point, the heaviest rains continue across areas of Houston, especially on the east side. Lots of cloud ground lightning. We talked about these lightning strikes. This is a 3-minute look. So once every 3 minutes, we're getting 9 strikes. That's a better rate than you'd see during a really good stargazing, shooting star kind of experience when you talk about rates. 9 lightning strikes every 3 minutes. And if you look at our lightning strike rates for the last 15 minutes, we've had reports out of this thing as being a downright light show, especially in places like Pearland. Got a report from Pearland of a strobe light effect from these storms, 132 strikes. Now, I do want to say we've been focusing on the metro. We've been focusing on Houston Metro with this event so far. It's now moving east in the Pasadena area. Let's not forget Pearland, for instance. Pearland right now is getting hit very hard, as is Friendswood, especially Pearland Parkway. Places there have fairly decent drainage, but it's not going to take a lot with these rainfall rates pushing 3 to 5 inches per hour to create problems even there. David.
All right. Brooks, we're getting a lot of questions about, everybody wants to know about their bayou. Let me give you a break to build a graphic. Let's do White Oak Bayou. Let's get that near the downtown area where it goes through the heights. And also, let's get a Buffalo Bayou near downtown just to take a look at that. And we'll also get an update on Brays Bayou there at Rice. So while you're building those, let's take a look outside the station here. Okay, so here's what's happening now. Water from Montrose is spilling down Stanford. Is that what I'm looking at?
That's right. You're seeing a little median between the feeder road and the main lanes of Allen Parkway going toward downtown, those eastbound lanes.
So water in the Montrose
so much for that landscaping.
Coming down Stanford and been rushing onto Allen Parkway. So Allen Parkway is completely impassable. That water's trying to get down to Buffalo Bayou, which is right there. And you know, we've seen this a couple of times. The worst was during Tropical Storm Allison in 2001. But so Stanford, the road that Channel 11 is right next to, used to be a creek that fed the water out of the Montrose area into Buffalo Bayou, but they turned it into a street. And so now the street is a creek. And
I shouldn't have parked on it.
Yeah, and somebody's driving down Allen Parkway right now. So this is where you don't want to be. You're going to wreck your car. It's going to cost you money. That's the best case scenario. This is another shot from our tower camera. Again, you're looking at that's the car we were just looking at right there. That is Allen Parkway. You do not want to be on the roads. Buffalo Bayou, Memorial Drive over here on the other side. I believe this is the walking bridge across, that new walking bridge that they've built, which is really beautiful. But again, all the park there is getting flooded. This is another shot here, 288 South at Holcomb. You just don't want to be out. Just a tremendous amount of heavy, heavy rain. And again, the National Weather Service has issued a flash flood emergency. So we've got flash flood watch, then a higher level is flash flood warning, and then the highest, strongest wording is flash flood emergency, and that's what has been issued for Harris County, which is why we're on the air. Here's the radar. There's the rain band that is causing all the hullabaloo tonight. There's the parent storm, which is Harvey, just sitting here and spinning out to the west. And as it does so, it continues to feed in this heavy rain. And so it's moving very slowly across Harris County. And the rainfall rate is so high, in some cases more than 4 inches per hour, that it's overwhelming the drainage systems, and we're getting all the street flooding. The water's flowing into the bayous. The bayous are rising rapidly. And if they don't spill over their banks, they're going to be very close to it. And I'm concerned we're going to get reports of lots of homes that have been flooded, even if the bayous don't spill over, because the rainfall rate's been so strong that the roads just can't handle it, and it'll get up into yards before it has a chance to drain out. The heaviest of the rain, the worst of it, is from downtown to Pearland. Blinding rain right here. Rainfall rates of more than 4 inches per hour out of that stuff right there. Pearland, Friendswood, south side of the Beltway, Gulf Freeway up to downtown. Blinding rain, street flooding taking place right now. And that's moving toward Pasadena, Genoa, Galena Park, Channelview, Space Center Houston, League City. It's all moving slowly toward you. So you can expect to have street flooding at a minimum when this moves through in the next hour or two. So if you've got a loved one who's out, get them home in LaPorte and Shore Acres and Toddville. Get them home in Baytown and McNair and Channelview. Get them home so they're not out in this and either having a breakdown or worse, getting into trouble. As we mentioned, almost everyone who loses their life in these flash flooding situations loses them by driving their car into high water, especially at night, because you just can't see how deep it is over in the curb. Okay, what are we looking at? Okay, so this is the West Park Tollway at Savoy, where the rain has come to an end, but look, I don't know how elevated that section of the West Park is, but the water's already almost up to it. So that, obviously, the feeder road's completely impassable. This guy's lucky to be up on the high spot there on the West Park. Pay your toll. This guy's taking refuge here. It looks like in a gas station. In fact, with the flashers, maybe they stalled out trying to drive through it. Okay, this fellow's driving through the high water. Good luck. You do not want to put yourself or your family in that situation. Okay, now they've got the hazards on. It looks like they may make it, or they may not. So the computer system in your car is under your front seat. So if you get water under the front seat, that's a $5,000 computer right there. That's the best case scenario. This guy's going to try to go for it. He's doing the motorboat. Good luck. Stay safe. And you can see the lightning flashing off in the distance as well. I believe this camera is facing to the east. I believe it's facing east toward downtown. So in other words, I believe that is inbound on the West Park Tollway with the lightning there toward downtown and the heavy rain that downtown's getting right now. All right, let's go back to the radar. Here it is. Still dumping in Redfish Cove, street flooding there. Santa Fe, you see it moving toward you. So League City, San Leon, Texas City, Galveston, Jamaica Beach, it's all moving that heavy rain band in your direction with lightning, thunder, and torrential rain. And if this would just sweep through, you know, we'd get a ½ inch and an inch of rain and some wind, and we'd be fine. But it's not doing that. It's just sitting and spinning right now. It's just not moving. Tomball's getting wet, although the rain looks like it's trying to let up a little bit in the Tomball, Magnolia area. Magnolia, that's still heavy rain. You're under those flash flood warnings as well. Those are the green boxes there. Spring, Woodlands, it's now getting that moderate to heavy rain into your neighborhoods right now, although no reports of flooding there right now. But again, we're updating bayou levels up here too.
About two more minutes.
That's okay. So Brooks right now is updating the bayou levels. We're going to have that for you here in just a couple of minutes. So again, this is Beltway 8. Where is this? Oh, okay, in Missouri City, Fort Bend Parkway at Beltway 8. And you see folks are just stranded here because the water's so deep you just can't go. These fellas are, at least they're safe. They're out of the car. And the rain has ended here on the west side. Hey, guy. But, man, it's... Yeah, I'm getting reports. I'm being told in my ear that there are stranded drivers in the area all over the place. And you see the tow trucks are here. This fellow's going to try to make it on the grass. I hope you don't get stuck. And this is an example of why it's just a good idea to stay home if you can. It's just a mess, absolute mess out here. It's more than a mess. It's dangerous with all the high water. And here's one of the, yep, there's an active tow. Here they go. So again, this is Beltway in Missouri City, at the tollway there. Totally shut down and flooded here underneath the tollway where it crosses there, the tollway at Beltway 8 in Missouri City. And the tow trucks are probably the only ones who can get through this, and they know how to drive through this stuff. So this is why we're having this flash flood emergency tonight. Roads are flooded, it's dangerous, and again, this is the best you can hope for your night to end, is that you just your car getting towed, much better than you ending up in one of these deep ditches off to the side of the road and in a life-threatening situation, which can happen very quickly at night because you just can't see. So his night's going to end with a tow bill and hopefully a call to his insurance company. All right, let's get back to the radar.
Levels.
Are we ready to update the bayous?
Yeah, we've got a couple of bayous here. You wouldn't believe it, the Harris County Flood Control website must be overwhelmed because we're having connection issues with them, or maybe it could be the spotty internet with all this floodwater interrupting telecommunications. But regardless, I was able to get 4 out of the 5 requested bayous. The one that I could not get to right now is the Buffalo Bayou at Shepherd. What I think we're looking at with that is street flooding coming off of West Dallas and Stanford, flooding Allen Parkway. It's not so much the bayou itself coming up over the banks and spilling over, because at last check it was well below the banks. That will not be the case in several hours as all this runoff moves into the Buffalo Bayou. That said, the White Oak Bayou at Heights Boulevard is currently at 22.9 feet. It spills over at 32 feet, so it's 10 feet below that. Now, up the road, Little White Oak Bayou at Trimble Street is at 26.88 feet, well below the threshold of 42 feet. Brays Bayou at Rice Ave, this is the one we've been watching oh so carefully. It's currently at 48.8 feet, nearly 49 feet, seems to be plateauing at that level, not rising anymore. Ooh, dangerously close to the top of bank there. Bank is 51 feet. This is just a little bit under that. I realize 51 compared to 48, we're talking about 3 whole feet, but considering that this thing was rising every minute a foot or so, it's pretty lucky right now that we've escaped this one going over, but we may not be as lucky in the future. Finally, Cypress Creek at Huffmeister registering at 125 feet, and its top of bank where it floods over is 127 feet. This is a live look at Stanford outside. We are looking at KHOU. This is actually out of our front porch. That's actually usually a nice blacktop road, and now it is a raging river. Yeah, oh, I know. Yeah, if you had a kayak, you could, those are some class 3 rapids for you right there. And you're looking at thousands of gallons of water spilling onto Allen Parkway and into Buffalo Bayou.
Brooks, I'm going to go out front.
All right,
take a look.
I'll carry it over while David takes a look-see. So we're looking at incredible flooding. And Lynn Cannon with me. Lynn, you've seen this for decades. I mean, you've been here forever as far as your experience with Houston.
So I just went outside, Brooks, to stand there, and that's where David Paul is going. It is treacherous out there. You can see just how.
Have you ever seen it this bad here?
I have. It reminds me of Ike, the tax day floods, and the Memorial Day floods. It always gets bad when we get this kind of rain. And, you know, this front that you've been talking about is just now moving through.
Okay.
So
good news, too, just to interrupt real quick, the San Jacinto has not overflowed its banks yet.
That is good news.
Up in Conroe, they're having the same issue with all the high water, and they had to do a release from Lake Conroe, so it's all going down the San Jacinto River. It is staying below the banks, despite rumors that it's gone above the banks. The question is, will that lucky train continue?
Exactly.
But, let's get back to the Stanford. You can see David Paul walking across the shot there.
He just walked out there. So clearly this means that Buffalo Bayou, right across the street, is going to overflow its banks probably tonight, and Allen Parkway is going to be a river again in this area, right near Allen Parkway in Studemont.
Is that somebody trying to drive? If they can, with that phone, David, if you can hear me, have them move the phone to the right so we can see who's trying to drive down the road.
Oh, we can't
hear you, David.
Can't hear you yet.
You're out of range, David.
Yeah.
Sorry, David.
So he's doing a Facebook Live.
Oh, okay. That's a Facebook Live? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you can catch David on Facebook.
Right.
But, you know, Stanford Street, where we're looking, looks like a raging river. And it certainly is. This would be impossible to drive on at this point unless you've got a higher water vehicle.
And unfortunately, we're getting reports, and I've had people call me from the Galleria area to tell me there are people trying to drive down, for example, Sage, which is right near the Galleria.
Yeah.
Right near the Galleria and a couple of the hotels there, they get confused and they decide to try and back up, and you're in trouble. So you cannot be out on these roads with this kind of rain coming down at the rate that we have been talking about. We've seen people at 288 in Holly. We've seen folks along 288. We've seen folks, we've heard about rescues potentially in the Piney Point area.
Yep. So Westheimer as well always floods.
Yes.
Westheimer at Montrose, I don't know what it looks like now, but here's a live view. You're talking about 288. Here's 69 at 288.
Yeah.
I see a lot of flashing lights. That's a notorious low spot. Look at that guy almost going perpendicular down the interstate. And look at the strobe lighting. It's almost constant.
Yeah, it amazes me that people are out. I mean, we've been talking about bands of rain coming for 2 days now, and yet people are still out here.
You know, this could be psychology, and we warned of this, saying, you know what, we're going to get through most of the weekend without any trouble, and you're going to think we missed Harvey because Hurricane Harvey will have made landfall. We'll have talked about the damage, and it's all over. But the problem is this thing's stalling to the west. And while Houston missed Hurricane Harvey's winds, Houston just now experiencing Harvey's rains.
And this is what we've been saying from the very beginning, that it is not a wind event, it is a rain event, and that's what we're experiencing. And we said it would be over a period of 4 days. Now it looks like it could stretch for as long as a week.
Lynn, that's a stationary wave at the base of Stanford Street at the Allen Parkway feeder. If you had a surfboard, you could go out and surf on that. You could literally surf on that.
Normally, you would see a lot of cars zipping up and down. This is Stanford and Allen Parkway, right on the corner where the station is located. And you can see, what is that wave? Is that a car?
That would be a truck going by, creating a little wave.
Somebody's driving.
It's a semi-truck.
Is it a semi?
Yeah, you can see them on the bottom right. You see the little Facebook feed. And those semis, boy, you know what? I really hope he doesn't try and go under.
He's got to get off.
Studemont.
He's got to get off at Studemont.
That's going to be 20 feet deep.
There's just no way. Look at that.
He's gotten
There's
off.
a better shot.
Okay, he's gotten off now. Is he taking the exit ramp?
Looks like it.
Okay, well, I hope so. Boy, look at him.
Is that still Allen Parkway?
Yeah, that's Allen Parkway. That's
okay, so the question is, will the driver get off?
Yeah, let's see if we can pan up and see if he makes it off that exit, if he knows better.
Okay, so they're traveling west.
Sometimes the out-of-town truckers maybe don't know the roads.
Yeah, but he can't go.
Clearly, he doesn't.
He's approaching Montrose Boulevard. Yeah, he's getting off.
Is he getting off though?
He's got to. There's no way you can go down.
He missed the exit. Lynn, so he's stopping.
He missed something.
He sees standing water. I wonder if those pumps are working down there.
Yeah.
And now he's stopped. And it's going to be hard to back that rig up in the dark at night.
Yeah, I don't know what the water is like right there at Montrose Boulevard in Allen Parkway, but he's looking at it.
Can we zoom in to see if there's standing water under that bridge with the tower cam? See how good our director is operating.
There's standing water.
Is that standing water? So are the pumps working under there, or is that a lake? Let's see if we can notch it over and zoom in a little bit more. We've got our very talented director, Jason, back there working the controls, and not only is he punching the show, but he's also adjusting the camera that's sitting on top of our 500-foot tower. like the. All right, yeah, it looks like we've got the constant strobe lighting continuing. The truck driver has stopped. I think I see ripples. Yep, there we go. I see some ripples under the bridge, so it looks like standing water at that location. And that's a spot that notoriously floods. That little yellow stick you see on the top left is the flood gauge. And they do have pumps. Sometimes they work better than other times. Sometimes the drains are clogged. I imagine it's probably a mix of both. But either way, the system probably can't handle rainfall rates of 5 inches per hour. At this point, let's take a look at the Transtar. Here, oh boy, here's Southwest Freeway at 288 right at the split. And you can see folks only making it by on the right-hand lane. Darby can tell you in the morning that this junction is always a mess anyway, and also in the evening, obviously, with people going home. Look at this Mack truck guy, this guy in the semi. He's bringing goods to somebody, and he's not going to be as subject to the high water as the cars who had to make that hard left. In fact, he's going to punch right through it. Those semi-trucks have a clearance. They can make it through about 3 or 4 feet of water, while cars can pretty much, they stop at about a foot.
And that's 288 and 69.
288 and 69 right there.
Right near downtown. So that's risky stuff.
Yeah, and to see this kind of water all over town tells us, no, there's a car that looks like it's stalled. It tells us that all the spots that flood in Houston when it rains hard are flooding. So
yes.
If we haven't mentioned your neighborhood, it's just because we haven't mentioned it. And we're not just focused on Houston. We're also looking at flooding rains moving into Pasadena, Cloverleaf, and in Pearland, and also south into the Friendswood area. The rain is moving very slowly still.
And this is just hold on one second, Brooks. This is live video in Missouri City. You can see there are several cars. That one right there, the lights flashing. I can't see if the driver's in there. I don't think so.
No,
clearly stuck in a lot of water.
And you know, that's expensive if you survive it. And I don't mean to sound coy about this, but we've had people die in these flash floods in Memorial Day, Tax Day. Over 15 people, in fact.
This is along the Beltway, I'm told, at Fort Bend Parkway.
Look at that BMW. Is that an X5? Those are not cheap.
It.
And if he's stalled, which it looks like he may be, his computer is probably about an $8,000 fix.
So I'm sure what has happened here, Brooks, and I'm just going to make an educated guess, that this part of Houston, coming from the west side and into downtown, has been dry for several hours. And maybe people got lulled into a false sense of security. But when the rains came, they came with a vengeance. And as you mentioned, 3 to 4 inches an hour. And this is what people are getting stuck in. We're going to see a lot of cars out on the roadways and either rescued or abandoned because of the rainfall that just came through.
Yeah, the rain stopped there exactly an hour and 18 minutes ago. In Missouri City, the rain stopped at 9 o'clock. Now it's 10:18. And look how high the water remains.
It's impressive and dangerous, and
it's impassable.
A lot of badly flooded cars.
It's really unfortunate to see. It's Saturday night. People are out. Some people aren't as connected to the TV as maybe others would be, so maybe they just didn't know. Benefit of the doubt. But not to get into the psychology of it.
Sure.
Here's a view of 69 Southwest Freeway at 288.
Yep.
Also known as 59 at 288. And
there's water under the overpass, so people are getting down there and realizing it's a little dicey, so they're slowing down, looking for the lane that has a path of least resistance, I like to call it. And sometimes you look at the people in front of you and say, okay, they made it, so maybe I can make it. It all depends on the type of car sometimes, or if it's just low enough that maybe you can get by. It's always a risk, because once you stall, you're stuck.
Lynn, I've got some bad news as well. Can we take radar full from Weather 2? I'll show you the latest radar view of more rain developing behind this main line of rain. Last few frames, our main line of rain is pushing through. Chief Meteorologist David Paul is going to walk us through this, but we've got a new band of storms forming. And this is what was advertised by our short-range, high-resolution computer models as being possible. From Thompson's to Brazos Bend to Angleton, there's pockets of more heavy rain. This could become another line, which then moves into Houston in the coming hour. It doesn't look like it's as solid or as heavy, but it's more rain nonetheless.
That doesn't help, given what we've just been through here.
David, what are you seeing there?
We just can't take much more. I do see that developing there. Weather 1 and the Key, producers, Weather 1 and the Key. That's what I've got up here. And so, yeah, we're about to get another round of scattered showers at least. I mean, I'm hoping that doesn't develop into another round of heavy rain like this heavy band of rain. But you can see all the way back to the west for 100, 150 miles. we've got rain. In fact, Austin, just south of Austin, they're under a flash flood warning because of flooding from the circulation around Harvey. And here comes this heavy rain band that continues to sit on us. Now, it has moved, but not before causing this flood emergency across Harris County. Blinding rain now. The east side of downtown, BBVA, Minute Maid Park, all of the high-rises and condos here on the east side now. Jacinto City, blinding rain. This is causing street flooding right now downtown east on I-10 East. So Channelview, Barrett, Baytown, LaPorte, Pasadena, it's all moving in your direction. Pasadena, it's basically on you guys right now, so expect street flooding to occur here fairly quickly. If you've been watching us for a little bit, you've seen the tremendous street flooding we're getting in the Montrose area, coming into with water flooding into Buffalo Bayou there, and the roads are just impassable. Allen Parkway is impassable, and we've been showing you pictures of all the impassable roadways out here and all the stranded drivers. Again, Harris County under a flash flood emergency as declared by the National Weather Service. And there's the heaviest stuff now. Boy, Acres Homes getting heavy thunderstorms as well. North side up there, just north of the 610 loop at the Hardy Toll Road and 59 split there. East Houston, Mount Houston Road, that's heading in your direction. Old Highway 90 out toward Barrett's getting it. There's another flash of lightning, and these lightning strikes indicating that this is convective. That means you've got up and down motion inside of the storms. And with this much moisture in the atmosphere, that will wring out these tremendous rainfall rates where you get, 2 inches in 15 minutes in some cases is possible. That will overwhelm drainage, and that's why we're getting the flash flooding right now. We're getting redevelopment of new storms out here ahead of the storm. Old River Winfrey out to Wallaceville, Baytown getting some. Okay, so we're just going to take a moment to listen in to Harris County Transtar operations as they mobilize their emergency situation. Okay.
Well, Mayor, first of all, Judge, thank you so much for your leadership. We've been saying all along that this is a long, protracted event. We've been warning people all along to stay off the roads, and sadly, one person at least has not heeded that warning, and they may have lost their lives. This is going to continue. The mayor and I barely got here. Everything's flooded around here. The 10 freeway where I came from is flooded downtown. Most of the regular traffic, we have flooding extensively throughout downtown. Maryland is flooding. And even after this passes, we're losing the ability for the runoff to run off. And every time that we get another one of these, it's going to be that much worse. So the one thing we can say is we have to stay off the roads. Stay off the roads and listen for the directions of the city of Houston, the Harris County. If there's an evacuation, that information will come out through reverse 911 and other methods. We have pre-positioned police cars throughout the city with bilingual officers in the Greens Point area at the direction of Mayor Turner. That will go door to door, they have to. But I just got advised that one of our own cars that a failure stop and render investigation has been basically swept away. So we're not immune from it. And words of the wise, do not be lulled into a false sense of security. People think just because it stops raining, we're safe. Remember that this is not just happening here, it's happening around Central Texas, throughout the Harris County area, all around us, and we don't have an idea sometimes where the water's coming from. So please stay home. Sí, es muy importante que el alcalde Turner y el juez han estado con su liderazgo y suplicándole a esta comunidad que por favor no salgan de sus casas, que se queden fuera de las carreteras. Vieron aquí que en una hora con estas inundaciones inmediatamente tuvimos inundaciones. Desgraciadamente pensamos que una señora perdió su vida manejando porque el agua la cogió y se la llevó en su vehículo. Le suplicamos, aunque salga el sol, acuérdese que la lluvia estaba cayendo ahora por 2 días. Este es en empezar, como dijo el alcalde, es un evento que va a durar por lo menos 4 o 5 días y la realidad es que este es nuestro primer día. Si está en su casa, quédese en su casa. Acuérdense, si tienen que evacuar, nosotros vamos a dar una orden de evacuación sobre el reverso 911 en español, inglés y otros idiomas. También tenemos oficiales listos para ir puerta a puerta en Greens Point, en esas áreas donde sabemos que tenemos muchos habitantes que no hablan inglés, que son hispanos, para suplicarles que salgan si ese punto llega. ¿Qué tan grave está la situación a este momento? Está bien seria y tenemos que tomarlo serio. Lo más importante es que no estén en las carreteras en estos días, por los próximos 2 o 3 días. Dígame. Los rescates se han avanzado en las carreteras y desgraciadamente, como digo, el alcalde Turner y el juez han estado diciendo por varios días que no estén manejando y las personas piensan porque no ven lluvia que no hay peligro, y si hay peligro, el peligro va a continuar esta noche hasta mañana, hasta el martes y a lo mejor hasta el miércoles o el jueves. Mayor, do you want to say anything about the Spanish of the way for you? Okay. Y presten atención también a nuestro Twitter de la ciudad para que vean más instrucciones. Ese me lo acaban de decir, no tengo los detalles, pero estaban investigando una escena de un accidente y la lluvia empezó y hizo mucho daño a uno por los oficiales, gracias a Dios también. Okay, thank you. Other questions? Nothing? I just have one last thing. That's what I got to mention. Because of the situation in the Maryland Bracewood area, we are opening up a command post at 1015 South Main Lane at Willow Bend. That's been that would be manned by Houston Fire Department Station 21. So a command post has been set up in that area at 10515 South Main at Willow Bend. Again, thank you very much. Everybody stay safe. Thank you, John. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so you just heard them saying, basically, stay off the roads. Stay home. Do not go out in this. Even if the rain stops where you are, stay where you are. The car is the most dangerous place you could be right now. This is Stamford. This is outside the Channel 11 studios. The water is racing down the road here, flash flooding occurring, going across Allen Parkway, trying to get to Buffalo Bayou, which is where all this water is trying to head. All the water is trying to get to the bayous and creeks here to our drainage system, but I mean, here, this is the thing. It's at night, you can't see all the high water spots, and you plow into it, and hopefully it's just your car that gets hurt, hopefully. So again, a flash flood emergency has been issued for Harris County because of the torrential rain that's come across the area, and unfortunately we may have more coming over the next several days. I-10 Katy at the Brazos River, it's tough to see, but it's coming down, and the Brazos River is forecast to go up to near the top of its banks over the next day or two. Here's the latest radar, and you can see it continues to have rain bands slowly move across not just Harris County, but all of southeast Texas, creating this flash flooding. Now, the thing is, the ground is now getting so saturated that any additional rain is going to cause flooding in a hurry in the bayous, the creeks, and perhaps neighborhoods and homes. And although this is the band that caused all the problems tonight, you can see, look at this, there's another heavy batch of rain popping up right here, coming into Brazos Bend State Park, coming up just west of 288. And then there's more rain out west. You can see the violent circulation. It continues to be a very strong tropical storm out here. This is Harvey, who is sitting here off to our west, which is what we thought might happen when we started tracking Harvey at the beginning of the week. One thing Harvey did that was a little bit of a surprise is that it strengthened so much to a Category 4 hurricane before making landfall. So now we have this tremendously powerful remnant circulation, and it is just pulling moisture off the Gulf of Mexico, so much moisture, so water vapor is less dense than the surrounding air. So you get the atmosphere full of water vapor, and it rises, and it cools, condenses, and makes these heavy rain bands, and that's what we've got going on right now, in addition to the tornado threat because of the spin in the atmosphere, and we've had tornado damage in the area as well earlier today. Okay, so the heaviest rain right now, let's just look at it. East side of downtown, East Houston, Dryersdale, up to Aldine, Bush Intercontinental Airport, Willowbrook Mall area, and then there's 1960. So folks in Old Oaks and Western are getting into some heavy rain. That's moving up into Spring and Tomball. There's the north side of the 99 connector, heavy rain moving up there. But it is absolutely blinding rain here. Galena Park, outside the 610 loop. Okay, and Judge Emmett's on the phone. Hey, Judge, how are we doing so far? Give us an update, please.
Well, as was expected, we're getting more heavy rains tonight, and the places where they're falling, because the ground is saturated and the watersheds are pretty much full, we're beginning to have flooding. But the most important thing is there are still people out on the roads driving into high water, and the mayor even had trouble getting over here for a joint press conference. So we're just telling people, by all means, stay inside. This is not unexpected, but it is very dangerous.
Judge, it's Len Cannon. Do you have any idea how many rescues are underway right now? How many cars are out there abandoned?
I can only tell you that what I was told by Quincy Allen at TxDOT and Chief Acevedo is a lot. And I know that's not a good figure, but
it's a fair answer.
Yeah, that was their answer, and we've been watching the monitors, and you see one person drive in, and then two more follow them, and you just go, "What are you thinking here?" But while we're concerned about that, we're also concerned about various neighborhoods where the homes are beginning to take on water. I know Willow Water Hole has gone out of its banks, and there's some homes in the Westbury area that are beginning to have water. And the message there is, stay inside. If you need to be rescued, dial 911. If you need a shelter to go to, then dial 211 if you're in the county and 311 in the city. But your best place is to stay inside. Do not venture out because that's where you get in danger from the water. Judge,
there was a mention in the news conference of a fatality. Can you tell me more about that, where it happened?
We do not know. The chief mentioned that. We were just getting the word, and it was not in one of the underpasses. All the normal underpasses that we've seen the tragedies occur in, those are closed off. People cannot enter them. That was taken care of earlier this evening. This was just in an intersection. And there are a lot of those in our area, so it is a tragedy if it turns out to be true.
And do you happen to know the location?
I do not.
And so what next for the county as we continue to deal with this over the next few days?
The main thing we are dealing with, I know I've talked to two of the county commissioners, and they're working on road closures to make sure people are safe. And then they're working with the constables and the sheriff's office for any high water rescues that need to occur. Clearly, the areas out in the west along the reservoirs are not taking on water yet, but if another band of rain comes through in the evening, they could. And what I've told in several interviews, I've said, I'm not saying stay up all night if you're afraid your home might take on water, but you might want to set an alarm sometime and get up and check on things because with each new band, they go different places. And each one of these bands of rain that comes through is going to drop a lot of water on already saturated ground.
And we've been talking about this scenario for quite some time, and perhaps some of us got a little lackadaisical because parts of the Houston area, as you know, for several hours saw no rain today. And I think some people were surprised and they were like, wait a minute, where are the bands? Well, it hit tonight.
That's right. And that's what the projections have been that for the last several days. And this is the night that everybody said we were going to get the heavy bands, and sure enough, we did.
And so you mentioned the Westbury area getting water in homes. Have you gotten confirmation, talked to people out there, getting that from the people that you're directing?
Yes, actually the mayor brought that up during the press conference, and he had confirmation of that.
Now, the area that always gets hit, as you know, is Meyerland.
Correct.
Any word of water in homes there?
There's no word of water in homes yet, but Brays Bayou is absolutely at its maximum, and if much more rain falls there, then it will go out of its banks. But we've had the situation in the past where even when the bayou didn't go out of its banks, the drainage system didn't have any place to put the water, so that caused it to back up in the streets and in some cases in the homes. If we don't get any more rain, we should be okay, but if the next band of rain falls on the same place,
right.
then we'll have trouble.
And so what is your schedule right now? Are you going to be up all night?
Probably.
That was a quick answer. So, and what are you looking at? What are you monitoring?
We're monitoring all the rain gauges throughout the county, and we're monitoring particularly the water levels in the various watersheds, because when they go out of their banks, that's when you get the larger number of homes that get flooded. Right now, if you're just talking about rising water in a neighborhood, while that's terribly inconvenient and uncomfortable, it doesn't pose the danger that that running water out of a watershed does. And so those worry us the most.
And that could certainly happen given what we're facing over the next several days, true?
Yeah, it could, but I would remind people we're in at least better shape than Fort Bend and Brazoria, where they have the rivers that run through, because those rivers are things you have to evacuate away from. In this case, rising water is not something that you would normally evacuate because you don't know where it's going to occur. Rivers, along the river banks, you need to get people out of harm's way.
I'm assuming that for the next few days, there's not going to be any business going on with Harris County.
Well, we will make the decision tomorrow. I guess if I was a real optimist, I'd say maybe Harvey will just go away, but I don't think that's going to happen.
That would be nice. Yeah. Judge Emmett, Harris County Judge Ed Emmett, thank you so much. As you mentioned, you're going to be up all night, as will we. We'll continue to check in with you and see how things are going. We appreciate you taking the time.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so you just heard Harris County Judge Ed Emmett talking about the county's responsibilities here over the next few days. They're continuing to watch and to make sure they close roads as we keep getting bands of water, and it causes the problems that you see here. This is in Missouri City, where you see several cars have been abandoned and they are stranded because of high water that came through tonight. In some cases, we are told 3 to 4 inches of water an hour. Judge Emmett saying so far he has not heard of water in homes in Meyerland, which typically gets hit, especially in the last couple of years. But we are hearing of water in homes in the Westbury area on the west side. And there have been, in the words of the judge, a lot of car rescues tonight. David, please tell me there's not another band heading through the area that just got it.
There is. I think there is. I'm very concerned that I see something building up to the west. If you want to put weather, if you go with weather 2, guys, if you can put weather 2 behind me. Okay, so here's the radar. There's the band of rain that just came through that caused the first round of flooding. There is a smaller band, but it is intense, and it is trying to fill in and form right here. Another rain band curving into the West Park Tollway, Energy Corridor out of the west side of Harris County. And you see they've issued a flood advisory for that area near Brazos Bend State Park in Brazoria County as well. So that concerns me greatly, that's going to come in and give us more rain right where we don't need it. So where are the bayous as they stand right now? This is Cypress Creek at Huffmeister. At last check, you were at 125 feet. Bank full is 127. So Cypress Creek at Huffmeister is getting close to bank full. Brays Bayou at Rice Avenue. At last check, 48.8 feet, almost 49 feet. Bank full is at 51 feet there. Little White Oak Bayou at Trimble, you're at 26.8 feet. 42.4 feet is bank full. So you've got some room there in Little White Oak Bayou. And then White Oak Bayou at Heights, it's come up again. You've got some room in there, but bank full is at 32 feet. You're at 22.9 feet. This is Buffalo Bayou at Shepherd, where you're at 13 feet in Buffalo Bayou at last check. Bank full is 28 feet, so there is room in Buffalo Bayou, but it is also one of the bayous out there that is in the process of coming up. So that's a look at all the bayous. Let me walk through them again, and then we'll get back to the radar. Again, Buffalo Bayou's got some room in it. White Oak Bayou at Heights, almost 23 feet is the current level. 32 is bank full. This is Little White Oak Bayou at Trimble, 26.8 feet. It's the bank full is 42 feet, so we're doing good there. This is at last check. Brays Bayou at Rice, 48.8 feet, almost 49 feet. Bank full's 51. It's going to get close to bank full with all the runoff that's coming in from the earlier rains. Cypress Creek at Huffmeister, currently at last check, 125 feet. Bank full's 127 feet. Now, I'm saying at last check, and this is because the Harris County Flood Control website, which gives us the information and has all the automated bayou gauges and rain gauges, is having trouble because of the weather and because of all the traffic on it. So we last updated these about 25 minutes ago. We'll get fresh updates as soon as we possibly can, as soon as they become available. to us. Back to the radar, there's that very heavy blinding rain that has now reached Pasadena, Pearland, Santa Fe. That's pushing toward and across the Gulf Freeway now. So folks in NASA Clear Lake, you're going to be getting that heavy rain as it pushes in your direction. Galveston County and Galveston, Santa Fe, Hitchcock, Lamarck, that's all pushing toward you. You'll get street flooding from that. Let's go ahead and go look outside. East Tex Freeway at Cross Timbers. There's the blinding rain. Folks are driving in it here, but I don't recommend it. It's very dangerous out there. Hazard lights are on. There's the lightning flashing, and the folks are going very slowly there. Again, this is 69 at Cross Timbers, where the rain is coming down very, very heavily, and traffic is moving very, very slowly. Be careful out there, gang. A lot of standing water on the roadways there, and you can see how the bloom of the headlights, that's reflecting off all the raindrops that are coming down out there. So the radar continues to look very, very bad. Here's a closer view of Houston, where it's still heavy rain right in downtown and pushing east. So there's Channelview, Mount Houston Road, out there near in the Greens Bayou watershed, getting heavy, heavy rain. Oh, and there, I do have a report. I want to pass this on to you. I almost forgot. We've got lots of reports of high water north side on I-45 at Airline. We've got high water there. Do not drive I-45 north at Airline. Do not get off there. Don't go out there. There's high water there. That's causing a lot of cars, and it's kind of stacking up out there, I'm told. So blinding rain again. I-10 east to Channelview. Out toward Pasadena, heading out to LaPorte, Baytown East Freeway, getting heavy rain. Baytown, it hasn't reached you yet. It's getting awfully close. You can expect street flooding when it finally does. And you can see how it curls up around Bush or Continental Airport up to 249, getting the heavy rain. And there's a little bit of new stuff out here. Mission Bend, Katy, Addicts out the West Park and out I-10. That's not nearly clearly as bad as this, but there is more rain, unfortunately, that is possible to build up. If we can, let's go back to Weather 1, and we'll give a more complete radar update. So here's future track, and you can see how it is possible that we continue to get these heavy rain bands coming across the area as we head into today, tonight, tomorrow, as this thing just sits and spins. And so it is possible that, yeah, we're facing some heavy rain over and over again. Here's the latest radar, a wider view so you can see your neighborhood. Dobbin, Tomball getting in on the action there. Conroe's got moderate rain. There's the rain band coming in. And then this is that secondary, newly forming rain band here, which is just starting to form. Let me get, I'll zoom in on this. Give me just a moment here. We'll zoom in on that. But that's that secondary heavy rain band that is beginning to move in. Okay, let's get a look at this. Here it is. It's not as wide. It's not quite as heavy, but that's, see that secondary rain band just to the east of Brazos State Park, heading Sienna Plantation. So more street flooding expected here as all this rain is basically moving due north, and it's not moving east very quickly. It's moving very slowly off to the east, and that is the problem. It is the slow motion and high rainfall rates in these things that has caused this flash flood emergency that the National Weather Service declared about 2 hours ago. And again, this is all because of the parent circulation around what was Harvey. You know, that's Harvey right there, sitting near Yoakum. So we've got all this moisture being pulled in from off the Gulf of Mexico right up into Houston. It's caught up in the broad counterclockwise rotation around the remnant circulation of Harvey. And Harvey is still a tropical storm. So this is what we talked about for the past several days. This is the dirty side of the storm. Notice out here on the back side, this is the clean side. Not much going on. Here's the dirty side. All the moisture coming off the Gulf of Mexico. And unfortunately, this thing is just forecast to sit and spin right where it is for the next several days. I-45 at Telephone Road. Don't drive out there. Whoa. That is just blinding, absolutely blinding rain. And you know that the feeder roads and secondary roads leading up there to the Gulf Freeway at Telephone are just getting covered with water right now. I'm happy to see there's no one on the road there. At least we've got that going for us. Yeah, somebody's paying attention. That's good.
I've got a little update. Just information. We can leave it on this camera, on the TransStar camera. Weather Service mentioning they may extend the flash flood emergency to areas north of Hobby over to Pearland and to Friendswood. So that would indicate that we're seeing high water near Hobby Airport into Pearland and Friendswood, down Monroe, and those neighborhoods along Broadway 518, FM 518. So a heads up there. And David, I've also got something to offer on Weather 2. It's our rainfall rates. We're looking at that second line of storms building behind the main line. This one has lower rainfall rates. So what you're looking at is if you were to take the amount of rain falling inside of 1 hour, that's how much rain you'd get. So for instance, I'll put a little red box in this area and bear with me here. And we'll see what, for instance, the purples and whites would look like. Well, let's see. It's querying the watch boxes.
Well, I can certainly see your point. That is that's not nearly as strong a rainfall rate. Thank goodness.
Not as bad over here, right. But we're still seeing rainfall rates in this area probably pushing. That's still kind of significant, 2 to 3 inches per hour. But it's much different than 4 to 6 inches per hour. So it's about 3/4 to 1/2 of the rainfall rates in this second line coming in. And here's a look at the 2-hour loop on those rainfall rates. All right, Lynn, I understand you have information on a confirmation of a fatality.
Fortunately, we do. We heard from both the Harris County judge who told me just a while ago that there was a fatality, and he knew it was an intersection, but he didn't know the location. Now we know it is Warrington near Gessner. That happening tonight. During this heavy rain that came in that you guys have been talking about, moving from west to east, dumping 3 to 4 inches an hour in some locations. This is in West Houston where this actual drowning occurred. And again, Warrington near Gessner. And I suspect we're going to see a lot of abandoned cars, and there are going to be a lot of water rescues tonight because the judge said so. He couldn't even give me a number. He said, I know a lot. I think a lot of people were caught off guard because the area that got hit tonight was mainly dry for several hours until about 8 p.m. And we're told this fatality at Warrington near Gessner was 1 block from Buffalo Bayou. And we know that bayou always rises in a hurry when we get the kind of rain that we have been seeing tonight. So that's very unfortunate. So right now we've got 1 fatality as a result of all the rain from Harvey. We know there was a fatality earlier today down in the town of Rockport that is outside of Corpus Christi. So from what we know, at least now, and still there's a lot to be determined, 2 deaths, and that covers a wide area from what started out as Hurricane Harvey, later becoming Tropical Storm Harvey, and it is now moving somewhere between Columbus and San Antonio, and we're still watching that, but it is now a tropical storm causing all of these rain bands that we are seeing tonight, and the guys are telling me, both Brooks and David, that another form of rain band is developing right now and could come through west to east again, and this time it would affect...
Yeah, Lynn, this is going to affect the city, the whole city. Yeah, Pearland's under the gun right now for that first band, but the second band right here is going to affect the entire city. And it looks like it's developing. We have to remember we're talking about a tropical storm about 60 miles to our west, 80 miles to our west, and so there's incredible atmospheric dynamics in this sky. So unlike typical non-tropical systems where you have heavy rain that comes and goes and stabilizes the atmosphere won't really stabilize too much. Let's take a look at Texas City Live right now. This is the town of Texas City, a live view, and it is pouring rain. This is now Texas City about to get the hardest portion of that first line of rain. Texas City, up until this point, has been fairly dry today, but this is the leading edge of the rain that just came through and flooded Houston and Pearland and Friendswood. Now, this rain's going to continue for Texas City. This will be a place that certainly can flood, and this will be a place that could see high water on roadways, making travel at times difficult to impossible. So this will continue. Looking at the weather radar, constant strobe lighting, it's amazing. We're seeing this band fill back in from Sugar Land to Brazos Bend State Park to Angleton, and it goes all the way out into the Gulf. So you can see it feeds into the core of these rain bands coming out of Harvey. So, David, what are you seeing right now as this developing weather situation continues?
It's just sitting on us.
Yeah.
I'm very concerned. So let me give you a complete radar tour, and if we get some pictures, you guys in the booth, just let me know and we'll go to them. And also, let's go to weather 1. Let's put weather 1 behind me.
Oh, yes.
And let me give you a complete radar tour here. So weather 1 in the key. And again, as we get pictures coming in, we'll let you know. But that is that band of rain, that secondary band that is building in, coming into the same areas. Man, I'm really concerned.
Tell me where to go. I'll drive for you, David.
Okay, so first of all, this is the first band of rain right here. Let's just give a tour of this. Let's start down here in Galveston County, because folks in Santa Fe, Hitchcock, Lamarck, League City, NASA, Clear Lake, League City, again, that's all coming in your direction. So you're about to get this band of very heavy rain, and you may have, at the very least, street flooding here, League City, San Leon, Dickinson, NASA, Clear Lake, and eventually down to Galveston. Look at Jamaica Beach, Redfish Cove to Jamaica Beach. That is just very slowly moving in your direction. So let's go up to the east side of Harris County. So Pasadena, Cloverleaf, Mount Houston, you guys are getting that heavy rain, and it's just not wanting to move. It just doesn't want to move. It's stuck on us. It's the weather pattern. It's a very unfortunate weather pattern. Atascocita, Lake Houston area getting in on some of that heavier rain as well right now. So is Bushwick Continental getting some lightning and thunder there. And now, if you want to zoom out, let's look at that secondary band, that new band of rain that is trying to form. And it's this right here. And again, it's just the same type of thing. It's grabbing moisture from off the Gulf of Mexico, and look at it, just like a freight train just coming right up 288, and this one is just not moving.
Yeah, look how it's just feeding. It's not like a typical thunderstorm where we'd see the atmosphere stabilize and it ends.
No.
Yeah, David, you're right. Let's keep on tracking this. This just keeps going.
And then to your point, the atmosphere doesn't want to stabilize. So with Allison in 2001, this is what happened. It set up, it started raining, and because of the way the atmosphere is set up, because of the tropical moisture, because of the upper level components and the surface feature, the atmosphere just does not stabilize. It just recharges instantly, and this is very concerning because this is coming up to the southwest side. Let's zoom in here to the southwest freeway at Beltway 8. You know, if this moves a little bit to the east, you're going to get more heavy rain into Bel Air and Meyerland. It's getting very close, Bel Air and Meyerland. Again, this is very heavy rain. Once again, redeveloping Missouri City, where you already have high water. You got stalled cars. Okay, Grace White is in Missouri City. Grace, what do you got for us? Okay, we may not be able to hear her, but that is the new, that is the new band of rain that is developing. That's new rain and moving into Missouri City. We showed you pictures there earlier under the Beltway and the toll road there, flooded, people stranded. Grace, you're there in Missouri City. How are you doing? Are you in a safe spot? Grace,
we are in a safe spot, David. We're starting to see that rain. We're starting to see that rain coming through that you guys are talking about. We actually right now have set up shop underneath Beltway 8 right at Hillcroft Avenue or the Fort Bend Parkway, and we are seeing this rain starting to fall, David.
I'm very concerned that this is going to result in more flooding there, and you know, so far I'm sure we've got some homes.
You know, we did see about an hour ago probably a dozen drivers stranded. Since then, we've seen the water out here go down. Those drivers have either been towed or picked up by family and friends. They are now gone, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 lone cars you can see about 100 yards in front of me there. The drivers, though, we've talked to are okay. Nobody is still inside their vehicle, but a scary situation out here just outside of Missouri City, and you probably just saw that pop of lightning.
And that lightning tells us that we've got convection, and this is more heavy rain and thunderstorm coming in. And Grace, just stay safe out there. Make sure you've got a safe spot to be in, and I'm concerned about even you guys being out on the roads tonight, because that is a developing band of rain that's going to come right over Missouri City here in the next few minutes, Grace.
Sounds good. We'll stay safe and listen to you. Thanks, David.
All right, Grace. And everybody out there as well, the best place to be is right where you are, at home. Even if your home floods, you don't want to get out on the roads because it's just too dangerous out there with all the high water and it being late at night. Yeah. So again, you're looking at pictures there. I believe that's coming from the southwest side in Missouri City. You've got the radar there with the heaviest rain band and the widest rain band on the east side now. Busher to Continental Airport up to the Spring and the Woodlands areas. Roman Forest, Atascocita, Lake Houston area getting very wet right now. Mount Houston, the east side of downtown to Pasadena. And it's still raining heavily in Pearland, but it looks like the back side of the line, at least the first line, is beginning to exit. League City getting into the heavy rain and thunderstorms now. Santa Fe, Hitchcock, Lamarck, Texas City. It's all working in your direction right now. And it's going to continue as the big picture, and we look at the big picture here now. So the parent circulation is, more than 100 miles off to our west. That is the parent circulation. That's what was Hurricane Harvey. Now it's inland, it's a tropical storm, but there's so much energy with it that it is just sitting and spinning and grabbing moisture from off the Gulf of Mexico and pulling it up and into the system. So here's a new rain band that's beginning to expand now and intensify, heading toward Missouri City and the Sugar Land area. And then I'm even seeing another one back here. That one's reaching down toward Palacios and Matagorda Bay. That one's looks like it's gonna develop and perhaps swing through as well. I can't, this is different from Allison. The results may end up being the same. It's a little bit different setup, but the big difference in this one is that this is forecast to stay rainy, not just for one big long night, but we may do this again the next couple of nights as well. There's the heavy rain in Santa Fe and League City. 610 West Loop at Forness. Got a stranded car, got the high water. This is from Transtar. I see somebody trying to sneak through right there. Somebody's up here trying to sneak to some higher ground. This guy's car is flooded out, and they're going to be sitting there for a while, it looks like. And we are trying to get to your questions from Facebook and Twitter as well. And I've got a couple of them here. This is from Brian. Hi, Brian. What time will it hit in Livingston? At the moment, Livingston, you're kind of catching a break from this. You're getting light to moderate rain, but you will have a chance later tonight, like toward midnight as that line pushes further east. Is San Jacinto River under a threat? Absolutely. West Fork of the San Jacinto is expected to flood, major flood, as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday because they've had to release water out of the Lake Conroe Dam. Is Atascocita done with the rain? No. Nobody's done with the rain, unfortunately. I wish I could say we were. You may get breaks, but we're not done. So here's the heavy stuff up toward Magnolia, Todd Mission, Plantersville. Conroe's not getting it bad, but there's Lake Conroe where the lake is filled up so much that they have to let water out of the dam. It's going into the spillway. West Fork of the San Jacinto is where it goes, and it will just make the flooding on the West Fork of the San Jacinto much worse. There's that very heavy band of rain that has flooded parts of Harris County and Fort Bend County and most likely parts of Montgomery County. You're under a flood warning there. Pearland, Friendswood, League City getting the lightning and thunder as well. There's the Gulf Freeway getting it right now. The line is not moving, or it's moving east maybe at about 3 miles an hour. This is very concerning. A new batch of very heavy rain. This is moving up into Missouri City. This is where Grace White is, showing you the pictures of the rain. It looks like it is expanding and heading right up the Beltway 8 on the west side. So more rain for the Addicks and Barker Reservoir. That eventually goes into Buffalo Bayou. Busher to Continental Airport, Mount Houston Road. You guys are getting flooding rains on the roads right now. You're under flood warning. So here's future track for tonight and tomorrow. And it sits and spins on us through 8 a.m. tomorrow. We may still be sitting here doing this. Flood watch is in effect till further notice, clearly. This is an updated forecast track from the Hurricane Center. So the parent storm, the thing causing all this trouble, is here. That's the parent circulation of what was Cat 4 Hurricane Harvey. It's now just a tropical storm, but these tropical storms are notorious rainmakers, even if they stick around for a day or two. This one weakens to a depression, but still sticks around. That is through Thursday. Even in that position, a tropical low, even a remnant low pressure on Thursday, in that position can still bring in more rain. So it's Saturday night. That's Thursday. We may be in flood emergencies off and on for the next several days. 100% rain chance Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 80%, Thursday, 70%. I can't remember seeing an extended forecast like this ever since I've been here at KHIU for 20 years. I can't remember seeing something like this. This is a very, very rare and unusual event. Len, go ahead.
I had a question, actually, David. You were talking about Harvey moving and then being, I guess it would be west of Houston. We've said that this thing is kind of spinning on its own with no steering current. So how is it going to move without currents?
Well, eventually, a current is going to come down in the form of a trough Wednesday, Thursday, and that is what is going to eventually lift it out of here. But it's going to be a very, very slow process. Until that trough comes down to lift it out, we're stuck with it.
And so we're going to see, I mean, this is the worst case scenario that actually you talked about several days ago, that for the next several days, we're going to get bands of rain. We don't know when it'll come. We don't know what the rate will be, but it's coming.
Yeah, and when it comes, it stays. I can't tell you when this is going to come to an end because of the tropical nature of the atmosphere. And it looks like, just looking at some of the satellite imagery, we've got an upper level component to it as well to help lift the atmosphere. You know, so quite often we'll get thunderstorms and they'll rain themselves out really heavily and they'll go away. That's called stabilizing the atmosphere. What's happening here and what's different about this is that the atmosphere is in a constant state of recharge, constantly being recharged with fresh moisture off the Gulf of Mexico, feeding into the system. And so instead of raining itself out and then stabilizing and getting us a long break for a day or so, it just doesn't happen. It keeps recharging over and over again as it sucks in moisture, comes in, spins around the parent low, and that parent low is just sitting there and it's just not going to move.
I know several days ago when you first started talking about this, David, nobody could kind of grasp what you were saying about the number of inches of rain that we could get, the way this thing was setting up. Sometimes we say that and it never happens, but this is exactly what has happened and it could potentially be worse than what we thought.
It's hard to get your head around something like this. I looked at this forecast and it was, because I haven't experienced this before. This is so rare for a storm to sit in one spot for so many days in a row. And it made landfall yesterday around this time.
Right.
We're only into day one. And so you're looking at this and it's like, well, it's forecast to be here Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
It's no break.
We may not get a break from this for a while.
And I'm curious to see, you know, it's nighttime. You're talking about another band. Let's see how things look at daylight.
Yeah.
Even after some of the water has gone down, but clearly the damage will have been left behind. We'll know about the number of abandoned cars. We already know about one fatality, hopefully not any more. We'll also find out whether there's water in homes. We don't know about Meyerland yet. According to Harris County Judge Ed Emmett, that has not happened, but according to him, there is water in homes in the Westbury neighborhood. So there's a lot we don't know that we will see at daylight.
Yeah, and I'm concerned that we've got this secondary rain band that's trying to develop. You know, it may be a whole lot worse than even it is right now. By the time we get to daylight, that's that second rain band that's forming right there, and it's coming right up the west side where we've already had very heavy rain, and it's stationary. I mean, the individual storms are racing north, but the line itself is just not moving. It's just not moving east anymore. You know, this is concerning. It looks like it's actually trying to fill in here between the two lines. So the atmosphere is just in one of those states where it is just a perfect rain machine. It is just a perfect rain maker, guys.
David, we're getting some questions on our Facebook page. Somebody asked about Greenspoint. Is it going to be as bad as it was a couple of years ago, or actually about a year and a half ago?
So I mean, I don't know, but it may be worse than it was a couple of years ago. That's right. When we had flooding in the first stories of the apartment complexes there, it certainly could be worse. Yes, it could.
Somebody asked a really good question about the tunnels in downtown Houston. Would they flood? Are they flooded?
We've got to get Buffalo and White Oak Bayou up over their banks, and that would cause the flooding in the tunnels. They're not at that state right now, but if the rain keeps coming like it is and is forecast to, then absolutely everything's on the table.
Somebody's asking about rainfall totals in Pasadena tonight.
So I can estimate that you've had about 3 to 4 inches in Pasadena right now. Yeah, estimated by radar, we're looking at about 2 to 4 inches. We've got rain gauges across the area. The problem is all that information goes to a web page, and right now that web page is overwhelmed or down because of electricity and difficulty and all the people trying to get to it. So from time to time, it's difficult for us to get to. Brooks, you got an update on that?
It looks like the site is having problems, but it's coming back in stages. So I just got an update for Sims Bayou at MLK.
Okay.
And it looks like at this point it's 25 feet high and its top of bank is 35 feet high. So it's got about 10 feet to go before it tops over. And as you mentioned, I just flicked over to the future track and it just shows this fire hose of rain continuing overnight into tomorrow morning. So a continuing thread. One person on Twitter had asked me, will this overflow at Sims Bayou in the morning? And it's sort of like those questions about will the tunnel system in downtown Houston flood or other questions about neighborhoods. And this is one of those situations where there's potential in the atmosphere for something that maybe we haven't seen in a long time or we haven't seen in our generation. So something to watch and track. David, at this point, I've been monitoring the various sources we have for information over at the National Weather Service, and very interesting information, very, I guess you could say, kind of alarming as for how much rain has fallen in some spots. A report of nearly 10 inches of rain in the last hour and a half falling in one place, and that was 3 miles south of Hobby Airport from a train spotter. So nearly, just think about that for a second, nearly 10 inches of rain in an hour and a half just south of Hobby. 3 miles south of Hobby is kind of getting toward the Pearland area. Amazing to hear about that, but when you see pictures like this, this is out of Missouri City, it's something that is a little bit more believable. I mean, if you had told me, oh yeah, we got 10 inches in an hour and a half, I think you were exaggerating, but this is coming from a train spotter, and we have pictures to prove that this flooding is becoming regular.
Adam Bennett is in Cypress tonight. He has been there for quite some time. We had a couple of tornadoes there a few hours ago. Adam, where exactly are you? Are you near the area where there was a home fire earlier or someplace else?
So we're a little bit farther south. We are actually along Barker Cypress Road, just a little bit south of West Road. So that's south of the Berry Center, which was, of course, damaged during the storm earlier today. And right now, the rain, we're seeing just a pretty steady rain coming down. It's kind of been coming and going in bands, right? So about an hour ago, it was a lot heavier than this. It felt like we were in the middle of a tropical storm. The wind was gusting really, really fast. The rain was coming down so hard that you could barely see in front of you. It was really tough actually driving just to get to this spot where we are now. Really low visibility. Then it stopped for about an hour and now it's kind of picked back up. And even in just the last couple minutes, it's tapered off quite a bit from where it was just 5 minutes ago. The good news is we're seeing cars able to go up and down Barker Cypress pretty easily. We haven't seen any kind of street flooding around here. And really just within the last hour, we've driven from up on the opposite side of 290 where it turns into FM 1960. We drove that all the way over 290 and down to where we are now, and we were able to get through. This is an area, though, that's already been hit really, really hard by these storms today. We're actually underneath the overhang of a bank that got damaged earlier today from that tornado that touched down over here. Parts of the roof came flying off, and then just across the street from where we are, there was a truck that was flipped over, and actually just right in front of this drive-through, this is one of dozens of downed trees and uprooted trees that we've seen all throughout this area today. I believe the sheriff said just in this one small subdivision, more than 30 homes damaged from that tornado. It was a tornado that touched down in 4 different places. So this is an area that's already seen quite a bit of damage and hardship today from these storms. But luckily right now, the roads are passable, at least from what we've seen on this stretch along Barker Cypress that we've been down. But that rain just continues to fall, and it has been for the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's really good information.
Definitely, definitely not something that anybody wants to see here.
And you mentioned something that I had not heard before, Adam, that there are some 30 homes hit by tornadoes in that area tonight.
Well, that was earlier this afternoon. So that was earlier this afternoon when the sheriff was in this area, maybe around 4 o'clock or so. It was a tornado that hit right around, again, where we are, Barker Cypress and West Road area. We saw some fences knocked down, several trees uprooted, windows on people's vehicles smashed in. One guy described actually seeing the tornado moving between houses and coming straight towards him. And he said it was exactly like you always hear people describe. It sounded like a roaring sound that was just really deafening. Yeah, like a train, exactly.
Any word of any injuries
tonight,
out
at least
there?
from what we've seen so far, just rain.
Any report of any injuries
No
out
reports
there?
of any injuries so far. No reports of any injuries so far, and that's really the great news in all of this. Obviously, a lot of people here are going through a lot of hardships with all the damage that they've faced today, whether from this or we were at that house fire earlier. You know, several people inside that home are having to clean that up. But the good news here, and a lot of the residents have mentioned this, you know, the garages and the fences and everything that was damaged can be replaced, but they are just thankful that nobody, from what they know, nobody has been hurt in this. And they said the community is really coming together to help each other and help each other move forward from this.
And that is certainly something that Mayor Turner has talked about folks being neighborly when he knew that things were going to get bad, to check on folks, and it's good to hear that. Adam Bennett out in Cypress, thank you. Grace White is in Missouri City tonight, where we've seen several stranded vehicles that got caught up in this deluge of rain that hit this evening. And Grace, you said earlier, all those drivers are fine, they're just abandoned cars there, correct?
That's right, Lynn. We are just seeing stranded cars at this point, and really it's gotten a lot better out here, although we are seeing that second band of rain coming in now, so that's concerning. But really, earlier we saw probably a dozen folks out here with us who were on their way home from work, just trying to get to their friends and family, could not get home. But again, all those people have either been towed away or picked up by family and friends. It's just those few cars there in the distance that you can see that are still stranded out here. We talked to that first car you can see is actually a BMW SUV. We talked to those drivers earlier. They're okay. They are not in that car. They were trying to figure out what to do about it, but we made sure they are safe tonight.
Yeah, I just know
but
people
again, we are just outside of Missouri City.
I'm astounded that people are actually out, and they're still out, even with all these abandoned cars. That pickup truck that just went by you, and there's another car there. I'm just amazed that people are still out in this.
Hard to believe, Lynn, but I can tell you, about an hour and a half ago, it was really a lot of people that were on their way home from work we talked to. So we can understand that, but certainly now, as the rain picks back up again, extremely dangerous outside.
All right, Grace White in Missouri City, several abandoned cars there. We know that there are other abandoned cars and some rescues that have taken place around town, even one fatality at Warrenton and Gessner on the west side, a drowning. David Paul, we've seen Cypress, we've seen Missouri City, rain picking back up, but it looks like the water's going down and people are out and they are driving. Maybe this ban isn't as bad as what we just got.
I hope not. I really hope not. But it's not quite as wide. This is the secondary rain band, but it's certainly almost as intense as this one is. And this one now has parked itself. Galveston County, Brazoria County, west side of Galveston Island, up to downtown on the east side. In fact, it's almost kind of built back toward downtown. Sunnyside to Heekers, y'all are getting heavy rain right now. That's going to move into the Bel Air, Meyerland area once again, sweep through there. This is the secondary line that's going to come through Mission Bend, Sugar Land, and up and down the west side of Beltway 8. This is going to bring more heavy rain to the Jersey Village area, Cypress and Willowbrook Mall area. Eventually, that's going to sweep up into your area. All the green lines on the screen, by the way, are all the multitude of flash flood warnings and flash flood emergencies that have been issued by the National Weather Service tonight. LaPorte, Baytown, the heavy rain is still to your west. Pasadena, you're still in the heavy rain. I saw, you mentioned a rainfall report earlier of almost 10 inches in an hour and a half. Yeah. I've seen another rainfall report of 9 inches in about an hour. So it's beginning to confirm that this is Allison rainfall rate like. In Tropical Storm Allison, I watched the rain gauge get 3 inches of rain in 10 minutes. It's just the amount of rain that can come down from these tropical systems. And now what is this quasi-tropical system is just incredible. And I'm very concerned that these rain bands are just not going to let up all night long. This is still in western Galveston County. Santa Fe, League City, the thunderstorms are on you. Seabrook, it's reached you. So street flooding is taking place here. Farther to the north, It's still heavy rain. Aldine up to Bush Intercontinental Airport. There you are at Tascasita, Lake Houston area. Heavy rain is just starting to sneak into your neighborhoods now. Spring in the Woodlands. There's some of the heavy rain you're getting. Although east of the Woodlands and just east of Spring, at the moment, you're not included in any type of flash flood warning. But I must warn you that they're letting water out of Lake Conroe. It's going to go and exacerbate the flooding on the west fork of the San Jacinto. And that is forecast to rise tremendously as that feeds into Lake Houston over the coming days. It is forecast to go into major flood. On the west fork of the San Jacinto, a lot of those homes there are up on stilts, but the neighborhoods will get cut off because the roads will be inundated with the high water. Plantersville to Montgomery, western Montgomery County, you're getting some heavy rain here at the moment. Montgomery, Plantersville, up to Dobbin and Anderson, you're not included in a flood warning, but you are getting some heavy rain there right now. Here's line number 1 that came through and has now just parked itself. Here is heavy rain band number 2 that has just parked itself and is expanding and increasing in intensity as it moves right over Missouri City and just east of Sugar Land. And boy, that part of the Beltway, southwest side of the Beltway, getting tremendous amounts of rainfall right there. And the forecasts are just disturbing because, as we were leading up to this event, we thought this might go on for days. Well, it's here, it's flooding us, and that is the parent circulation of what was Harvey, and it is forecast to sit in the same spot, through tomorrow morning. And look at the rain that it is forecasting for southeast Texas. This is a live shot, Transtar, I-45 Gulf Freeway at Howard. What is this? These guys are walking through the water. I don't know if they've had to abandon a vehicle, but cars are pulled over on the side of the road here. Gulf Freeway at Howard, where it is just blinding rain. And so 1, 2, 3 cars have stopped. These brave souls are trudging on. Hopefully they can get home safely. But look at the waves. Look at the high water underneath the freeway here. You saw some folks running through the water there. This is, I don't believe this is a bayou. This is just the roadway that is now flooded under what looks like quite a bit of water there. I-45, the Gulf Freeway at Howard. So look, we've got 1, 2, 3 cars parked. This guy's going by. We've got 1, 2, 3 cars that I see there pulled over with the flashers on there. And I think it's just because the rain is coming down so much, it's just too dangerous for these folks to drive. This guy looks like he's going to start and try to get going. And they're elevated. This is not from flooding that they've stopped. It is from blinding rain. The rainfall rates are just so tremendous. Tropical Storm Allison was basically best described as off the charts. And so this setup is one that could also be off the charts. We'll just have to wait and see how it plays out, Len.
I'm looking, and we're just getting word that the flash flood warning we've been talking about has been extended to 4 a.m. That includes Austin, Brazoria, Harris, Fort Bend, Grimes, and Matagorda counties. That's the flash flood warning in effect for all of these counties until 4 in the morning, David Paul. So go ahead. And so
we're getting a lot of questions. Most of them are, when is it going to stop raining in my neighborhood? And the problem is, the answer to that is, you may get a break for a little while, but in many places it may not stop raining for hours on end. So the answer to that question is, I don't have the answer because the whole system is just parked on us. It doesn't want to move. And this is the forecast track for what's left of Harvey, and it just meanders for the next several days and is still to our west-northwest by Thursday of next week. Yeah, this is Saturday. We're almost going into Sunday.
I wonder, so somebody had asked on Facebook, when is it out of here? So Thursday, can we say that?
I don't know. I don't know if we can say that, Len. I mean, Thursday it's here. In that spot, we could still be getting some rain bands from it.
How fast is Harvey moving right now?
Stationary right now. The storm is.
So it's like not doing anything.
The storm is parked. Here's a look at look at this blinding rain. Look at all the cars that have pulled, and folks are turning around on the freeway. Is that right? I-45 Gulf Free at Alameda, Genoa.
Is that going southbound or northbound?
Somebody's backing up. Sure.
David, would you like me to show some of those short-range, high-resolution model outlooks?
Yeah, let's go for it. So
let's
just
first stick on this, though.
Just a moment. So what's happening here is on the Gulf Freeway, Alameda, Genoa, folks have just parked. You can see the rain is coming down in just incredible sheets. This is that rainfall rate of perhaps as much as 10 inches per hour, because we've had a couple of reports of that much from trained spotters. But folks, some of them are stopping here on the road. It looks like some are actually turning around. I've never seen that before, just simply because of the rainfall rate, which is making it impossible to drive. But all these folks here have just stopped because the rain is coming down so heavily. Oh, and here's a mess. I-10 East at McCarty, and we've got high water on one of the low spots of I-10 East. And, well, so you've got drivers that are going to be spending the night there tonight.
Yeah, that's effectively closed, and the rain's not showing any sign of stopping. David, you know, you and I, just candidly, as we do when we're doing these forecasts, looked at each other and said, there's no way these models are even approaching accuracy. Maybe there's convective feedback. How are we going to get 20 inches of rain in a short amount of time? We've already seen just an hour and a half to 2 hours, 9 to 10 inches of rain. Yep. It's going to rain for at least the next couple of hours. That right there would be 20 inches. Looking at some of these high-resolution computer models, these short-range forecasts, meaning like instead of a week away, looking at the next 12 hours, the future radar, which is over my shoulder right now, is, I don't know how to describe it other than that's a lot of rain. From now till 8 a.m., persistent heavy rain. I'm going to start again at the beginning of that. Here's 11:15 right about now. Here's 12:30. This is just one computer model, but it does a decent job of forecasting a chance for rain. And this is showing those bands of Tropical Storm Harvey continuing like a fire hose right over downtown Houston, right over Pearland, Angleton, Freeport. And it may continue through noon tomorrow. Now, if this happens, we're going to see rainfall totals additional approaching 10 to 15 inches of rain. David, I'm hearing that we have a new tornado warning for Harris County, and let's get a look at where exactly this is happening.
Yeah, I'm zooming in on it. Weather 1, go ahead and take it.
All right, let's go over to Weather 1.
So what you're looking at is
Pasadena.
Yeah, right in here. You see the polygon that's drawn there. That's the tornado warning box for the Pasadena area. I'm going to clear that. Let's take a look inside. Let's scope it and see if we see any type of a couplet. Yeah, there's rotation. Let me look at this and draw this in. So what we're doing is we're using the Doppler part of Doppler radar, and right
here. Why don't I drive for you?
Yeah, right there. That's the spot right there that's showing signs of rotating. It's so close to the radar site that it's giving it a different looking couplet, but that's it, right?
Yeah,
that's got to be it.
Absolutely, that's it. It's radar indicated, and this is a rotating thunderstorm. This is common in these hurricane bands, the tropical storm remnant of Hurricane Harvey. And this is tracking toward the northwest. Let me see what the timing is on this.
It's like it's almost due north. So Pasadena, Link 5, Channel View, Galena Park, you're all close to this rotation. Interior room of your home on the first floor, away from windows, is the place to be, the safest place to be.
Like north at 15.
Yeah, thank you, Brooks, moving north at 15 miles an hour. That's the rotation indicated by radar that says we could see this produce a tornado. It's also another indicator of how much lift, how much violent lift there is in the atmosphere to not only produce the incredible amounts of rain we're seeing, but also the possibility of these tornadoes. We're looking for debris here. I'm not seeing it there. Yeah, so this is just one more symptom of being next to a landfalling, powerful tropical storm that is now just sitting off to our west. So Golden Acres and Deer Park, you guys are in the path of this possible tornado indicated by radar. It's nighttime, so I doubt anybody has spotted it, but we've spotted it on radar. And so that's it. There's Bliss Meadow Park, San Jacinto College, right near Fairmont Elementary School. And so it's moving north. So Deer Park, Pasadena, you guys are in the path of that violent, heavy rainstorm that has the potential to produce a tornado. Pasadena Bayshore Hospital is right nearby there, drifting north up Beltway 8. And again, this is looking inside the storm using the Doppler part of Doppler radar, and you've got this counterclockwise rotation, and we can see it based on the radar display, see how these these cooler colors are interacting with the hotter colors, and so that's where we've got our rotation. So Golden Acres, you guys are right in the path of this new just issued tornado warning, and this is moving north at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. Let's do a big picture. Let's look at the rain. Let's do a rain band update. Heavy rain band in Beaumont. They've had rain there all day. Heavy rain band, this is the one that's caused the initial flood emergency.
I'm turning off the watches and warnings just so you can see it. We're so riddled with it, it's actually covering the map.
And then secondary, glad you did, secondary rain band here with more heavy rain, moving up the west side through Missouri City, through the West Park Tollway, Energy Corridor, out I-10 West through Memorial, the west part of Memorial, and then up toward Jersey Village, more heavy rain there. Tomball, that's heading up toward you. Prairie View A&M, you guys are getting rained on too up there in Waller County. Conroe, getting a good moderate rain. You've had enough where they've had to release water out of the dam at Lake Conroe. That is going to flood the West Fork of the San Jacinto. Closer in on Harris County, it's almost filling in across Harris County now, the amount of rain and the heavy rain. Jacinto City, heavy thunderstorm. That's the tornado warning. We've left that up, racing north through Pasadena. Acres Homes, north side to Aldine, getting heavy rain up I-45 on the Hardy Toll Road. 59 is getting moderate to heavy rain, Dryersdale, and then up toward Atascocita. Bush Little Airport getting heavy rain. I bet you they've got delays at Bush with this heavy rain and thunder with the planes trying to fly through that mess. And then the west side, you know, there it is. You've got Sugar Land over to Missouri City, DeWalt, and Fresno, and then Sienna Plantation. I see you there, Sienna Plantation. Very heavy storm and just coming up over and over again. We're getting some lightning in here telling me that it's convective as well. Let's take another look at our rotating storm. This is, so Kindred Hospital in Pasadena, the rotation is right over you. It's racing north, so it won't stay in you very long, but you see how we've got these hot colors and cool colors right there. So right where they come together, right there, you've got that twisting of the atmosphere, and that's where you've got that possible tornado. It's radar indicated, but we've had several tornadoes verified today. We've had damage from these, like roof damage, shingle damage, fences damaged as well, loose items blown around. These are weak tornadoes, usually EF0s, which have winds up to about 85 miles an hour. EF1s can have winds up to 100 miles an hour or so. So they're the weak tornadoes, but obviously they can do damage where they come down. So there's the heavy rain, more of it west side, and then if you zoom out a little bit, and first of all, stay here.
Yeah.
So Galveston County, there you are. So League City, and that's our National Weather Service radar site right there. So League City getting torrential rain right now on I-45, Santa Fe. Street flooding rain at best, probably worse if it hangs out much longer. Bay Harbor, west side of Galveston Island, getting very, very heavy rain as well. This is that secondary line that is just, you can just see how it's just like a straw, just pulling that moisture off the Gulf of Mexico. Let's zoom out. So there's another band of rain. Hello, El Campo. Good evening. Garwood out to Columbus. There's another band. If we get these, and usually when we get these flash flooding events like this, it happens at night. And the reason is, at night, the surface boundaries are little boundaries in the atmosphere. You can't see them with your eyes, but they're there. But at night, the boundaries tend to get a little more organized and they tighten up. Think of them as like a picket fence. So you've got a picket fence here, a picket fence here, you've got a fence here, you've got another fence here. So now that it's nighttime, we can see them all. And these are the areas where it's like a speed bump. The air moves along and then it hits that speed bump and bumps up. That rising air is what produces rain and clouds and eventually thunderstorms. And in this very unique situation, it's all wrapping in and around to a stationary point. And that parent storm doesn't want to move, but it has so much energy with it that it just continues to feed these bands of rain, and they just do not want to stop. So flash flood emergency is underway across Houston, Harris County, and we've got this tornado warning here near Pasadena. Blinding rain here on the east side. Cars are stopping and turning around on the Gulf Freeway because they just can't see where they're going because the rain is so heavy.
This is a 4-hour loop, by the way. I just want to tell you. Okay. You can look at how the motion goes east, and then now it's stationary, maybe even drifting back west.
Yeah, it definitely is pulled up stationary. And this new band of rain here is just, it's just not moving. It has parked itself there. So the rain totals are going to begin to add up there on the west side as well.
And that east side band, look at that east side band down to Pasadena, Friendswood, down through, boy, Galveston County there.
So this is where, and if we have that TransStar shot of the Gulf Freeway again,
Alameda Genoa Gulf Freeway.
Yeah, yeah. If we have it at Alameda Genoa, and we're efforting the pictures for you here.
And that was the spot that get almost 10 inches of rain in just an hour and a half, and it continues to rain there.
And we had there was another report I saw of almost 9 inches of rain in an hour. So those are the type of rain rates and totals we saw during Allison. You know, my concern is that if this sits on us for a couple of days, we're going to see rainfall totals that are above Allison, and we're going to see worse flooding. So here's the Gulf Freeway, Alameda Genoa. Look at the folks here. They're out of their car. They've got an umbrella here. I mean, it's still raining, but they've just stopped. There's a bunch of people that have just stopped on the freeway. They're looking over the freeway. I don't know what they're looking at. And then we've got another car. There goes somebody that's drivable. These guys have stopped here. I see back on this side, we've got more cars parked on the other side, but traffic is moving. It looks like the rain, at least for the moment, has let up a little bit, enough for these brave souls to get out with an umbrella, and they're looking over at what's below them, which is probably flooded cars and flooded streets. But this has just been a tremendous night of heavy rain, and unfortunately, it's just not over yet. So back to the radar. And there it is, just not moving. And also, at times, it almost looks like it wants to fill in between those two lines.
Yeah, and that would be what the models were showing. You can see it right down there in Brazoria County, just to the right across Manville, and right in those last frames, right there. I'm going to pause it.
Yeah, right in there.
And so if this fills in, which it looks like it's doing, at the very least, this batch is going to move back into Houston. We're looking at 2 to 4 inch per hour rainfall rates, and if you extrapolate that over a period of 5 or 6 hours,
especially on the saturated grounds that we have right now. So, you know, it's not over. It doesn't look like it's over by a long shot. It looks like we have at least several hours to go, where the rain will continue to be very heavy coming up through Brazoria County, Manville, Pearland. There's more heavy rain coming your way. Looks like this is going to want to come right across the heart of Harris County, and this is going to just cause an even greater flood threat than we've already had. And unfortunately, this weather system is so unique, and I can't remember ever seeing in this area a forecast for a tropical system to sit in a position to our west where it would just do this to us. All right, let's go to Texas City. You want to do on the radar, or you got a camera for me? All right, here we go. Live pics, Texas City. And you're getting very, very heavy rain. This is a parking lot here, but that's that blinding rain that is coming down and causing folks on the road to stop, pull over, in some cases turn around. So do not go outside and drive. If you're a young person and you're like, let's get out in the storm, you don't want to do that. Just don't do it. I know I was young once too. Don't do it, because there's so many deep water spots out there right now, and you won't be able to see them, and the next thing you know, you're going to be in a life-threatening situation.
David, I remember from the Memorial Day floods, Sherman Chow, our reporter and anchor, was stuck on I-10 looking down at a feeder road below on a bridge, and those, you know, the big F-250, the big lifted, awesome pickup trucks that can go anywhere, do anything, go mudding. Well, the water was over the roofs. These guys thought they could drive right through it, and were not able to. So this is that kind of a situation where we don't know how deep the water is. There are really deep water spots. But I did want to add as well, as we look at these pictures from Texas City, of a lot of people in the medical center are asking us, we've got a huge shift change in the morning between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. How will the medical center be during that time? Can we execute our shift change in the morning? And David, my reaction is, if this rain continues at its current rate, it's going to be impossible to get from Pearland to the medical center. It's going to be impossible to get from the Woodlands to the medical center, from Houston to the medical center. And if the waters continue to rise, they may have to close a lot of those floodgates in some of those buildings. And where do you park?
Yeah, I was thinking about the Med Center.
Yeah, so the shifts may have to be extended for a long time. You just can't get in. Yeah, so that's a big concern there for doctors and medical personnel in the Med Center for the big shift change and all the support that goes into that.
And I just wanted to bring up one thing. We're in the middle of this coverage, and I know it's almost overwhelming, but I'm looking at the signature moments in terms of storms in Houston, and I think of Carla and Alicia and Allison and Ike. Harvey will be perhaps the signature storm that we'll be talking about for decades based on what we're looking at right now. We've got 10-inch rain totals around the city. That is just tonight. We've got problems on the roads, abandoned cars, stranded vehicles, 45 at Alameda Genoa, 288 in Holly Hall, down in Missouri City, I-10 in McCarty. There are problems. There was a fatality at Warrenton and Gessner, and the list goes on and on and on. This is going to be incredibly tragic when we get full numbers in the morning to see just how many people who had to get out of their cars, who got trapped, who got stuck trying to go to work. We've seen it over and over again. And there have been high water rescues. We don't know how many, but we know from Judge Ed Emmett that there have been a lot. So we won't get the full numbers until daybreak, and the information starts coming in, and we get to see the full scope of what we're looking at right now.
Lynn, new updates on rainfall totals from Harris County Flood Control District. Jeff Linder reporting 9.3 inches in 3 hours for the city of South Houston. 5 inches and change in just 1 hour at Clear Creek and Bay Area Boulevard. That's near like Dixie Farm Road area, Southeast Houston, Friendswood area. Beamer has ditch over banks, I guess, filled up. Beamer Road there in the Pearland area, Southeast Houston. Turkey Creek is over the banks, and Lower Hunting is now over the banks, and there's no sign that this is going to let up. The initial line was pumping rainfall totals of 4 to 6 inches. This line is pumping rainfall per hour, 4 to 6 inches per hour. Just incredible Noah's Ark style rainfall rates. That'll give you a foot of rain in 2 hours. And we've seen rainfall totals in spots close to 10 inches in 2 hours. At this point, the rain on the west side, Sugar Land, Thompson's, Brazos Bend, those are rainfall rates between 2 and 4 inches. So still unbelievable rainfall totals when extended over a long time. And so that's why this is a concerning situation. We're catching a bit of a break in downtown. This is a 4-hour loop. And I wanted to show you the 4-hour loop because there was a definite eastward motion of this band. We were hoping it would go through and set up shop somewhere else or maybe just dissipate. But instead, it's stalled on the east side of town. The tornado warning near Pasadena has been canceled, so there's no more tornado warnings. But it's not only stalled, a second one has formed in the last 2 hours. This one very heavy over Sugar Land. This is a direct feeder band into Harvey. Tropical Storm Harvey right now getting whatever punch it has left thanks to the waters of the Gulf of Mexico south of us. So it's sort of like the lifeline for this tropical system trying to stay alive, trying to get that warm, humid air to consume, to maintain its entity as a tropical system. And we're the victims of that. We're under that. And so all the rain and all the moisture that's going to get pulled into the center of Harvey, which is about 120 miles west of us, is getting pulled in right over our area. It's not moving east, it's not moving west, it's just sitting here. And the high-resolution, short-range computer models, it's just a way to describe some of our tools for weather forecasting, are suggesting that not only will this not go anywhere, but it may persist not just through 1 or 2 a.m., not just through 4 or 5 a.m., but potentially through daybreak into mid-morning, maybe as long as lunchtime. So if we continue rainfall rates in spots, even at 1 or 2 inches per hour, you're looking at another 8 to 10 hours of rain, which is at least 8 or 10 inches. At most, 16 to 20 inches. And if we have an insurgence of even more rain and higher rainfall rates as some of these bands combine and fill in, we could see spots just overnight getting over 2 feet of rain, maybe approaching 30 inches. Now, that's concerning, obviously. That's going to cause flooding like we haven't seen in a very long time, maybe since Allison in 2001, the tropical storm that brought so much floodwater to Houston. This event with Harvey is going to come in waves over the next several days. So we're dealing with it tonight, and we're going to deal with it for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe even into Thursday. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to rain every hour of every day for that week-long period, but it certainly means we could see waves of rain like this intermittently dumping its own equivalent of a big rainfall event. So after we get 20 or 30 inches of rain, which is possible out of this thing alone tonight and tomorrow, hopefully we catch a break. The bayous hopefully can recede and expel all of that water into Galveston Bay and let us recharge a little bit. Now, even if that happens, we're so saturated that any future rainfall will accumulate much more quickly as the ground cannot absorb any more water. So if we do get more bands of rain setting up Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, we're going to see the situation potentially get worse. So this is a very long duration event. We've got to pace ourselves with this. This is different than Memorial Day or Tax Day. And this is different than Allison. Allison happened overnight. We may get a similar setup to Allison by the time this night's over, but this event will not end for the better part of a week. So, Lynn, you know, you've been in Houston long enough to know that when you see rain like this, when you see people backing up on the highway, they stop and put it in reverse. There's a problem out there. We know that there's a closure I-10 on the east side, thanks to that accident, right? There may be a closure on 45 southbound. So we're starting to become an island, if you will, from the freeways if this trend continues. On the north side, it's been a little bit lighter, but you guys, Conroe, Woodlands, you guys are still getting soaked, and no doubt you'll have high water in your typical high water spots. They've been getting flooding rains in the Austin area. And yes, we're not forgetting you in Colorado County. Beautiful Garwood, Eagle Lake, getting soaked right now, and flash flood warnings across the region.
We are getting reports of many high water rescues now, basically across the area.
So across the area now, people are out and about. Maybe they had to be out, you know, who knows, maybe they had to work. For whatever reason, they're in their cars and they've gotten stuck. Now, high water rescue means that a boat's been used to pluck them out of a car. We hope it doesn't mean, but it can mean in some instances that a car drove under an underpass that flooded, like this one along Allen Parkway underneath Studemont. This is one that has flood gauges, and it appears there's standing water. I can't tell from this distance how deep it is, but that's one that I've myself seen over Memorial Day when the pumps are broken, fill all the way up to the top, and it's quite a sight to see. We have had situations in the past where people drive through floodwater at night. This is the most dangerous and deadly time to try and take the roadways, and they've lost their lives. I know this is Allen Parkway. I believe I may have said Memorial. Yeah, no, I know this is Allen Parkway. It's been a long day. Allen Parkway under Studemont. And you can see the pouring rain coming down at the floodlights. The water will be rising. The pump's trying to keep up with this amount of water. And this is just one spot. This is one little tiny spot in a very large city and urban landscape with many low water spots. South to north movement. This is moisture coming in off the Gulf. Another big difference with this system. Typically, when Houston sees a big thunderstorm or even a Memorial Day type event, the atmosphere stabilizes, but that won't happen this time because we're dealing with a tropical cyclone, a tropical storm. And what a cyclone does is it not only creates lift dynamically, it destabilizes instantly because there's just this flow of endless warm Gulf moisture. Look at this feeder band. It goes all the way down from South Padre. It does it in a huge loop and then comes all the way up through Conroe. And another one here, sourcing from the tropical waters off Corpus Christi, moving all the way up through the coastal bend into Matagorda Bay and curling up into the Brenham area and into Austin. Austin seeing their own share of flash flooding. So there are at least three. Here's the third feeder band. There's at least three of these feeding into the storm. You know, these storms are heat engines. It's sort of like an engine on a lawnmower where you pull the cord, it starts up and continues until it runs out of gas. Well, that's the exact same thing with this. This is an engine like a lawnmower engine, but instead of internal combustion, it gets its fuel from warm water. And this engine wants to stay on. You know when you're mowing the lawn and you let off the bar and it chokes a little bit, and then you have to give it a little gas and it'll try and stay on? This system is doing everything it can to stay on. And part of that is ingesting huge amounts of moisture that it can't get from its eye. It has to get that moisture from the open Gulf of Mexico, and we're under that moisture feed, which is why we're going to continue to see these enormous rainfall totals. The latest on that tornado warning, which the National Weather Service had canceled, is that there is still rotation within that storm, and we could see a new tornado warning come up at any time. This is Pasadena, right at the LaPorte Freeway, Highway 225 at the Beltway, the Sam Houston Tollway. This is right as you get into those bridges where you've got the refineries on this side, and maybe you take this route when you drive from Pearland to the Bush Intercontinental Airport when there's too much traffic downtown. But this is heading toward the north, doing about 15, 20 miles an hour at this rate. Currently 1144 toward midnight. In about 15 minutes, it'll be up toward the Cloverleaf area. Oh, new tornado warning. Okay, so this is a new tornado warning on that cell. Okay, thanks, David. So new tornado warning on the cell. We've had a couple of these verify. Most of these tornadoes, and by verify I mean confirmed, most of these tornadoes have been weak, but they can still knock down fences and they can still do roof damage. And of course, when you're dealing with heavy rain like this, the last thing you need is roof damage for leaks. Here's a closer view. This is, gosh, what a name for a school, the Deepwater Elementary School. Here we are talking about flooding. This is right over the Deepwater Elementary School, and that's right for a landmark for you. That's at Beltway 8 and 225. It's a fairly loose couplet, as it's called, where you have the red going away from radar and the green going toward radar, causing this circulation. But it could be dropping funnel clouds from time to time, maybe brief tornadoes, and it's heading north right toward the Beaumont Freeway, I-10, just east of Greens Bayou, west of Channelview. And so for drivers there, if anybody is actually driving on I-10, I think I-10 might be closed a little bit closer in thanks to that wreck. The semi-truck wreck, actually, no, it wasn't a wreck. I apologize for that. It was a high water at one of the underpasses, and it caused everybody to stop. So I think a semi-truck's blocking all the lanes there, but not a wreck, just from the high water. But that thing's going to cross and may go up to Atascocita. I want to talk about Atascocita and Kingwood. We haven't talked about you guys too much, and if we haven't mentioned your town, do not take offense. We just have emergencies happening right now, that being a flash flood emergency in downtown. Do not drive if you're a young person, if you're my age. You might say, yeah, I've got that truck, I'm going to go test it out. I've watched on Instagram those videos of people fording through water. It's just not worth it. Even if you have a snorkel, don't forget you've got that computer with the little nav and everything, and if that gets wet, you're looking at $5,000, even in a Toyota. I know there's a big community of folks there, so just be careful with this stuff. Not worth driving. But let me talk about Kingwood and Atascocita. So we've got the West Fork of the San Jacinto feeding into Lake Houston in this neck of the woods, and Lake Conroe is at full pool. It's at the top of its brim before it spills over. So the San Jacinto Authority has released the water, and they're releasing water in hopefully a controlled way. We're not seeing flooding yet along the banks of the San Jacinto, but that water will eventually connect with the Cypress Creek, and that creates the West Fork of the San Jacinto. Now, the Cypress Creek is uncontrolled flow, while the San Jacinto right here that David Paul's just measured in purple is controlled flow. So that's the problem, is that once you get the Cypress Creek coming in, joining with that
Spring Creek.
Spring Creek, thank you, Spring Creek, and also doesn't the Cypress feed into that as well?
It does too.
Okay,
yep,
so you've got the Spring and the Cypress, both uncontrolled rivers, just subject to flood based on the rain we're getting, and then you get the San Jacinto, where Lake Conroe's artificially, well, I shouldn't say artificially, but the river's artificially getting higher because man is letting out the water. That joins up here to the West Fork of the San Jacinto and feeds into Lake Houston. And it's those neighborhoods in the southern part of Kingwood and the northern part of Atascocita that have been subject to flooding in recent events and no doubt will be in the coming days. In fact, looking at the river flood gauge forecasts, they're not just forecasting major floods, they're forecasting record-breaking floods. I forget the exact location. We're going to look at this here, but on the NOAA website, National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration website, they've got a river gauge site where it's forecasting floods. It'll show you where the flood level is and where it may go in their forecast based on the rainfall we're getting. And I'm sure they're conservative forecasts. If indeed we get 20 to 30 inches of rain overnight tonight, these rivers are going to rise very quickly, and we're going to be in a situation that will just obviously make travel pretty impossible tomorrow. And if we continue to get bans because this hurricane, which is now a tropical storm named Harvey, is just parked, there's no indication to suggest that we're looking at dry times ahead. So we want this to stop, but nature is nature. It's relentless. There's no mercy. It's very common. You'll see on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram that Harvey is being personified with popular memes of the famous talk show host. That's applying a human trait to a storm that is not human. Obviously, it's a storm, but it also is important to note that psychologically, there's no mercy in storms. It's going to rain where it rains, so you need to take extreme caution in this situation and not guess that because you're going to drive to the grocery store that nature will have mercy, because it may not. It's just going to do what it does. So just keep that in mind. Lynn, what's going on?
Question. So there's a tornado warning for Harris County until midnight.
Can we zoom down to that?
Do we know exactly what areas under the gun there?
This is going to be, we're all multitasking over here, so that's why we had a little bit of a delay there. We're finding those flood control gauges for you. This is going to be near Deer Park. This is going to be west of Deer Park. It's radar indicated. It's Here's the velocity scope showing greens representing wind going toward radar, reds representing winds going away from radar, and where these two connect is where we'd see rotation. So we're seeing a loose rotation right over the Deepwater Elementary School, and that is moving north at 15 to 20 miles an hour toward the town of Cloverleaf. And if it holds together, it'll probably skip along the landscape. It's going to affect some of these businesses. It would be a weak tornado at that. We've seen stronger tornado vortex signatures, like around Missouri City earlier today, where we had some of that damage. Not seeing that at this point. It's probably what's called a meso. It's a lowering of the cloud deck that's rotating, from which a tornado can drop. And this is very typical of these tropical system rain bands. As the rain bands are pulled aggressively into the hurricane, they tend to spin. And the best way to describe why is this. Have you ever been out on a lake in a canoe or a rowboat, and when you pull that paddle, you see a little twirly whirl going by? You pull the paddle when you're sitting on a lake and you see a little whirlpool go by. It's the same thing. The force is you pulling on that oar or the paddle, and that force creates in a fluid. Fluid is water, obviously, and the fluid here we're talking about is air, but it creates those whirly winds. That's what's happening here. This tropical storm has so much force, it's ripping these rain bands into it, just ripping the moisture out of the Gulf. It's trying to take a breath so it can stay alive. And that's where and why the rotation begins. This is a shot LaPorte at East Beltway. This is where the rotation is showing up on radar. And so sometimes with these, as David Paul and Darby and I have done on several occasions, and Blake as well, you can see rotation sometimes crossing the TransStar camera. So that's what we're looking for here. At the very least, very heavy rain. And I'm also noticing there's no cars on the road at all. The only lights we're seeing are from some of the businesses around the area. That's good that people are staying home. And it may be indicative more so that there's water blocking the road at some point along it. But again, we're looking at this spot, LaPorte at East Beltway 8, for the potential of a tornado. This is the exact spot that tornado warning is for. But keep in mind, the tornado, if it's actually happening, may be behind me on the other side of this camera, or maybe just over the horizon. Very small tornadoes these are, but however, they are tornadoes. There's one car going by very slowly. It looks like he's doing about 40 miles an hour going down the feeder road there. Maybe somebody attending to one of the businesses. But this rain is just belting down, and it's relentless, and frequent clouded ground lightning, frequent lightning within the clouds. The strobe light effect. Looks like another car driving here with the flashers going. So obviously travel here impacted, and it looks like a car is coming down the road. Flashing lights maybe indicating an emergency vehicle or somebody with their flashers on coming down the road. This is blinding rain. Yesterday, I made my way home during the pre-dawn hours and ran through one of these showers, and it was the heaviest rain I've ever seen. I've lived in Florida, and it was nothing to compare. It was so heavy. Look at this in the headlights. You can see the rain sheets blowing through. That person has their hazards on. Incredible to see. Can we flip it over to the radar one more time? Let's go back and see what's going on. This is a 4-hour loop, and this is very telling. I'm going to zoom out and show you why it's telling. It's telling because 4 hours ago, this band of rain was moving through. We suspected it might stop, and it did. We hoped it wouldn't stop. It had an eastward progression, then it did stop right over Hobby, right over Friendswood and Pearland. A second band developed on the back side of it, and now it's filling in. So downtown Houston catching a brief break. You're about to get more rain. This is a big feeder band going into Harvey, and it's producing a tornado warning. This is for areas near the Cloverleaf area. Let's zoom in. This is going to be on the east side at 225 and Beltway 8. Cloverleaf, and we'll put on the velocity scope to get a look at what's going on inside the storm. This is going to be right over the town of Cloverleaf, right near Channelview. And this is north of, hold on one second. Okay, so it's going to be located right there near the Sunbelt Regional Medical Center. And just to get your bearings on where exactly this is, it's going to be east of Galena Park, just southeast of Jacinto City, and just north of Pasadena. So this radar indicated tornado warning continues for the next 7 minutes. It may get extended as the cell moves north at 15 to 20 miles an hour. At that speed and direction, it would move into the Cloverleaf area about 1 minute after midnight. And after that, Homont Park about 20 minutes after midnight.
Let's drill down. Let's pull up those little schools and whatnot so people can get a very clear idea of where that tornado warning is right now. So we're looking at the east side of Harris County. This is the East Beltway. There's I-10 on the east side. There's Cloverleaf, Greens Bayou Park, Greens Bayou itself, Sunbelt Regional Medical Center. And this is the spot right in here where we've got that indicated by radar that the storm is rotating. That's the cool colors coming right up against the red colors. That we call that a couplet in meteorological terms. And so we know we've got a rotation right here. So earlier today, we saw several locations on the west side. Out toward the Berry Center, we saw a tornado go right through the parking lot of the Berry Center. It did some damage to fences and neighborhoods just to the north of the Berry Center. Cinco Ranch area had some significant roof damage and fence damage as well. And so that's the type of damage you can expect with these small tornadoes that often spin off on these storms as they move through. However, they can also break glass, and that can become flying glass, and it's dangerous. So these tornadoes, with any tornado here in Houston, we recommend that if they come through, if they're coming toward your neighborhood, there's Cloverleaf. It's heading toward Cloverleaf right now. There's Cimarron Elementary School. It's right near you, just about to cross over I-10, that you go to an interior room of your home, away from windows, on the first floor, home or business on the first floor. And you know, if you have like a closet in your bedroom, like a bedroom closet, usually quite often they don't have windows. That's a perfect spot to go. And just hunker down there. Hopefully it'll pass your neighborhood and you won't even know it was there, but at least if it does hit your house and break some glass, you won't be out walking around and get injured by that. That's what we recommend for that. So again, this is the area where we're looking at the scope. And Brooks, it doesn't look like it's that powerful of a couplet.
No, we saw a really powerful one, well, and I say that in a relative sense, in Missouri City earlier today. Yep. And this is not on that level.
And we know we had trees down in Missouri City. We had a report there.
But maybe, you know, it could be tightening up. Look at this last frame.
That last frame, that does look like it's trying to tighten up a little bit. So again, you've got the cool colors show inbound raindrops. Yeah. The hot colors are outbound.
That could be something.
That could be something. This could be producing an actual tornado. So Greens Bayou Park, Cloverleaf, there's I-10 on the east side. This is the Beltway 8 on the east side. North Shore Elementary School. Jacinto College North, it's moving north at about 20 miles an hour, and so that's going to be moving through those neighborhoods there on the east side. Again, interior room of your home, away from windows, and if you get yourself in a bathroom, you can cover yourself with a blanket, just so that if there is broken glass, something to protect you, and it will move through very quickly. They don't last long. I mean, it's literally seconds that it goes on through, but it does that damage in just a matter of seconds. So you see we've got an estimated time at Homont Park there at 12:16 this evening, which is in about 20 minutes from now. All right, so rainfall and flood emergency continues across Harris County. That specific emergency has been extended until 3 a.m. The problem is, looking at the big radar picture here, this may go on a lot longer than 3 a.m. this morning, because everything has just put itself in park, and these rain bands coming off the Gulf of Mexico have just decided to center themselves right on us. And we're getting flooding rains right now. Band out to the west, that one's just waiting to come in. This one's moved through, it's over in Beaumont. So Len, I can't remember seeing a forecast for a rain event from a tropical system drawn out over so many days. You know, this is something you read about in textbooks that can happen. And now we're going to watch it happen in real life right in front of us.
Yeah, we're seeing it unfold just as we thought it might happen, and it's frightening to look at. And like I said, in the morning, we're really going to find out just how bad it's been overnight when we get a good idea of how many stranded vehicles that are out there. We've got several reporters out there, including Josh Chapin. He's down in Texas City. Josh, how's the weather, and what about stranded drivers?
Well, Len, we're here at the Buc-ee's in the Dickinson, Texas City area. We've been treated to quite a lightning and thunder show. I'm going to walk out into this just to show you what this is like out here. It's raining hard. I don't know how else to put it. Maybe 2 cars here in the Buc-ee's parking lot. You see one guy pulling out there, going through some high water. Another truck over here. You know, we always see these F-250s sort of thinking they're boss out here, taking on the whole road themselves. We are in a safe place. We stopped here originally just to see if we could do a Facebook Live, that sort of thing, and we got stuck here to a certain extent. We're waiting for this band of rain to pass. You can see just how crazy it is coming down with that tropical force here in the Buc-ee's parking lot. This is in the Texas City area. We, we're kind of headed into Houston thinking we could cover the floods there. And really we got turned around because the rain just got too crazy. Now, as David and, listening to David and Brooks mention, we got to a safe area. We're under the canopy here. We're not chancing anything. We've been sitting on our car for the most part. You might have been seeing our camera popped up from now and again, but yeah, we're here at Buc-ee's trying to be safe. You just saw the lightning there. Thankfully, not a ton of cars here. The only cars really in the parking lot are those Buc-ee's employees. Of course, Buc-ee's open all night. And we're going to be here, going to let the rain pass at least a little bit and ride out the storm. Len, I'll send it back to you for now.
Josh, you said you were out and you were turned around. Where were you and how did you get where you are, and what was that drive like?
So we were headed actually up from Galveston, where frankly it really wasn't doing a whole lot. Certainly wasn't doing a whole lot, anything like this. We got to about the Beltway. I got a call from two of our managers who basically said, there is a call right now to get everyone off the road. And we started to head back down to Galveston to sort of seek shelter. We pulled off here to use the bathroom, get some gas. Obviously, that's important this time of the night. And then we just sort of decided to take some pictures here, including a Facebook Live. And this is kind of where we wound up. And this is the safest, real, best lit, of course, parking lot that we felt comfortable in. Len, I keep thinking about 2.5 years ago, I was stuck out in the Memorial Day floods. I was over in Westheimer and Kirkwood. We couldn't move because Westheimer was so flooded at that point. I don't necessarily feel comfortable, sorry to show my back there, but you can just see it's coming down with that sheer force right now. And we've been here 2 hours. It has been like this for, I don't know, half hour, something like that. So clearly the conditions out here in the Texas City area, extremely rough. And we're going to keep monitoring them. And if we feel comfortable getting on the road to Galveston, we will do that. Yeah,
certainly don't do it until you feel like it's absolutely safe enough. I'm wondering, have you talked to any of the employees at Buc-ee's, which is typically always crowded?
You heard a couple of them saying, I better find the cot that's in here. I'm not going anywhere tonight. We heard a manager in there talking about a hotel that's nearby that they're going to walk to. So clearly the folks here were prepared for this kind of a night. It is amazing, of course, that Buc-ee's even stays open given its employees, but clearly they're taking care of their employees and making sure they're safe. But Len, what I was trying to say is that I was standing out there in the Meyerland floods. I mean, this is just as bad with the constant just rain, and it just doesn't stop. So, I'm hopeful that this passes and we get a break at some point, because this is crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely
as David and
horrible.
Brooks keep talking about. He says he's never forecast anything like this.
Yeah, I don't think any of us have ever seen anything like this, and it's only the first full day. Josh, thank you, down in Texas City at that Buc-ee's. David Paul, we've been watching tornado warnings all night, and another one has been extended where?
We got a new one, a new radar-indicated tornado. This is near League City, moving towards Space Center Houston and the NASA Clear Lake area. This is the polygon, the purple box that's flashing there. We can zoom in, use the Doppler part of Doppler radar, and we can see where we've got this rotation down here right over Space Center Boulevard near Space Center Houston. Webster, it's right on top of you. There's NASA Road 1. So this is our rotation right here. This is moving almost due north. So Sterling Knoll Park, Falcon Pass Elementary. You guys are in the immediate path of that tornado. So neighborhoods near there, I know you're not on the road, so just stay inside, bottom floor interior room of your home, away from windows. A closet in a room usually has no windows. Get in there, close the door. for a few minutes and let this pass through. Again, neighborhoods near Falcon Pass Elementary, near Sterling Heights, near Lord of Life Lutheran School. It's just to the east of you, moving north at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. Again, this is right over NASA Road 1 there, near Space Center Houston and Webster, Sterling Knoll Park, North Point Elementary. It is moving toward neighborhoods to the north of you in that direction as well. So in this area, again, this is I-45, the Gulf Freeway right here. There's NASA Road 1. So this holds together Olcott and Genoa, and by 12:23 and 12:33, you're in the path of that storm. Officially, the tornado warning is in effect until 12:15, but again, if it holds together, and we've seen these hold together for that long during the day off and on, it could impact those neighborhoods further to the north. So once again, there's Space Center Houston, NASA Road 1. The Gulf Freeway, I-45, there's where we've got the rotation indicated by radar. Again, we don't have a sighting of a tornado, but we've had radar-indicated tornadoes like this off and on all day long. And several of them have produced tornadoes that have caused roof damage, shingle damage, knocked over fences. We saw one go right through the parking lot of the Berry Center in the northwest side of Harris County. And so it is certainly possible. And look at the lightning that's taking place with that particular cell. That is also an indication that we've got tremendous updrafts, and that's another ingredient you need to make a tornado. It rises rapidly, the air spins, and when you've got a landfalling tropical system, everything is spinning. It just puts a big twist to everything in the atmosphere. So that's why we're getting these rotating storms. So again, we've got this tornado watch. That's for the area wide. That's in effect until at least 2 a.m. Sunday, which we're not far from right now. That may have to be extended. Flash flood emergency continues. And this is our other tornado warning right now. And this looks like the couplet here is not nearly as well defined as it once was, but that's the spot right near Oates Prairie. There's I-10. This is Highway 90 heading up toward Barrett and Crosby. So right here on the east side, Oates Prairie. Interior room of your home, away from windows, first floor, in a closet inside one of your bedrooms or even a bathroom is a good place to be. You want to get in a spot that's got lots of walls right around you. That's the most protective spot in a home or business. So it's moving north. So if that one holds together, Homont Park and Dryersdale are in the path of that storm. This is the east side of the Beltway. You've got Rio Bravo Motocross Park out here, off of the road out here, Homont Park, Mount Houston Road, neighborhoods along Mount Houston Road, just inside the Beltway there. That's the storm traveling in your direction. So what's adding the twist? Well, it's this. Remnants of Harvey, which are still at tropical storm force. At one point, Category 4 hurricane made landfall last night. And we talked about this leading up to it, that the forecast was for the system to park itself out to our west, and that would put us on the dirty side. And in theory, that may give us days and days of heavy rain. And that's exactly what is happening now as the moisture pulling off the Gulf of Mexico, interacting with the energy from Harvey and creating blinding rain, literally blinding rain across Houston, Harris County, and into northern Brazoria County. So Pearland, Friendswood, League City, Manville, we're watching you as well. We know we've got street flooding there or worse. There's that intense storm with a possible rotation near League City. Mount Houston Road, east side, heavy rain, and more heavy rain here on the west side. And this is back-built even west now of Beltway 8, between Beltway 8 and the Grand Parkway. So Addicks, all this water is draining into the Addicks reservoir. That reservoir is designed to hold water back from all rushing into Buffalo Bayou at once. If it weren't for those Addicks and Barker reservoirs, you would have huge flood after huge flood going through downtown Houston. Well, we didn't want to have that, so decades ago, these huge reservoirs were built. Now, over time, we've got neighborhoods that have built up around them, and some of them are close, and so we'll have to watch the Addicks and Barker reservoirs in a situation like this. We have seen them flood some roads and some homes, or threaten them over the years. That may happen again this time as well. And there it is. You can see how it just continues to come in, and it's just not wanting to let up. So incredibly dangerous night to be outside. You're in the right spot where you are right now, at home, watching us safely. And even if your home takes on water, it is encouraged for you to stay put as long as it's safe to do so. I mean, if you're taking a few inches of water in your home, stay where you are, because out on the roads, it's just an absolute dangerous mess right now. So Len, that is a full update on what the weather is doing right now. Flood emergency continues.
It doesn't look Move out until, say, maybe 3 in the morning, you're saying, at best.
Or Thursday next week.
And
right.
this rain maybe not until tomorrow morning after daybreak.
Yeah, so that actually is a good question. And so sometimes we'll have the worst rain in the wee hours of the morning, and then toward daybreak it'll finally let go. Len, back over to you.
Thank you. Let's go to Danny Perez with TxDOT. Danny, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Okay, we're efforting Danny Perez with TxDOT. He can help us. Okay, Danny, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Tell me what areas are trouble spots. I would think a lot, but give me the areas where people really should avoid tonight.
The entire area. Stay off the roads. There's just so much going on. If you look at our Houston TranStar map and you see high water locations that spread throughout the greater Houston area, we did have locations in Fort Bend County, Galveston County, and Brazoria County early on, but now it's pretty much the entire Houston district that's seeing a lot of this activity. It's best at this time to stay off the roads. We're seeing folks getting stuck. If they're not stuck in the water, they're stuck on the freeways, trying to find a way out. It's just not safe at all. The best thing to do is to stay off the roads, and of course, do not drive through high water. Even a few inches of water could overtake a vehicle. It's not safe. When we can't emphasize enough. Turn around, don't drown. But if you obviously if you're at home at this time, or if you're at a place that's safe, just stay there, wait it out.
We have seen an accident, for example, causing trouble at I-10 and McCarty. Do you know anything about what the situation is there?
There's high water at those locations, and we're monitoring those as well. We're working with our partners in law enforcement to see if there's any way of getting folks some relief out there. We're working with our transportation partners, whether Harris County, the different districts. We're working with everyone out there. Metro, working with our partners here at Houston TranStar, the Harris County Office of Emergency Management, working with the Houston Office of Emergency Management. So it's a major effort, but folks that are out on the road is making it more difficult for all the first responders and all the agencies that are partaking in this and participating. Yeah, so that's strictly high water, and that people can't go any further on I-10 at McCarty as we take a look at the TranStar camera. Yes, we're also having issues on 288 between downtown and 610, but also, just along 288, all the freeways are seeing issues. 45, Gulf Freeway, 45, and North Freeway, I-10, all over the downtown, all the freeways in downtown. We're just seeing it's not just it's frontage roads, it's ramps. We're having issues on main lanes. That's why it's just really important for folks to stay put. We have some more rain coming through, some more bands coming through, and it'll be a benefit to everyone out there if they just stay put. Any idea how many rescues, abandoned cars, etc.? We don't have any totals yet. Like I said, we're working with all our agency partners. The best thing we're trying to do right now is to help the first responders, and they have a job to do, and that's priority. That's for safety, and so we're working with them to make sure we're getting these areas cleared. Trying to see if there's anything we can do. We had contractors. We have our folks out there, of course, along with our contractors, trying to clear drains, trying to do things, see if there's any issues with pumps, those kinds of things. Right now, our pumps are operating, but there's just so much rain coming into the system. It's very difficult to get some of that water cleared out. But if the rain keeps coming, it's not a good situation for folks out there. That's why we're asking them to stay put. Earlier, we reported there was a fatality at Warrenton and Gessner. Do you have any more details about what happened there? Not at this time. Like I said, everything's kind of breaking. We're working with our partners right now. We just want to keep folks safe as best as possible. Some of the things that we'll look into, at a later time. That's something that we can certainly look into. But we want to make sure we're focused on getting folks getting folks off the road and keeping them safe. All right, we're looking at an unprecedented night dealing with the rain from Harvey. Danny Perez with TxDOT, you've got a lot of work ahead of you. We appreciate you taking the time. Thank you, sir. And as you can see from the TranStar camera here, I-10 East at McCarty, that is no accident, folks. That is just high water, and people are stopped and stuck, and they may have to leave their cars. There's nothing they can do until this rain starts to let up and the water can start to drain. Let's go to Grace White. She's down in Missouri City, where we saw about a dozen abandoned cars, but
nobody was hurt down there, correct, Grace?
Hey, Lynn, we are in Missouri City. It's taken us about an hour to get where we are, and pardon us, we're just kind of getting set up here. We are on 3345, and we had to stop here because I'm going to show you just over my shoulder here. This neighborhood is flooded. There's actually a telephone pole as well down in the road. We've seen some city crews trying to go and fix that, but right now that road is impassable. You can see a few cars in the distance trying to get by. We had to turn around. It just wasn't safe. Let me take you over here, though. We've got a couple drivers who've taken shelter with us here at the Chevron gas station, just doing what they can to get out of the rain. We're going to walk around here. We were originally coming to Missouri City tonight to cover a possible tornado. We were up in Cypress earlier this evening, but then came down to Missouri City because we heard there was a possible tornado on the ground. Again, we still haven't been able to make it to that location, but I was just talking to Michelle here. She's stranded with us. Michelle, tell us where you're trying to get to.
I'm trying to get to Quail Run.
To Quail Run, and that's home for you, right?
Yeah.
How long have you been here at the Chevron gas station?
About 2 hours.
2 hours. So you tried going down. Is it 3345, is that it?
2234.
2234. So you tried to get down. About how far did you get down?
Right where the telephone pole is blocking the road.
So you saw that telephone pole?
Not at first, but as I got closer, I saw it.
And that's the danger out here because it's dark, it's hard to see. They're asking everybody to stay off the road. Did you expect this much rain tonight?
No, not at all. Not at all. I would have been at home.
You would have been at home, I know.
Yeah.
Like so many of us. We were kind of caught off guard by this, but we've heard people talking about it all day, all night. David Paul warning us about the forecast. So your plan, Michelle, now stay here till
it drains or stop raining.
So you're prepared to wait it out?
I'm not prepared, but I'm going to have to.
All right, well, we'll be here with you. You let us know if you need anything. We've got some water with us tonight. So again, heavy rain coming down in Missouri City. Again, just a few cars here at the Chevron gas station with us. But we are seeing some people kind of come and go. One thing I should also mention is about, I don't know, a few minutes from us, we saw police vehicles actually guarding an entrance to a neighborhood because they don't want people to go in. We've seen so many streets here with high water, just so dangerous. If you don't have to be out, hopefully you're at home and you're not planning to go out anytime soon. Len, back to you.
I know that the roads are bad and some places impassable. Grace, you talked about that neighborhood. Do we know if there's water in the homes there?
Lynn, we haven't heard any reports of that yet, but I can imagine that, you know, it may become clear in the next few hours. We've been into a few neighborhoods trying to take side streets around, but we really turned around because we just didn't feel like it was safe to keep going. We've seen sidewalks covered, but from what we could tell, no water in homes right now, just in the yards and covering sidewalks.
Are there other drivers stranded there other than Michelle?
There was one right next to me, but they're now gone. So here's somebody pulling in right here, and we've got a truck and then a car next to us. So I'd say about 5 people, Lynn, with us here at this gas station, about 5 drivers with us right now.
Pulling in, Grace, to just take shelter because they can't go any further?
Yeah, that's what Michelle told us. She pulled in because she tried going the same way we did earlier, but ran into that telephone pole that was down. And you can see, if you still look out there, Len, you can see a car or two driving in the distance there. Now, we know there was a city crew trying to fix that telephone pole, but I don't think I can see that city truck right now. There's been people kind of going down that way, but then turning around. We went down there twice and decided to turn around because we just felt it wasn't safe. That's why we decided to come back to the Chevron gas station and just take shelter for a minute.
All right, Grace White down in Missouri City, thank you very much. It's absolutely insane what we were watching unfold here tonight. It is incredible and very, very difficult to see how much rain is falling and the trouble people are having out on the roads. Even if we've been telling you about it, it's difficult to gauge. You know, there were times several hours today when some parts of the area had no rain. So I think some people may have been caught off guard. Also, we've been told that the tornado warning that was in effect for Clear Lake, Cloverleaf, and League City has expired. That was until 12:15, is now 12:19, so that has expired. Fortunately, that's just one more thing we don't have to worry about, at least for the time being. Where are we going next?
Yeah, come on over to me, Len.
All right, talk to me, David.
Yeah, so we're still looking at, obviously, very heavy rain across the area. I'm setting the radar up right now. Santa Fe, League City, seeing blinding rain right now. Gulf Freeway on that section, absolutely blinding rain. You cannot drive in that. Stay home is the only and safe place to be. North side, I'm looking up here at Montgomery County, Magnolia area. I haven't forgot about you guys. Not too bad. Not too bad up in here. I'm happy to see that. Northeast side, getting some heavy rain here. Mount Houston area, there's Lake Houston. You're getting some rain. Atascocita, Lake Houston, you're not in a flood warning at the moment. But folks in Northeast Harris County, Mount Houston Road, Bushwick Continental Airport area, you are, as we're looking at you guys right now. And there's the big picture once again. And it is these feeder bands. You can see how this thing is just reaching, literally reaching down into the Gulf of Mexico, grabbing the moisture off the Gulf of Mexico and just pulling it in. I'll put this in motion for you. You can see the rotation. So it's, you know, we saw something very similar to this with Tropical Storm Allison back in 2001. So far tonight, it's not quite as bad as Allison. But the problem is this whole setup may stick around for 3 or 4 or 5 more days in one form or another. Allison, you know, we had 2 hits from Allison. It made landfall, waited a day, then came back, and then that night, the 8th and 9th, it flooded us, and then it got out of here. Well, this one's here, and it's forecast to sit right where it is through Wednesday or Thursday. So let's look at the radar tour. Here's the northeast side, Mount Houston, Highway 69, up there to the Beltway on the northeast side. Heavy rain there, blinding rain. You don't want to drive in it. This is the worst rain right now, and it is Santa Fe to League City to Dickinson, that stretch of I-45, and just west of that stretch of I-45. The storms themselves are racing to the north. And so, Len, you've got an update on the Barker Reservoir, is that right?
I do. We've got an advisory for the Barker Reservoir down in Fort Bend County. Alan Spears of the Fort Bend County Emergency Management Office is on the phone with us. Alan, explain what this advisory means and what you're facing.
Well, what we've done is, you know, we've been in conference calls with the Army Corps of Engineers about the Barker Reservoir, and we know through exercises and things like that, what happens before it gets to certain levels. And basically right now we're monitoring those levels depending on what the Army Corps is telling us. And we know that our exercises and research has shown that when the reservoir gets to about 95 feet, where water starts flowing off of the government land up there, and, you know, towards the Cinco Ranch, Canyon Gate areas. And we just want people to be aware and monitor the situation. You know, we're not ordering any evacuations or anything like that at this time. We just want people monitoring the levels and things like that, and to make sure that in the event they have to evacuate, they're ready to go.
Okay, so what's the time frame here? Where is the reservoir at in terms of feet?
Honestly, right now, I couldn't tell you that. I don't have the most current information.
Okay, so I'm reading here, according to the judge down there, that according to the Army Corps of Engineers, the elevation within the reservoir will reach record levels and would exceed last year's tax day flood event by several feet. But we don't have a timeline on that. Have you heard about this?
Exactly, and that's true. The levels that we saw last year on tax day, we had never seen before. And so, and we know that we had water not into the subdivision, but in the drainage system over there. So if the water does get higher than what we saw on tax days, then at the very least, we're going to see water in the streets in the Canyon Gate area.
I got it. And so at what point would you say to the people in Canyon Gate or Cinco Ranch, you need to move?
Now, we haven't made that determination yet. Like I said, we know at 95 feet, the water is going to start going off of government land and into the area. And until it gets to that point, I can't really say, but we're certainly keeping an eye on it, and we're going to give people plenty of time to, make arrangements and things like that, and we'll have things set up for them.
So just to remind people, the Barker Reservoir is located at I-10 and Highway 6. You don't know what the level is. Typically, based on what happened last year, what kind of time frame do you think we are dealing with before people may have to leave if you're going to get above levels from last year?
Well, it's just determined by how much water is flowing into the reservoir, and right now we don't know. There's still a lot of rain coming down north of the reservoir, and keep in mind the reservoir goes all the way down to FM 1093, and that's the area we're talking about. The FM 1093 Cinco Ranch area is where our concerns are, and where the water would go around the end if we see record levels.
Tell me, so for the help of our viewers who may not know exactly where Cinco Ranch is, and of course Canyon Gate, how many residents are we talking about that could be affected by an overflowing Barker Reservoir?
It's hard to say. There's probably 7,000 homes in the area. Now, not all of them could be affected, but certainly those that are nearest the reservoir could see some water if it gets to record levels.
And Cinco Ranch is located where, for give people understanding, as it relates to the Barker Reservoir on I-10 and Highway 6?
Cinco Ranch is in the Highway 99, FM 1093, or Westheimer Parkway area.
So if this becomes a problem and people have to get out, how are you going to let people know?
Well, obviously we'll blast it out on our social media. We will let the television stations know, things like that. And as we have done in the past with some areas of the county, we'll send deputies door to door.
Wow. Alan Spears of the Fort Bend County Emergency Management, thank you very much, sir. That is a very difficult situation unfolding. It tells you just how dire it is with all this rain. The Barker Reservoir is under advisory. It may overflow, topping record levels from the tax day flood, and you recall how bad that was. If it happens, it would affect the streets around Canyon Gate and Cinco Ranch. You've got several thousand homes in that area that people, not all of them, but some of them would be told to get out. All right, so Jason Miles is now, he's down in Galveston, correct? Jason, I understand you're checking a house fire.
We're having audio issues, guys, so I can't hear you. We're having some audio issues, guys. I can't hear you, but let me describe what's happening behind me. Basically, photojournalist Sergio Soto and I were cruising the west end of Galveston Island, saw something in the distance we thought looked like a fire, and then many emergency vehicles, including fire trucks, passed us on the way to this scene. We're in the Terramar Beach neighborhood or community on the far west end of Galveston Island, and as you can see, someone's beach home has gone up in flames tonight. There is a lot of lightning in the area. The heavy downpour as we speak. No word on if lightning caused this fire. You can only assume that given the conditions of the weather right now. But obviously multiple fire crews battling this house fire. You see several firefighters on the second floor there on the balcony. Pretty treacherous area in these conditions, certainly with the fire, plus the rain, plus the lightning. I see them spraying some hot spots on that second floor, and the entire roof of this structure, this home, this beach house, someone's vacation spot, perhaps on the weekends, is now pretty much gone. It's gutted. The second floor living area of this beach house. The first floor is garage area, boat storage area, perhaps some other storage there in the middle. The common design of a lot of the structures in this area. But again, we're in the Terramar Beach community, if you know where that is, the far west end of Galveston Island. And as you can see, multiple emergency crews battling a house fire. As we first pulled up on the scene, you could actually see flames shooting from this roof, but they got a handle on it pretty quickly. Obviously, the rain is helping fight this fire, but again, no confirmation right now if it is weather related. We haven't heard if anyone was inside the home at the time, But the area out here looks pretty desolate. I don't see a lot of cars in the driveways and under these garages. This is part of the island, Galveston Island, where officials told people they probably want to think about the voluntary evacuation that was issued. So a lot of these people may have gone elsewhere, at least as Hurricane Harvey threatened. But again, we'll continue to monitor things here as firefighters continue to battle this beach house fire in the Terramar Beach area of Galveston Island. Back to you.
Jason, thank you. We are on the verge, folks, tonight of witnessing historic trouble from a tropical storm that started out as a hurricane, a powerful Category 4. We have seen cars and vehicles stranded all over the area, in the Houston area, a fire in Galveston. It has been a nightmare and a mess. And David Paul, we've got several days still to go.
Let me give you at least one good piece of little good news. We'll take whatever we can get
Please.
right now. So Brays Bayou, Meyerland has gone right near the top of Bank Full and has stopped rising for the moment. I just got an update. So Brays Bayou just within a foot of Bank Full, and it has stopped for the moment. And the rain is still raining there, light to moderate, but it's not torrential. So I'll take whatever little glimmer of good news I can get. At least for the moment, Brays Bayou is in its banks at Stella Link near Meyerland. Here's the big picture. This is the tornado watch. We do have a new tornado warning. We're going to get the information that to you in just a moment, but you can see the parent storm continues to spin, and here's the rain that has caused the flash flood emergency across Harris County this evening. Still getting heavy rain, Pasadena, Pearland, Sunnyside, Sugar Land getting some thunderstorms there. Moderate to heavy rain, Jersey Village, north to Tomball, to Bush to Continental Airport. A lot of heavy rain, Pasadena, Channelview to LaPorte. Oates Prairie, East Side. All the green boxes, those are your flood warnings in effect right now. Just torrential rain right in here. This is just on the other side of I-45 from League City, Santa Fe. You're getting street flooding right now. That is absolutely blinding rain on the Gulf Freeway in League City, Space Center, Houston, NASA Road 1. Friendswood's getting blinding rain right now, and street flooding is occurring right now. Up to the north side, Bush to Continental Airport, Greens Point. I'm watching Greens Bayou. You guys are getting moderate rain. You haven't had the really torrential stuff that the south side has had. And up into Montgomery County, it's light to moderate rain. Conroe, Willis, Cut and Shoot to Montgomery. That's Lake Conroe. They are releasing water out of Lake Conroe. It is going to perhaps lead to a record flood over the next couple of days on the West Fork of the San Jacinto. Now, this is the latest run of our RPM computer model. I'll take a look at this. So by midnight, which is where we're at, that's what it looks like. It's fairly accurate. So perhaps this is onto something in maybe pushing some of that rain out of here as we head toward the morning hours. So maybe if we can ride out the next couple of hours, we'll get a break going toward morning, and by that time, we're going to need it. Brooks Garner has been monitoring the rainfall rates and totals, and what have you got for us, Brooks?
David, what's amazing is even before that rain moves out, we're going to have totals that are unfortunately very impactful. Yeah. This same RPM model forecasting in spots between now and tomorrow afternoon an additional, well, 5 to as many as 25 inches of rain.
And you know, and we've seen this before, where this is the RPM we're talking about.
It is, yeah.
Has forecast some ridiculous-looking rain totals that have not come to pass.
That's
So we do take this with a grain of salt, but in this particular situation, it's possible.
Yeah, you know, I was just going to say, because we've had already over a foot of rain in spots from the rain just tonight. So if we continue with these high hourly rainfall rates, it's conceivable somebody could get something like that.
How are the rainfall rates? Do we have any information on rain over the last couple of hours, during the past 24 hours, that type of thing? And if we need to, take Brooks's graphic full there, and we'll take a look at it.
I've got rainfall totals over the last 12 hours, which would represent this event. It would represent the event we just had right now, which started this evening. And in the yellows, that's rainfall totals as estimated by radar, which is within an inch or two. It's a pretty rough estimate, but one just to give you a ballpark of between 9 and 12, in spots 13 inches of rain. A lot of us have seen more like 5, 6, 7, but that's still a lot. The problem is a lot of these yellow areas, a lot of these heavy rain totals have occurred over the metro area. So as I look down to zoom in, you can see around downtown Houston. And remember that the way that the Bayou system is designed, a lot of this water from outside of Houston will roll through Houston. So we're going to have to watch how that runoff, well, I guess, goes through the system to see if those bayou levels rise more so than they would normally. Because you have to remember, this isn't just an isolated summertime thunderstorm causing flash flooding. This is happening over such a large area that suddenly we're tapping the entire basin to to produce these rainfall totals. And again, here's another look, just one computer model's estimate. And this is just for tonight into tomorrow morning. Now, remember, this is going to be an event that occurs for the next several days into late next week in varying capacities. It's not guaranteed to rain this hard again during this event, but it's possible, if not likely, at one time or another. And that could dump up to 30 inches or more additional, which doesn't sound so crazy anymore, considering we've already seen over 10 inches in just a couple of hours, and considering that our radar continues to be extraordinarily active, and we're at this point just crossing fingers that this rain will start to move out of the area. But at this point, it looks like it's raining pretty hard in a lot of the same places. Again, we've also got a new tornado warning that just popped up, and this is for the San Leon area. This is radar indicated, and this is a tornado which will be moving to the north at about 25 miles an hour. It's right near Bay Cliff. Bay Cliff, right on the bay. And this tornado indicated by radar has not been sighted. We've had several radar indicated tornadoes, but a tornado in this location will likely track near Kemah. It's going north-northwest. There's the latest scan, and certainly a gusty thunderstorm. This entire band is amazingly gusty. You don't have to be inside of one of these tornado-producing cells to experience very impressive winds, very potentially damaging winds. When I say impressive, I mean winds that can blow limbs down. And if you've had 10 or 12 inches of rain, those root cores that hold trees in the ground will have been softened very dramatically. You know how it is here in Texas, where if you're trying to dig a hole in your backyard, the clay, the gumbo, during times of drought or dry periods is hard as a rock. It'll break your shovel and it'll break your back. But when it rains, you can push through it like it's putty, jello, and that's what this is. The rain has caused the ground to be so soft that it's not going to take much wind to cause trees to fall and power to go out. So let's reiterate, this warning is in effect for eastern sections of Galveston County, and it will remain in effect for at least the next several minutes. These have been short fuse. This one's in effect till 12:45, so 10 minutes. And this was Doppler indicated near Texas City originally, moving north at 15 miles per hour. So at that speed and its current location, interest in Bay Cliff, Kemah, Seabrook, even LaPorte, if this cell holds together, should take cover, find an interior room of your home away from windows in case there's any flying debris. Bay Cliff, this is about 1 minute away from your location. And again, to zoom in a little bit more and scope out what is happening inside this cell. Wow, did you see that lightning strike? Yeah, so we're getting some positive lightning strikes, which are the most powerful kind. Lots of loud thunder and flashing lightning, no doubt keeping a lot of us up. But this possible radar-indicated tornado would be located somewhere east of League City, very close actually to this location, which is the National Weather Service radar site. So we're getting a very high-resolution, low-level scan of low-level rotation, which would add confidence in the issuance of this type of a warning. So that should be noted as well in analyzing this map. So, David, this at this point is not showing any signs of quitting, except for that hopeful computer model you showed, which we cross fingers comes true, and this rain moves out of the region.
So that's interesting, and I'll show you that model again. Let me show you something else that might be interesting. So this is a 12-hour loop of Tropical Storm Harvey, a name we will not forget, spinning there east of San Antonio, just west of Yoakum. So you see it spinning slowly, moving northeast, and then almost in the last couple of frames, it looks like it has stopped moving east. And I wonder if this is about to drift a little bit back to the west. And I wonder if that's, first of all, why the bands of rain themselves stopped moving east.
It is. It's drifting west. You're right. Look at those last couple of frames, David. You're right.
So we've got reports of very high water, the 610 East Loop. Let's take Transtar, take a look at it. Yeah, this is terrible.
Whoa.
So, you know, we were getting those rainfall rate per hour estimates of better than 4 to 5 inches. So this is what happens. This is why we've got the flash flood emergency. Stay off the roads. I-10 East Loop. This is at Market Street, and I know we've got drivers out here who are stranded. It looks like maybe some either emergency vehicles or people just with their flashers on. But you got a lot of people out here that are stuck. You know, here's one of the entrance-exit ramps that feeds right into that deep water.
David, that's that location is next to a rain gauge, and they've had in the last 6 hours which represents this event probably happening in the last 3 hours, 8.72 inches of rain.
Yeah, and most of that 8 inches probably came down in about 2 hours.
Yeah, and let's talk about the gauges at that location. The stream elevation at Hunting Bayou, this is Hunting Bayou at I-10, is now over the top of bank by a factor of 5 feet. So that's why we're seeing all that flooding right there in your TransStar shot. Yep. So there's a significant flood happening at this time.
So this is flooding from Hunting Bayou, 610 East Loop, Market Street. And these good folks are just going nowhere today. And I wonder if this is a partially submerged car we have here. The lights look faded there. One of them clearly is under the water there. So that's a very dangerous situation. Cars are backed up here. This fella, he's about to find out that you cannot drive into that. And the thing is, it's at night, so you're driving, it's raining, it's at night, you can't tell how deep this is, so this fella could drive in, and the next thing you know, the car is floating, and then you're in a life-threatening situation. And this is a perfect example of why we teach turn around, don't drown. If I could tell him right now, I'd say, sir, you want to turn around and don't drown, because that is very deep, and that will submerge your car. Other cars, I see them backed up here as well. Again, we're looking at the 610 loop on the east side at Market Street. And look at the flashing lights backed up here. So folks are going to be spending the night here because they're stuck. They just can't go anywhere there at all.
David, the concern, and I want you to show us that satellite loop, or rather the radar loop, the 12-hour loop again. Yeah. The concern I had looking at that loop is if that does go back west, that is the center of Tropical Storm Harvey. Yeah. Do you think it's going to pull that 4 to 6 inch per hour rainfall rate on that east band that dumps so much rain back over Houston?
I actually think it's going to allow these bands out here to let go.
Oh,
I think it's going to.
That'd be amazing.
I think it's going to hopefully, if the center will start moving back to the west a little bit. Like it looks like it's clearly stalled. I mean, it was moving here. It's moving east, and then it stalls
right there.
I think it's just the last couple of frames. Maybe it's slowing down and stalling. So if it'll move back to the west, I think it will allow these bands to let go.
Well, I hope so.
And give us a break. Yeah, I hope so.
We need a break. I mean, this flooding, David, it reminds me of those pictures you showed me from 2001 with Allison. It's amazing to see it, and I just hope people are okay and heeding your advice.
So I'm wondering if that's why that latest run of the RPM was showing that we might get a break as we head into the morning hours. We're not getting one right now. Rain continues very heavy across Houston. We'll go through the radar here, but it's just coming down in buckets. Heaviest rain near League City, Seabrook, San Leon. Here's the latest run of the RPM. So here we are. This is the 12 o'clock hour that we're in right now. And we put it into motion. We go into this morning, and that does kind of push a heavy batch of rain to the east. And it kind of, I mean, obviously it's still raining, but it's not one of those light up bands right across Houston, southeast Texas with teeth in it. So perhaps we'll get a break in a few hours. Flash flood watch continues until further notice, clearly. And here's a look at the latest forecast track from the Hurricane Center. And their thinking is it's going to back off to the west, southwest, and then make another turn and move north. Now, at this point, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it would be a much weakened low-pressure area, but still a low-pressure area nonetheless, which could still cause a flooding concern here in Houston and southeast Texas. So for the moment, we're stuck under the heavy rain band. All right, Len Cannon, over to you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. This is an unprecedented night. If this storm stopped now, it would be practically unprecedented. And as you mentioned, we've got several days to go. We have new information about the death of a woman who was driving on the southwest side. She was driving at Warrenton and Gessner, and we are told she got out of the car and then drowned. That's all we know. We don't have an ID on the woman. She was found by a neighbor. So that's one of the tragic events of tonight. And you can see from the TransStar camera just how nasty and difficult and dangerous it is out there. This is the 610 loop on the east side at Market Street. You can see traffic out there on the road, people backed up, having a difficult time moving around because the water is so high. We have seen this all over the Houston area. TxDOT tells us there is trouble everywhere. We have no idea how many cars are stranded, how many rescues there will be by the time we get to daybreak. Grace White is in Missouri City. She's been tracking problems there for drivers who are waiting out the rain. Grace?
Lynn, we've seen how dangerous the roads can be. That's why we've stopped here in Missouri City. But I want to show you this rain. You can kind of see it in front of this corner store. I was hoping they'd still be open for our sake, but they are closed tonight. But you can see because of their light how much rain we're getting here in Missouri City. And the wind gusts have really picked up in the last few minutes. But down this street, I want to show you one more thing, Kyle. Thanks so much. Down this street is where we were not able to go. The water was simply too high for us. We tried twice, but then ended up turning around and coming to where we are here. You can see some headlights in the distance there. We've seen lots of drivers trying to make their way down. This is Cartwright Road, or 3345, near Highway 6 in Missouri City. We're also told there's a telephone pole that's down in the roadway. We've seen a couple city crews go down there. I haven't been able to figure out if they've been able to get that out of the road yet, but again, a telephone pole down. Another reason why, because it's so dangerous, it's night, it's hard to see, and we have several drivers who are here with us taking cover at the Chevron gas station. We were talking to Michelle earlier in the evening. She's one of them over here in this red car. We'll go check on her. She also was trying to get home, but simply could not because it's too dangerous. The water was simply too high. Hey, Michelle, how's it going?
Still waiting.
Still waiting. How long have you been here?
About 2 hours and maybe about 40-some minutes.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
Are you in touch with your family? You have a cell phone?
Yes, it's dead.
Your cell phone's dead?
Yeah.
Well, I have a charger. Let me know if you need to borrow one. What do you think about all this rain?
It caught me by surprise. I didn't think we were going to get this much rain.
Where were you tonight?
I was on 2232 at a friend's house trying to watch the fight, but it didn't come through either, so.
And when did you know it was getting serious? You said you tried to go down Cartwright Road.
Yes. Well, from over there, it flooded a little. I waited till the water subsided, and then that's when I got in my car and started heading this way. Started coming down real hard, and it was flooded, and I couldn't get through.
And you've got an SUV.
Yes, yes. I'm glad it still starts with all the water.
What would you say to people who, you know, might think, okay, the storm's over, I can do this, I can get out there?
Stay at home. Stay at home. I wouldn't come out.
And your plan now is just to wait it out with us, right?
Yeah, just to wait it out. That's all I can do.
All you can do. Okay, remind me, I'll get you that charger in a few minutes for your cell phone. Thanks, Michelle. Okay, again, I want to show you just, again, it's really coming down hard out here in Missouri City. We were originally called out here because of a report of a possible tornado, but we simply haven't been able to get to that location on Texas Parkway because of this high water, because of this rain. Pardon me, we're kind of dancing around cars here. But everyone we've talked to seems to be all right. We haven't seen any emergency crews go by or have to do any rescues where we are here. But again, kind of a fluid situation as we continue to watch this rain come down. Lynn, back to you.
Grace, thank you. This night is just a disaster. We have just learned, according to the Twitter account from the city of Pasadena, that they're telling the entire city of Pasadena to shelter in place because roads are impassable there. As we take a look at our TranStar camera, and that's actually the Gulf Freeway and Scott, southeast side. But Pasadena, all the folks there told to shelter in place. It gives you another sense of the magnitude of what we are facing tonight. We have seen stranded drivers all over the city, a beach home on fire in Galveston, a driver who drowned on the southwest side, torrential rains ongoing, tornado warnings ongoing, and it's only 12:47 in the morning, and the night is not over. Very, very treacherous.
And the system-wide spread, really. Josh Chapin is down in Texas City. We want to check in with him now. Josh, what's it looking like where you are?
Well, Len and Mia, I can tell you that the rain has not let up in the last hour or so. We've been here since about 10 o'clock at night, and the rain just keeps increasing in power. I just also want to show you now how many cars are parked underneath. I mean, I guess if there's one place you have to shelter in place, Buc-ee's is a good place to do it. But the number of cars we've seen driving in here to get out of the rain, you can see for yourself. Now, I have one reason as to why there are a number of people in here, and the gentleman we just wanted to interview, apparently declined our interview at this point. But there's another gentleman over here. Eric can walk with me for a second. He told me this gentleman was at the Mayweather-McGregor fight. Sir, can we just talk to you real quick? Just what this storm is like? I mean, what were you doing out in the first place? I know were you watching the fight?
No, we're supposed to go to a nightclub, but the exit was so messed up. Too much water.
Yeah.
On the side of the road.
Yeah.
So we end up to here, all the way to here, because we're supposed to go to Pasadena.
You're going to Pasadena. Do you regret going out tonight now?
No, I'm going back home, but I'm going to stay here for a while.
Do you regret leaving? Where do you live exactly?
We live on the north side of Houston.
Okay, and you were going to Pasadena.
We're supposed to go to Pasadena to a nightclub, but.
You seen any high water spots? You said you couldn't get out of the exit because it was
too much water on the side of the road, on the side of the freeway.
Okay, and how long you planning on waiting here?
Maybe another hour or so.
When you see all this rain, what kind of comes to your mind?
I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. Too much water. Never seen something like that.
Okay, thank you, sir. So a number of people trying to go out for a Saturday night. You can see all the people kind of sheltering in place here at Buc-ee's. You heard this gentleman right over here that he's going to wait it out. There are a number of other folks here who likely are going to do the same. It's amazing to me that there are as many people on the roads as possible, but people want to go. We're trying to go watch the Mayweather McGregor fight, and a lot of people just trying to go out for a Saturday night. We talked earlier about folks who maybe thought that the rain wasn't going to be as bad because it was fine in Houston earlier. But we're going to continue to try and talk to some of these drivers out here and see what they were up to and how long they're planning to camp out here. But I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Josh, real quick. I know from that Buc-ee's where you are, you can likely see the freeway. Have you seen that much traffic there on the freeway or even the feeder road, quite frankly, if it's still accessible to people?
Not a ton of cars. There was a big wave of cars that came into Buc-ee's, I want to say about 45 minutes ago. I'm guessing that after the fight ended, a lot of people were kind of like, oh God, what do I do now? I got to get home, and this is the best place for people to pull off. I'm actually looking in the distance there. I see a couple of cars on the highway, and there's one car in the feeder here that's also pulling into Buc-ee's. A few cars here and there that kind of go in waves, but and now I see a tow truck actually right in front of me as well. So it's pretty. I hope this is as many cars as we see out here tonight because it is really treacherous out there on the roads.
Yeah, my thinking is if you went somewhere to watch the fight, especially if it's a house party, just stay there. Your company, the host aren't going to mind. You're better off where you are, wherever that is, better off than being on the road. I've been stationed out here just outside the station along Allen Parkway.
It's a mess.
In Stanford. Oh my goodness, it was a mess. We had rushing water that was like a raging river. I know you guys have seen the images as well too, but I tell you, I watched people out there trying to navigate it. I watched a lot of people turn around, thank goodness. Fortunately, that's what you've got to do. The saying, turn around, don't drown, but you just don't want to mess with this. There is no need to get out there, and this is a look at exactly what we were talking about right here near downtown, just outside downtown Houston, outside our studios at Allen Parkway in Stanford. And I tell you what, usually we're so used to the water rising out of its banks at Buffalo Bayou and then inundating Allen Parkway. Today it was a different story. Stanford Street, as you travel south on it from Allen Parkway, is elevated. We just had water rushing down that elevation and spilling into Allen Parkway and meeting the road there, creating waves. And it was like, nothing I'd ever seen before out there. And I've been out there quite a bit for different storms here.
Yeah, that's a usual suspect where that happens. Let's give you some of the problem spots, and they're everywhere, but really in particular entire cities. Dickinson, south of us, They're telling people the roads are impassable there. Stay off the roads. You could probably say that for most of the Houston area, but the city of Dickinson saying stay off the roads. As we take a look at the Gulf Freeway and FM 518, you can see there it is just treacherous. Also, the city of Pasadena has ordered a shelter in place once again because the roads are impassable. In case you have not heard, there has been tragedy, a fatality tonight on the southwest side at Warrenton and Gessner. We are told earlier this evening a woman got out of her car there, obviously worried about the high water. The woman was found by a neighbor. She had drowned. So at this point, to our knowledge, there have been 2 fatalities related to Harvey just in the last few days. And this night is not over. We know that a lot of people are stranded and cars abandoned.
And we're getting in more information, this time from the city of Friendswood, the Friendswood Emergency Operations Center, telling us the city is experiencing significant flooding. Homes are taking on water, vehicles being stranded. The city's activity building, that's 416 Morningside Drive, is being opened as an emergency shelter there. That's in Friendswood, where people being picked up from their homes by the Friendswood Police Department. First responders hard at work right now.
I don't think it's hyperbole and an exaggeration to say that it almost feels apocalyptic, what we're looking at tonight with so much rain. This information coming from our website, Houston Police Chief Art Acevedo says the department is evacuating 2 apartment complexes in the Greenspoint area. You may recall Greenspoint apartments were seriously flooded in the tax day floods about 16 months ago. It was horrible, and now it looks like they're being flooded again, and people are being evacuated from the apartment complexes. So just all over the city, there are these dire circumstances where there's either been a death or there's been a fire or people are stranded or people are told to stay off the roads. We've got Barker Reservoir with an advisory. We've got Lake Conroe, and the dam is slowing the flow there. So it's just a mess, and it is monumental, and we're just getting a grasp of how widespread and dangerous it is, and we're continuing to deliver just more information because more information keeps coming from different municipalities and cities.
Yeah, you mentioned Chief Art Acevedo tweeting. We're also hearing from the mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner. He's tweeting as well. He just tweeted this, and he's talking about lots of people stranded roadside. It's exhausting resources right now, and first responders trying to get to them. He says we can all help by staying off the roads. It's that simple right now. You have no business out there. There's nothing but trouble. Even if it's a path you've driven a million times, folks, tonight is a totally different scenario.
Yeah, tonight is not the night. I heard from a TxDOT spokesperson a little bit earlier talking about just how dangerous it is out there. They are focusing on trying to make sure that they get to as many people as possible, but the numbers tonight undoubtedly endless because it's so widespread. The flooding, it's just about everywhere in the Houston area, stretching into other counties, and it's just a mess.
It is just a mess, and we know David Paul and Brooks Garner have been tracking this all so closely this evening. David had some promising news earlier. We need a little bit of hopeful news in all of this mess.
Tell me, just give me a sliver.
Give
us all a sliver of hope here.
At some point, it has to stop raining, but that may not be for quite a while, gang.
Okay, so this is from, I guess it's a tweet there from the mayor.
Yeah.
And we mentioned it earlier. Number of stranded people on our streets that Mia referred to. Calling 911 is exhausting, needed resources. You can help staying off the streets. I'm amazed, and we've all said this, how many people, you heard a guy that Josh talked to, he was going to a club tonight. Right. Now, I'm not knocking that, but we've been talking about this horrific weather pending for quite some time. And so, I know it didn't rain earlier in some areas.
But, I think a lot of people, unfortunately, let their guard down when they saw that the hurricane made landfall, 200 miles south of us. They thought, oh, well, it made landfall there. And, it's kind of like they heard that, but they didn't hear David Paul and Brooks Garner and the rest of the KHOU 11 weather team telling them this is a multi-day event, and that system, although downgraded, is going to make its way toward us. And I just think people, heard, oh, landfall south, and didn't think of, the repercussions or what was coming next to spawn out of Harvey.
All right, David, so where are we at? It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. The intense rain started maybe about 8:30 tonight that we're looking at around the area. Is it going to get out of here in the next couple of hours? What's the deal?
I don't know. At the moment, it does not show signs of leaving. We're just going to have to wait and see, because this is a weather scenario where it may just stick around and rain on us for the next 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, and after that, I'm just not sure. It's an unprecedented type of setup for us. Let me give you some bayou updates real quickly. White Oak Bayou at Heights, it's over bank full. It's at 34.5 feet. Bank full is 32 feet. In the Med Center, this is Harris Gully at South McGregor, so it's nearing bank full there. So we had a question earlier about the shift change in the Med Center. Your bayou there, Harris Gully, is about to go up to bank full and maybe even over bank full in the next hour or so. Hall's Bayou at Tidwell, so bank full's 39.9. It's at 39.19, almost bank full. Greens Bayou at Beltway 8. Now, the bayou at last check is just below bank full, but I know we're getting flooding of apartments and homes there in the Greens Bayou, Greens Point area from creeks that try to feed into Greens Bayou. The drainage system is just totally overwhelmed. Brays Bayou at Rice, southwest side. At last check, bayou is 52.7. With 50.72. Bank full's 51, so just below bank full. Unfortunately, it's still raining. Now, the latest RPM computer model was a little more hopeful last time we looked at it, pushing some of the heaviest rain off to the east by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, which is 7 hours from now, but still giving us a chance for rain. Let's take a look at where the radar stands right now. So this is the setup. You've got this remnant circulation, the low, from our tropical storm, which was Category 4 Harvey, which made landfall last night in Rockport. It's moved inland, and now it's just sitting out here almost near the San Antonio area. Just a little east of San Antonio is where it's centered. But we're on the dirty side of a decaying tropical system, and those are usually rainmakers for us. Now, quite often when this happens, we get a landfalling system in the central Gulf Coast. It goes in, and the upper level winds pick it up, and it gets out of here in a day. And we get one day where we have a flood threat, and it's gone. But in this case, the steering currents, the rivers of air in the atmosphere have gone dry. It's just an unfortunate weather pattern. And so there's nothing to pick this storm up and float it out of here. So it's stuck. And it's stuck in a position where we have this flood of moisture coming off the Gulf of Mexico. And there's so much energy with the system that it's creating these heavy rain bands. So this is I-10 East at Wayside. Look at all the traffic just stopped. Look at the sheets. You can see the sheets of rain coming down. It's the rainfall rates with this that have been so incredible. 5, 6, 7 inches per hour at times in spots. And it's just brought what traffic there is out here to a complete standstill. And I bet you there's high water up ahead here, which has stopped all the traffic and trucks. So they'll be spending the night out here on I-10 East at Wayside, where the rain is it's just incredible. These are Allison, Tropical Storm Allison-like rainfall rates. If you remember, or were here for Tropical Storm Allison, that flood is considered off the charts. And now we're approaching getting off the charts with this one. We're not there yet. We're not to Allison yet, but we're getting close. The problem with this is that this one may stick around, and we may have a couple of days like this, and at that point, we'd go way ahead of what we had with Allison. All right, Len and Mia, back over to you.
David Paul, what a night. Josh Chapin is down in Texas City in the parking lot of a Buc-ee's, and he's getting pounded by more rain. Tell us what's going on. We're going to get to Josh in just a second. He's been talking to people who are in the parking lot there, and even employees who've been down there for quite some time. We know how popular Buc-ee's is. You can see the shot, and yes, oh my gosh, look at that. Josh, it's gotten worse just in the last 15 minutes, hasn't it?
I don't know if you guys just were able to hear that, but I mean, in the last 10 seconds, there was this freakish, made your skin jump lightning strike. I mean, it is, Eric, just walk with me for 2 seconds here. I mean, I don't want to walk too far outside the awning, but you can see just the force of this rain just just coming down off the Buc-ee's canopy here. There's so many people here who pulled off the side. Well, there you go. Pulled off the side of the road because they really didn't feel safe. Now, I just spoke to you a couple of minutes ago. I said I suspected that a lot of people were watching that Mayweather-McGregor fight, you know, probably went in there and it wasn't raining too bad. And they came out and, uh-oh, one of those guys is Raul, who watched the fight. And thanks for hanging around with us here. What were the roads like getting from, you were in League City just, and you're going back to Galveston, correct? So what were the roads like coming down here?
Everything was flooded. We saw a bunch of cars along the side of the road, basically underwater. It was very hard getting back, so everybody be careful tonight.
You stopped here. I mean, you're here for the foreseeable future. What's your plan here?
No, sir. I'm probably heading back pretty soon. Hopefully it clears up. If not, then we might have to stay here.
Was it worth?
Oh, most definitely, most definitely. The fight was entertaining. It was great. I mean, McGregor lost. Oh well, but hopefully he comes back stronger next time.
All right, Raul. Thank you so much. We're going to keep monitoring things out here. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
All right, stay safe out there, as well as all of those folks that are hunkering down at that Buc-ee's in the meantime. We want to get to, right now, the fire marshal in Pasadena. That's David Brannon. He joins us on the phone. Pasadena, the entire city. Oh, boy. Are you there, David?
We may have lost him. We'll try and get back to him.
That entire city, though, under a shelter in place right now, understandably, because of the deteriorating conditions outside. We're going to try and reconnect with him for you and bring you more information from that part of the area.
We keep getting these examples of how rough of a night it is and how just insane it is. Someone sent a tweet. They said, streets are flooded in Heritage Park section of Friendswood. This person says this did not flood in Allison. And we keep bringing up Allison because that is the benchmark for the city in terms of the amount of rainfall that any of us can ever remember. I think there were 30+ inches of rain. You were here then.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yes, I covered Allison. I boated around the city.
Yeah.
I either trucked in or boated. It was so unbelievable. You know, we went to sleep that Friday night, woke up that Saturday morning, entire city underwater. You know, I'm a native Houstonian. I couldn't believe what I was seeing and what I was covering. And you're right, we use it for the benchmark.
But here we are 16 years later, and this might set records that we have not seen topping Allison, unfortunately, because we are witnessing tonight all of these areas just in dire trouble with people stranded and fires and one person drowning. Shelter in place, reservoirs under stress. I mean, it's just incredible what we're looking at.
Continuously rise, streets flood, and it's not just in one specific central area. It's widespread, like you said, and it's massive. You know, we're taking a look right now at these pictures from Houston Transtar, I-10 East at Wayside. Cars just stop there, big trucks, because the road is impassable there.
These folks are going to be, no doubt, spending the night in their cars, in their trucks, because they have nowhere to go.
Nowhere.
Everything is at a standstill. The water has come up so fast, it has basically shut down traffic all over parts of the Houston area, and you are witnessing it right there with the lights on, folks stuck.
And I think lots of times people think, oh, the freeway's safe, you know, in certain places it's elevated, I'll be fine. You're not fine tonight. All your usual safe go-to spots, quite frankly, I'm not sure if there is a safe go-to spot tonight. You don't want to risk it for your own safety, and you definitely don't want first responders putting their safety in jeopardy as well. There's nowhere you need to be. If you're in a safe place, stay there right now. Just hunker down and stay there. Look at this image. This is 610 the East Loop at Market Street.
Look at that
on the east side. I mean, look at the water.
I don't even. You can't even tell that's a road.
I was about to say you can't even make out that it's a road there. And this is what we're talking about, it being widespread, you know, from one side of the city to another. Our Grace White was down in Missouri City as well. We know it's just as bad out there. There was a woman that she was speaking with who can't make it to where she needs to be. I mean, roads turn to rivers here.
Yeah, see where it says Houston Transtar, and just come below that. That's a car, I believe, that is almost fully submerged.
Yes, let's hope that person made it out of there safely. You know, if you see that water, if you're out there and you drive up on it, or if you have a loved one who's calling you saying, I'm stuck out here in it, I'm scared, what do I do? Don't drive through the water. Stop where you are. If you can, I've done this before. If there are absolutely no cars around you, back up slowly, turn around, get to a high and dry place, and remain calm. And I know it's hard to do that in the wake of all of this, but if you're getting those calls from loved ones, because I know I was on Facebook Live for hours and people were telling me, you know, I'm talking to this person, what do we do? Let's take another look. This is I-10, the Katy Freeway at Gessner as well, and you can see there, I'm trying to take a closer look.
So standstill.
Yeah, the cars there stand still. And this is everywhere. I mean, you know, people just can't move right now because the water has collected so much in different places along freeways and along feeder roads and residential streets as well, too.
Adam Bennett is in one of the many trouble spots tonight. He is in Cypress, where we have witnessed tornado damage, and you can see there it's worse there now than it was when we talked to Adam maybe half hour ago. Adam?
Right, Lynn, you said it. So earlier this afternoon, the problem was the wind, right? A tornado that touched down in this area damaged 30 homes at least, according to the sheriff. Now the problem is the rain. So earlier I talked about how the rain was kind of coming and going in waves. Well, since we last talked, it's just been coming consistently. It's been going pretty much at this strength for about the last 3 hours or so. We've been kind of stuck underneath this overhang on this bank because really it's just water all around us. You can see in this parking lot where I am right now, and also the one next to us, just water ponding everywhere on the pavement. Now, as far as the roads, as far as people driving, this is Barker Cypress Road over here. We have seen cars that have been able to get through here. I know obviously that hasn't been the case in a lot of the roads that we've seen around the area, a lot of the freeways too. And then in Longabaugh Road, which you can't see, but just on the other side of us, around. So obviously some water over there, even though it's tough to see, and you know, really treacherous conditions out there. And guys, this rain, like I said, it's been going about 3 hours strong, and it does not seem like it is anywhere close to stopping. So it bears repeating. You've heard it from the elected officials, the mayor, the county judge. If you don't need to be out, if it's absolutely not an emergency, just don't be out. These roads really are as bad as you've heard, guys.
Yeah, and that's the message we're trying to get across to everyone throughout the Houston area, greater Houston area. Thanks so much, Adam Bennett, for us. Right now, we want to check in with the Houston Office of Emergency Management. Mike Walter joins us on the phone. Mike, you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, Mike, you know, we're looking at all these different images from across the city. What's the big concern right now at the OEM?
So one of the big things that we're dealing with right now is we have seen an incredibly sharp influx of 911 calls here to the Houston Emergency Center. Many of those calls are calls that really should not be 911 calls. We understand that it can be, you know, very frustrating, and it can be very scary to be stranded on the side of a road. But if you're not in a life-threatening situation, we're really asking everybody to not use 911 for that. The best thing to do is to try to get to higher ground. Park up in a gas station parking lot or in a higher area, well-lit area, and just you're going to have to wait this one out. Be aware of your surroundings as well. If you do find yourself in a life-threatening situation, we do want you to call 911. We're affecting multiple rescues throughout the city trying to help folks get out. By tying up those 911 calls, you could potentially be limiting somebody's access to 911 who really, really needs that life-saving service. So we are asking folks, please be careful when you decide to make those 911 calls this evening.
Let's talk about the areas feeling the hardest impact, and you guys are getting the most calls from, both for people who feel like they're in trouble on the road, and then are you guys having any high water rescues that you're having to respond to perhaps at a residence?
Yeah, so we've got quite a few high water rescues going on, both in residential areas as well as in underpasses as well. So we do have that going on really across the city. So we are asking folks, again, reserve 911 for those emergency calls only so that we can dispatch our assets. We have pre-staged assets and had things ready to go for a few days now because we knew that this threat was here. So we've been working with Public Works and the police department and the fire department and even our fleet management department to have all of these assets ready to go. They're out there. They're doing their job, but we really need folks to not put themselves in a situation that is going to need a first responder to come out to them. Please, please stay at home.
All right, Michael, thank you for that information. They are being inundated with a lot of calls. A lot of people are very afraid tonight. Let's switch to Jeff Lindner with the Harris County Flood Control. Jeff, I know you're very busy tonight. Tell us about where we are headed. We've heard about the Barker Reservoir that is rising to levels that we have not seen before. This is unprecedented, is it not?
The scope of what we're facing right now is certainly something that we haven't faced in a long time. And before we get to Barker, I want to focus on the southeast part of the county right now because this is where we have extraordinarily dangerous flooding going on. We are getting calls into our phone bank at the Flood Control District of people climbing into their attics on either side of I-45 between downtown Houston and Clear Lake. And so the flooding is extremely dangerous down in those areas. This is along Berry Bayou, Beamer Ditch, Turkey Creek, portions of Clear Creek. We have major flooding going on Clear Creek, Horsepen Bayou, Vince Bayou, Little Vince Bayou in Pasadena. Pretty much the entire southeast side of Harris County has had anywhere between 13 and 15 inches of rain in 3 hours. That is incredible rainfall. It far exceeds and surpasses our 500-year level event. On top of that, we're seeing widespread flooding and inundation occurring on portions of Hunting Bayou, in the downtown area on Buffalo Bayou, on Brays Bayou, on Keegan's Bayou. Virtually every watershed in this county, minus the extreme east side, is facing very significant flooding right now. So the only comparison that I can draw to at this point is going to be Tropical Storm Allison. Now, we haven't reached those rainfall totals that we had with Allison in those big totals, but given the gravity of the situation that we are facing right now, Allison is really the only storm that I can compare it to. And in the southeast part of the county, some of our channels have exceeded the Tropical Storm Allison levels.
13 to 15 inches just on the southeast side. So what do you do from your standpoint? I mean, do you sit back and just kind of wait until this clears? I mean, they're really, you're kind of, your hands are tied, aren't they?
There's absolutely nothing that we can do right now, and we are, we're hearing the phone calls that are coming in to 911 and people requesting help, and it's even very difficult for first responders to respond right now. The level of flooding that we are dealing with is tremendous, and so virtually everything in the southeast part of Harris County and into the central part of the county is paralyzed at this moment. And so, what we're having to tell people is if you feel like you're in danger, you need to get as high as you can possibly get in your house. And first responders will try to get to you as soon as they can, but as you can imagine, we are being overwhelmed by phone calls right now of people needing help. And under absolutely no circumstances do people need to be in vehicles or even attempting to drive. It is impossible to drive right now in this city and this county.
Jeff, I know you're not responsible for coordinating the emergency response, but at what point, I remember with Tropical Storm Allison, at some point military trucks rolling into, or military-style trucks rolling into some neighborhoods to rescue people. Have you heard, as you're trying to coordinate with emergency response teams, what that response is like and if that's being put into place now?
Well, we do have Texas military forces here at the EOC. Obviously, we have been preparing for this for days, for the hurricane part of this, and now we're dealing with this part. And so the good news is a lot of the response agencies were already in play here, had resources in place. But how quickly this has come on this evening with the almost 15 inches of rain in 3 hours is overwhelming everything.
Jeff Lindner, Jeff, I know you got a busy night. We appreciate you taking our call. giving us the scope of what you are facing. It is overwhelming. We go to David Bannon now, the fire marshal in Pasadena. And the stage there is there was a shelter in place there, David. Explain what you're facing there.
We're facing pretty heavy flood conditions. We're attempting as many rescues as we can. We have numerous people on a waiting list with the limited resources we have at this time, and we're just trying to prioritize each one of the rescues by medical and just working our way through them.
What kind of calls are you getting? What do they want rescued from?
Well, we have a lot of vehicles that were out and they're stalling out in the water, and the water's rising. We're also having a lot of water that's, rising and impeding into, the houses and structures. So it's just a combination of
Oh, we may have lost David Bannon, the fire marshal in Pasadena. You heard him describe they are being inundated, like many other agencies tonight, with 911 calls. People either need to be rescued from their car or from their homes, and they're trying to get to these people as quickly as possible. But even for the emergency crews, it is hard to get around, and there's so many calls, it is tough to get anywhere soon.
Let's check in with David Paul. David, we were talking with the flood control district, Jeff Lindner there, and he was telling us how Southeast Harris County, how things are so bad there, and so many people who are calling them needing help and assistance. Talk to us about what it's like in that area in Southeast Harris County.
Well, you've got water just going into dozens and dozens of homes down there right now. The roads are absolutely impassable. You've got people that water's coming in right now to the homes. They're scared. If you can listen to us, you heard what Jeff said. Just try to get to a highest spot in your house as you can. If you have to get up into the attic, get up onto the roof. Do it to get yourself out of the water. Because that's the situation that Southeast Harris County is facing. You heard Jeff mention that in many of the watersheds right now, the bayous are higher. They're surpassing the levels that they had in Tropical Storm Allison in 2001. So now here we are. We're right at the crest of reaching Allison levels and perhaps going past Allison levels just tonight. And this may go on for a couple of more days with rain chances staying with us. There is a new tornado warning. I just wanted to give you a quick update. This is for portions of Matagorda County, Wharton County, Lane City, Magnet, Highway 60. There's a weak little couplet here, but again, this is a situation where if you can get to the interior room, bottom floor of your home, away from windows, that is the safest place to be during these small tornadoes that have done damage today. During the daylight hours, we had a couple that did roof damage and fence damage. So here's where the worst of it is. Southeast Houston, although you can see there's heavy rain across West Harris County and Northwest Harris County and North Harris County as well, but this is where the really bad stuff is coming down. Heavy rain, Mount Houston to Channelview, Willowbrook Mall, Jersey Village, Piney Point, still getting heavy rain, still seeing bayous rising. This is where we're just getting the blinding rain. Santa Fe to Bay Cliff, Space Center Houston, and then up toward the Air Force Base, Ellington Field, just torrential rain, Shore Acres to Toddville. And Brooks, if you can slide this up just a little bit, let's zoom in on this spot up here in Southeast Harris County, because this is where it is just absolutely torrential rain coming down. And this is where we're going to have spots where high water is getting into homes right now. Roads are absolutely impassable. It's right up here, Space Center, Houston area. Yeah, here it is, Southeast area. Pasadena roads are impassable. You heard earlier them say that the Pasadena area is just in a state of emergency. You cannot drive. And there's the incredible downpour there. So neighborhoods here just outside the Beltway, there's 225, there's the Gulf Freeway, and that's where we're continuing to get this heavy, heavy rain. Pasadena to Galena Park to Deer Park, roads are just impassable there with the blinding rain that continues to come down there. Baytown to Eldon, you're getting heavy rain as well. You've got some flooded roads there. Lynchburg to the Highlands to Channelview, there's heavy rain there as well. To the south and west, this is Missouri City. Here's Sugar Land. You're getting pockets of heavy rain here, so you still got the street flooding that we reported on earlier, Beltway 8 and the toll road there going down into Missouri City. And then there is another band of heavy rain that has formed to the southwest. So here it is coming up through Blessing and Wadsworth and Bay City and up to 59 and East Bernard. So, here's Fort Bend County. You got Richmond-Rosenberg here. This new line of heavy storms is slowly moving toward Fort Bend County. So it may be that we're going to get another line slowly work into parts of the area while we still have this one dumping heavy rain across Galveston County and southeast Harris County. And this one's still dumping heavy rain across the western portion of Harris County. Future track is not much help. Rain continues off and on through the overnight into tomorrow morning. The setup is such that we will stay with a high chance for rain Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Still a 70% rain chance going into Friday and Saturday, as this system is extremely unusual in that it just is not forecast to move. And as you heard, we're already surpassing some bayou and flood levels that we had from Allison in 2001, guys.
All right, David, thank you. Mayor Sylvester Turner, the mayor of Houston, sending out this tweet. There are a number of stranded people on our streets calling 911, exhausting needed resources. You can help by staying off the streets. Essentially, there are people in real dire situations. And if you're not one of those people, they're asking you not to call 911. They are being overwhelmed. If you're in a life-threatening situation, of course, but if you're just sitting there and you just want to get away, but you're not in a life-threatening situation, they're asking you not to call. There are people who are trying to get in their attics in their homes. There are people trapped in cars with rising waters. Those are the people they need to get to. It is unbelievable what we are seeing. This from Mayor Sylvester Turner, and other authorities have echoed this tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's really been something, all across the city. And quite frankly, even outside of the city of Houston, in Harris County, in Fort Bend County, David mentioned that maybe perhaps they can get ready for another round of rain there. And then stretching all the way south to Galveston, we want to check in with Brittany Villegas. She's the Galveston County Office of Emergency Management. Brittany, tell us, what are the big concerns right now in Galveston County?
Right now, it's a flash flood emergency. We're told we can expect this to continue until as late as 6 a.m. this morning. We're told Dickinson, all roads are impassable. We have Friendswood, who just opened an emergency shelter. People's homes are taking on water there. Their cars are being stranded. We have our shelter in League City on FM 518 that's filling up, so we'll probably be working with the Red Cross to open a second this morning. It's really a mess here in Galveston County right now.
I can imagine. Talk to us, too, about the emergency response there. I know all of these calls are coming in. How are you guys managing to handle all of this?
Yeah, so we're located here at the Office of Emergency Management in League City, and we can hear all the radios that are coming into the sheriff's office, and a lot of rescues are happening all over the county. Again, Friendswood, Dickinson, League City, Santa Fe, San Leon, Bay Cliff area, seems to be happening everywhere. People reporting their homes are taking on water. So first responders are just trying to do the best they can. Like I said, a lot of roads are impassable, so it's tough out here, but it's even tougher sitting here and listening to all this happening. You want to help these people so bad, but our suggestion is to stay at home if you can, and if you can't, of course, call 911 if you do need to be rescued.
And Brittany, what about down on the island, Galveston Island right now? No great concerns there on the island itself, or are you watching some areas there as well, too?
From what I can see, I'm looking at a webcam right now of the east end, and it looks like it's sprinkling. So it doesn't seem that they're getting nearly as much rain as we are here up in North County. But it looks like on the radar that the west end of the island, far west end, is starting to feel some of the effects. But, yeah, again, here up in League City, it's kind of a mess right now. We're at the OEM office. We're actually operating on our emergency generator. So the area around us, the power is out. We're just doing the best we can.
Well, you guys keep doing the work that you're doing there, ensuring that people are getting cared for, responded to. Thanks so much for calling and checking in with us. Brittany Villegas with the Galveston County Office of Emergency Management.
Tonight we are hearing the same stories over and over, and none of it is good. Grace White is down in Missouri City. She's on Highway 6 in Missouri City near University. How's it looking there, Grace?
Lynn, Mia, we've been seeing pockets of heavy rain that David Paul was talking about, but right now we have a break, and I want to show you where we are. And actually, if you're taking a live look at the intersection of Highway 6 and University, if you look to my left, you can see these military-style trucks going into neighborhoods. We know a lot of first responders are working hard to make sure everybody is safe. We know they're working with their partners all across the state. But again, you're looking at a live picture of military-style trucks going down Highway 6 south into Missouri City. We've also got police officers here standing by at this intersection, blocking drivers from going towards Sugar Land. That's actually where we were trying to get to. We were in Missouri City off Cartwright Road near Highway 6, but because the water was rising there, we felt like we needed to move to a different location. So we thought about going towards Sugar Land. We got here to this intersection, University and Highway 6, and we weren't able to take a right turn towards Sugar Land because of these officers here. We've actually been speaking to several of them. They're out here tonight because this water is still a big concern. While we've got just a light drizzle, I want to walk you over here. If my photographer, Kyle Porter, will just kind of follow me this way. You can see out in the intersection, it may not look like much, right? You can see that center yellow median, but then if you look off in the distance, you can see how deep this water gets very quickly, and that's the concern. That's why these officers are out here. I asked them if they've been seeing people stranded. They said yes. They've really worked hard tonight to make sure people are not getting themselves in a compromising situation. But again, here, heading into Sugar Land from Missouri City on Highway 6, you can see this water. It's really hard to tell how deep it is, but you can see the further you go, and I did ask an officer how far it goes. He said it definitely goes pretty far. It's not just right here. This is what they don't want people to go through tonight. But let's walk back here and show you again. We're about a block from the Emergency Operations Center in Missouri City. That's where they've been staging all sorts of law enforcement personnel and city leaders throughout the night. And again, that's the direction that we saw those military-style vehicles coming from. So we'll try to get an update for you, since we're not too far away from them, on what exactly their mission is at this hour. Of course, this gas station becoming a shelter for us, safe cover from the rain, also out of gas here. No surprise, we've been seeing that across our area throughout Harvey. But again, that's the latest here from Missouri City. We're still seeing rain, but thankfully right now it seems to be light. Yeah. Mia and Len, back to you.
All right, Grace White, thanks so much. You know, it's a relief to see those military trucks on the move. They're responding, I'm sure, to some of these calls for people who are saying that they have water coming into their home. You know, they keep moving up in their home if they can. Brooks Garner joins us now. Brooks, you have some really important information to pass along to people who might be having to enter into their attics at this point.
You know, to relay this advice, I literally cleared it with our news managers. That's how dire this advice is, and it's reminiscent of Katrina. Apparently, the Harris County and also Houston Fire Department, I should say the Houston Fire Department, has been getting calls, people between the city of South Houston and Clear Lake. Apparently, some folks are resorting to going to their attics to seek shelter from the floodwater. You can imagine the horrible situation where you have to go to your attic to escape the floodwater. The piece of advice that is reminiscent of Katrina, but unfortunately is a reality, is that if you are resorting to going to your attic because you can't get outside, the water is moving, you can't swim, for whatever reason, if you're going into your attic to seek shelter, bring with you an axe so you can chop your way out of the roof in case the water starts going into the attic. If that's truly happening, you need to be able to cut your way out of the roof, and that way you can climb out and stand on the roof and hope for rescue. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's so overwhelming, the enormity of that information that we have to share with people. But you know, we're trying to ensure that everyone remains safe here, and even when the conditions get so bad and that you have to do that, you know what to do there. All right, we have Jeff Newfer on the phone. He's with the city of Friendswood. We know that area is being thrashed as well by this latest cell that's moving through. Jeff, give us an update there from Friendswood.
Well, Mia, the rain just continues at historic rates in Friendswood, as you've been the last couple hours. It's just raining harder than the drainage system can have it go off. And the city has opened up the activity center on Morningside Drive for people to use as a shelter, but we're also encouraging people to stay at home unless there's a danger in their home at this point. It's safer for them to be in their home than to try and go out on the roads, which are flooded.
Are you getting similar calls that everybody else is getting in terms of emergencies? People afraid because of water rising in their homes or trapped on the roads?
From what I understand, we're getting a number of calls from people that have water rising. I've not heard of any rescues that have needed to be done in the sense of life-threatening situations. But yes, people are very alarmed at the quickly rising water on FM 518, FM 2351, and FM 528, which are the three major roads through Friendswood.
I know you've opened an emergency shelter there in Friendswood. Do we know the status of it? Have you already seen several people already coming there? And are these people from one specific neighborhood in Friendswood that's already been inundated by water?
When I checked about 15 minutes ago, none of the people that were coming to the shelter had arrived. Some of them are being brought by police officers and emergency first responders, and none had arrived yet. But there were efforts from all over Friendswood to bring people in. It wasn't isolated to any one particular area in Friendswood.
Yeah, that's the frightening part, Jeff, tonight, that it doesn't matter where you are. Everybody is getting hit in the Houston metro area. What's the contingency for you guys as we get into the daylight hours?
The contingency?
Like, what are your plans on how to handle all of the calls that you're getting, et cetera?
Well, we're encouraging people. Sorry, there's a warning going off in the background.
Yeah, we're all getting it.
We're encouraging people. Sorry about that. We're encouraging people to call 911 only if they have an emergency. Try to use social media, Facebook, Twitter. We've sent out phone messages to residents.
Mm-hmm. And so people understand that they should stay in place. That seems to be the best message and information we can get to people unless they're in life-threatening situations.
Right, everywhere.
All right, that's Jeff Newfer with the City of Friendswood.
Yeah.
More trouble for folks down there. Every person we talk to, Mia, has the same story. People are just very afraid, and sometimes they find themselves in life and death situations. And we've been talking to our weather folks all night, and we're not going to get any clearance from this for perhaps several hours.
It really is the same narrative. You're right, no matter who we talk to. And I think for so many people, you know, when there's water coming into your home, and when you've never seen water in your home, and then especially when it's rising at an alarming rate, it is extremely scary. And as they said, you know, if it is a life-threatening situation, you know, reach out to first responders. But if it is not, try and remain calm, as difficult, I know, as that may be, and let them try and reach those people who are really in a dire situation. You know, all of our emergency first responders are really being tested tonight and put to the limit, because this is citywide and it's beyond the city. It's out in some of our counties as well. This is a reminder from the Houston Office of Emergency Management, a tweet. Please remember that 911 is for life-threatening emergencies only.
And we saw earlier where Grace White is in Missouri City, military trucks moving in. It's going to take more resources than what some of these cities have in order to address this problem. It's going to take military coming in from a lot of different places, more than just the National Guard. This is what we are facing tonight. And this is just tonight. This could stretch over for several more days as we look at all of this rain falling right now out on Allen Parkway, I believe. Brooks.
All right, so I got information from Jeff Ledner from Harris County Flood Control with more specifics about those communities that I had just mentioned that we heard about on that phone call a few minutes ago, where people are actually seeking shelter in their homes' attics to avoid the floodwater. If the water is genuinely rising to the level of the attic, where the only place you can go in your home is the attic, this is the advice, and this advice is reminiscent of Katrina. You need to go into the attic with an axe so that you can cut your way out of the roof to get on top of the roof if the water starts coming into the attic. You don't want to drown if that's truly happening. Jeff Lidner said that this is happening in and around the city of South Houston. People are seeking shelter in their attics to avoid floodwaters rising through the first floor, specifically in the Edgebrook area. And this is being caused by Berry Bayou and also Vince Bayou going over its banks. That said, this is a dire situation on the southeast side. This goes beyond, at this point, street flooding. This goes beyond the inconvenience of not being able to drive. This is now becoming a life and death situation for some folks on the southeast side, specifically the city of South Houston in the Edgebrook area, thanks to the Berry Bayou and the Vince Bayou. It almost seems like a secondary warning to inform you of 2 active tornado warnings now with these cells. We've got one near Baytown. It looks like there's one just to the west of Baytown. I'll zoom in on these for you. Also, a new one near East Bernard, and also along the Southwest Freeway near Hungerford. These are embedded with the cells of these feeder bands going into Harvey. While downtown Houston is catching a relative break from this rain, all the heavy rain happening on the northwest side is coming down the bayous, leading to inevitable bayou rises. And putting the map into motion over the last several hours, looks like another break on the way, but we could see more development south coming in. And the ever-present question of what happens with this over the next several hours. How will this rainstorm evolve? Well, it looks like what's going to happen as we push toward the dawn hours, 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, we're going to see bands like this working slowly to the east. I'm going to give you a zoomed out version and show you exactly what we're talking about, because you have to look at this at a large scale, the scale of the tropical system of Harvey. And this is the last 6 hours with Harvey. The center of circulation located near Yoakum, southwest of Columbus, and it's stationary. And so what we're seeing are the inflow bands going into the center of circulation of this tropical storm now, which is now located here and basically stationary. Some of the forecast models take this back south tonight and a little bit to the east. So the bottom line is that we may be facing bands of flooding rain in one spot or another in our viewing area through at least the lunchtime hour tomorrow. And so situations where we're already talking about people taking shelter in their attics is one where it's beyond notable. This is going to be obviously historic. More bands developing. See how this one developed over the last 4 hours? Looks like another band developing south of Angleton, and yet another one developing from El Campo, drifting toward the east. So this is the name of the game. This is a long duration event, and we're seeing just an incredible, and I hope not sad, I hope this isn't a tragedy, but an incredible event and one for the history books. Another way to understand what's going on with this system is to look at what's going on in the big picture as far as the future. What's going to happen with this storm? What are we looking at with future track? This is one computer model starting off about 2 a.m. that keeps these bands in very similar places through 5 to 6 a.m. and even some of them back build. And if this is true, we could see these 2 to 4 inch rainfall totals continuing through 7 a.m. right in the same corridors. I hope this model is wrong, but if it's not wrong, we're looking at another 6 to 12 inches of rain falling in places that have already seen for the day close to 20 inches of rain, and in the last 6 hours, over 15 inches of rain. This is rain that our drainage system simply can't handle. Here is the shot at 10:15. This morning. It's currently 1:41, so here we are into the day. And it's just continuing to rain. It's Sunday morning officially now, so we're going to be seeing this rain continuing, according to this model, on into the early afternoon. So this is an impact we've been talking about. It's one thing to see the computer models forecasting 30 or 40 inches of rain, and it's easy to dismiss as just crazy computers that got the forecast wrong. But when you look at the meteorological elements that go into this, tropical storm that's stalled, incredible moisture feed coming off a body of water that has temperatures in the upper 80s, so there's just a ton of tropical humidity, and a force that makes rain in a very efficient way, interacting with a weak frontal boundary to the north, wringing out that wet washcloth. It's all happening over our city. And the big difference between this flood event and previous flood events in recent history is that it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. We're going to see waves of rain coming from the center of this for the next 5 days. So the hope is that by tomorrow, when I say tomorrow, I mean the daylight hours of today, that this breaks up and we catch a break like we did during the daylight hours of Saturday. That's probably going to happen. It's unimaginable to think that we're going to see this intensity of rain all day Sunday. So I'm hoping for a break. But while we may have a break, that may allow us to warm up, recharge the atmosphere, and then you get another feeder band developing over that area. So we're in for the long haul, guys.
Yeah,
and
it is seemingly, Brooks, never ending, but thank you for the realities of what we are facing. Yeah. And speaking of the realities, look at this tweet from Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez. He says, getting lots of requests for high water rescues. Some involve children, others with medical issues, trying to get to as many as possible. That is heartbreaking to hear that if you're out with your children, and imagine how frightened they must be. They are trying to get to these folks as well as people with medical conditions who are either in their homes or stuck in their cars. This is what it has come to tonight, and it is what we are facing, and hopefully we can get to as many people as possible without losing anyone.
And they're working just as fast as they can, believe me. They want to do all that they can. This is a TransStar live picture. This is I-10 East at Lockwood. Obviously the rain there on the lens, but you see cars just stopped. You see the lights, likely impassable there. I think that's water in the center of the screen there on the roadway. Conditions just bad all around town. And going back to Sheriff Ed Gonzalez's tweet, I've been looking at the comments on our Facebook page, on the KHOU 11 Facebook page, and this one just really caught my attention. Nicole Gonzalez says, a family with 5 babies in rising water asking for rescue in Pasadena, but they can't get through to emergency services. Can anyone help?
Oh my.
I know, and I know, just my thing is keep calling, keep calling, keep calling. If you're in that serious of trouble, that's what you've got to do. Do know, folks, that they're being inundated with calls right now. It's getting overwhelming for them. Chief Art Acevedo also tweeting here, cannot emphasize enough how much flooding there is on roadways. You are endangering yourself and our first responders by being out. Stay put. I hope you're getting the message by now, just how bad it is. When you have people saying they have small children and they need rescuing, just how dire the situation is out there and how bad it is all across the city of Houston. We want our first responders to be able to focus on those people who need the critical help right now.
And every time we go to one of our reporters, you get a sense of how dire it is. Josh Chapin is in Texas City in the parking lot of a Buc-ee's, getting hammered by weather there and talking to folks who've been hanging out. Josh?
Okay.
Or we may have lost him because of all the weather situations.
Yeah, I know the last time we checked in with him, the weather conditions had really changed.
There he is.
All right, Josh?
Oh, okay, can you guys hear me now? What I was trying to say was that this is the lightest rain, and as soon as I say that, there's like blowing all around me. The rain starts to whip. But honestly, this is the lightest rain I've seen in the last 2 hours. We are here at the Buc-ee's. It is technically the Texas City Buc-ee's, but I've gotten a little bit of criticism on social media that this Buc-ee's technically isn't in Texas City. It's a Dickinson, whatever you call it. We have been getting pummeled, really. We've been here since about 10 o'clock tonight. It was pretty quiet when we first got here, really just a couple of cars, but now, guys, you can see just how many cars are here waiting this thing out. We talked to a number of people who are just trying to get back locally to their neighborhoods. We know the side streets around this are flooded out. Walk with me here, Eric, for a second, because I have Valerie here, who's with her whole family. Valerie, you were in Galveston. You're trying to get back to the area right around here. Tell me what the streets were like.
So we came off of 45 and I slammed on my brakes because it was so flooded and the water rushed on top of my hood, and I was like, oh my gosh, let's back up. So I backed up when we came over here, tried the other side, same thing, and now all of us are kind of under here waiting for it to pass.
Now, I know you guys were out watching the fight in Galveston, right? Do you regret doing that?
Go McGregor! No way! I'm so excited. I love McGregor. I love the fight. Don't regret it at all, but you know, just having the kids out here and being, you know, stuck just kind of sucks a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you see these conditions out here. I mean, it doesn't just suck. This is dire. This is life-threatening for a lot of people.
Absolutely. You know, I would never want to put my kids in this kind of situation. So it just, you know, as a mom, I'm being, you know, mama bear and, you know, keeping a lookout for everything. First chance that we can get, and the flood subsides, we're out of here.
And how, I was going to say, how long are you going to wait it out for? As long as you
As long as I have to, yeah.
Okay. All right, this is Valerie, and I'm just going to walk over here to Will. He's also watching the fight. Everyone I've talked to here, pretty much there's a tilted kilt in League City watching the fight, and I wanted to watch the fight myself, I'm not going to lie.
Good
and
fight.
It was a good fight.
Damn good fight, yes.
And now you're stuck here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Bucky's here. Got a cup of coffee. Going to wait it out till maybe early in the morning. But, you know, we're safe right here, I believe. But the feeder roads are really, really flooded, and I-45, either way, it's flooded.
You went out tonight, and what was it? You went out probably a little bit earlier. The rain wasn't too
Not
crazy?
at all. Not at all. Yeah, just the last 2 hours, this rain just picked up, that one band, so, and that's what we're sitting on right now.
And you said you were trying to get back to Friendswood. Have you talked to any of your friends or family or anything like that?
Yeah, they said, matter of fact, the roads at 528 and 45 are flooded. So we're probably going to sit here for a while.
You see this rain, this catastrophic rain. You know, what's running through your mind? I know we've seen this over the last couple of years. Some people remember back to Allison, that sort of thing. What's been running through your mind?
I'll tell you real quick. I was born and raised in Galveston, and of all the storms we have, I've never seen this kind of rainfall other than Allison. And so we got a lot of water coming, like 4 or 5 more days. Yeah.
Okay, you be safe getting home.
Always.
Hopefully everyone out here is going to be safe getting home. Of all places, as I said, to shelter in place, Buc-ee's would be the place to do it. Of course, coffee, bathrooms. The folks are here, working here all night, and they told me earlier they're going to be here sleeping overnight here, helping the folks out, trying to wait out at least some of this storm with them. But the wind is just, it's nuts out here in this Dickinson, Texas City area. Every time you think it slows down, then this big wind just whips on your face. So we're going to keep monitoring the conditions out here and sheltering it out, waiting it out with these folks for the rains to subside. I'll send it back to you guys for now.
Thanks, Josh. And I have to say, it's encouraging to see people in such good spirits under such horrible conditions. Both the women he talked to and the guy seem very, you know, calm and friendly and, you know, just kind of upbeat.
Sometimes that's nervous energy, too.
You think?
You know what I mean? And especially on a night like tonight.
Yeah. We've gotten some folks reaching out to us on Twitter. This is Lupe Mendez. He sent me a picture. Fondren Park, Gregory Lane, underwater, medians barely above water. This is the corner of Gregory and North Michael Circle. So, Lupe, thank you for that information. Another person, Jason Saucedo, sent us a picture from the view of his front door in Friendswood. And earlier we talked to a spokesperson with the city of Friendswood talking about how dire it is and all the problems that they are having. Who do we have on the phone?
All right, we have David Popoff. He's with the city of Dickinson. You know, we talked with the Galveston County OEM earlier, and we heard that it was pretty bad down there in Dickinson. And that's right near where our Josh Chapin was as well. David, are you there for us?
I'm here. How are you? Good evening.
Well, we're hanging in there tonight as well as you are. David, give us an update on what's going on in Dickinson, what the situation is there.
Well, we currently have received numerous calls from 911 calls for water rescues throughout the city, widespread from just about every quadrant of the city. Our fire department and our hot water rescue vehicles, along with Texas Search and Rescue, have performed several rescues in the city and removed people from high water. At this point, we are asking folks to shelter in place. There is absolutely no need to be out at 1:50 in the morning. It's definitely a shelter in place here in Dickinson, and we're continuing to receive more and more reports.
You say you guys are responding to these water rescues. Are you talking about people stuck out in their vehicles in the rain, or are you talking about residential rescues?
Well, we have both. Unfortunately, we have some low-lying areas in Dickinson where we already have reports of water going into homes. We've had several of those reports. Most numerous reports are people in vehicles, people that don't need to be out. We are
also asking people if they do have water coming in, or they do find into their homes, or they do find themselves stranded, please call us at 911, and our first responders will respond if they can. We have a lot of areas of high water where we're also having difficulty getting people to the shelter in League City.
Question for you. I'm sure you guys have a shelter set up there, but that's really for people that you're rescuing and taking them to. Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I wouldn't use the word shelter. It's a temporary location where we can get them out of the weather, get them dry, get them something to drink, and until we can get them to a proper shelter.
David, let's talk about these responses. You know, you're flooded with these phone calls from people needing assistance, needing rescues. Is there a priority here? I mean, you know, if you've got seniors in a home, if you've got, you know, a family with babies in the home, or, you know, a family with kids in the car, is there a priority list here, or do you guys just respond as you receive the calls?
No, we're absolutely prioritizing the calls. All the calls that you've mentioned, we've received all of them tonight. So we are prioritizing the calls, and we're basing those calls on life safety issues. And our priority is to make sure that we can get our first responders safely through the water, because it's a matter of us being able to safely get to them, so our first responders don't become victims themselves.
What kind of condition are you finding people in? Are you having to rescue and take people to the hospital, or they just needed to be removed from where they are?
It's the typical, just removed from where they are. Mm-hmm. As far as folks that need medical attention and those sort of folks, our mayor issued a voluntary evacuation in Dickinson 2 days ago for medical and functional needs. And most of those folks heeded those warnings. So we've seen only one call so far of the numerous calls we have where we actually had to make a transport to a medical facility.
David, how would you compare the situation in Dickinson tonight to other storms that area has seen?
Well, I've been involved in this business 35 years. This is the worst it gets. When you see the term catastrophic, life-threatening flooding across our area, I've been involved in this a long time. Storms going all the way back to Alicia, including Allison. This is a dangerous situation, and again, that is the reason why we are asking people to shelter in place and stay home. If they feel if water starts coming to their house and they need a rescue, then we will prioritize those rescues as needed.
Yeah.
David, thank you so much. I know you're very busy. We appreciate you taking the time to kind of give us a sense of what you're grappling with. Very familiar story that we are hearing. We just saw a video right in front of our station. There we go, back to it. There's a car stuck in the median on Allen Parkway, lights flashing. Clearly the driver must have either pulled over or spun out. We're not really sure, but we know how high the water gets on Allen Parkway, right near Montrose or Studemont. It is always dangerous because Buffalo Bayou comes out of its banks and creates a nightmare scenario for drivers. And this appears to be someone there, lonely and abandoned, and hopefully they got away.
Looks like the car ingested some water. Did you see all that white exhaust coming out of the tailpipe?
Yeah, I saw the exhaust, so that's what I was thinking. And, you know, that's what people think. We're watching people walk out to the van now.
Maybe they're checking to see if somebody's in there, or maybe this is the driver getting some help.
Maybe so.
Did you guys see any front-end damage? I didn't notice any damage.
I didn't see any front-end damage myself. You know, I wondered perhaps, you know, they got in that water and then they were trying to just drive over the median there, the curb, because as I was out there tonight, I watched several people drive right over the median and turn and head in the opposite direction.
It's called hydrolocking when the car stalls, it ingests that water, and that can kill your engine. It can just destroy your engine or cost a couple $1,000 to get all the new filters.
And I think we say to ourselves, you know, oh my gosh, how can people drive through that? I think tonight, and this is why we stress, you cannot be out there on the roadways because it's nighttime, and then you have this blinding rain at times. Your visibility gets to pretty much zero. in different places. You can't tell at all what's the water, what's the road. And these people, you know, what's happened here, this is playing out in so many different places. This situation doesn't look as bad as others that we've seen, but as we watch the exhaust come out of the vehicle there, just look at the water, too.
That exhaust isn't happening because he's hitting the gas or spinning the tires, I should say. It's the engine trying to compensate for all the water. Hey, that's not good. That's a lot of steam. Got a report 15 inches in just 15 inches of water in 6 hours at the city of South Houston. 15 inches of water have fallen in 6 hours. I mean, that's amazing.
Like 2 hours ago, it was 9 inches.
Right. It's still raining.
Oh, my
yeah,
gosh.
it's incredible. And that's the area that has unfortunately experienced the most dramatic and most dire situations. Apparently, according to flood control people in some communities I'm referencing the information now, like the Edgebrook area, are seeking shelter in their attics. And if you're in a single-story ranch-style home and the attic is the only place to stay dry, that's horrible, that's scary. And if you're in that situation, you've got to figure out a way when you get up there how you're going to get out if the water keeps rising. We don't know. It's nighttime. I don't have that intel right now. Apparently, it's the Berry Bayou and Vince Bayou areas that are most affected. The last time I heard about something like this was with Hurricane Katrina in the lower Ninth Ward of New Orleans, where the Weather Service advised that people who seek shelter, the final resort of shelter, their attic, bring an axe with them. Bring an axe with you into the attic if that's your last resort for shelter, because you need to, frankly, cut your way out of the roof and stand on top of the roof. So if the water keeps rising, you don't get stuck in there and drown. It sounds horrible to say, and I'm looking through my notes, just the latest reports. Hunting Bayou at I-10, 6 feet over flood stage. So I think so many people, and we were talking about this in the Weather Center, David Paul and I earlier, saw this hurricane making landfall in Corpus Christi yesterday morning, like around 1 a.m. or so, and they saw the pictures on the news today and said, okay, the hurricane has hit, it's over, we dodged a bullet. We were trying to drive home for days and days and days that while Houston would miss the hurricane, we would not miss the rain. The computer model's forecasts suggested rainfall totals of 30 to 40 inches for our region, which we thought was pretty wild, but because they were so consistent and because we've seen rainfall totals like that, like in Alvin years ago, had 45 inches of rain in a 24-hour period, we thought that it was conceivable, so we made sure we let you know and thought that most of this would come early next week, like as in Monday or Tuesday, but we got it today. And not to say it's over today, by the way. We're going to have rain continuing at varying intensities through this Sunday into the early afternoon, unfortunately. There's more bands developing. You see those last frames, which means more rain. And it may shut off for a couple of hours or maybe, hopefully, a day or two. But then we could have another feeder band come in because this storm, Harvey, it's not moving. It's not moving away as these do. It has stalled. It's stuck between an area of high pressure in the Gulf of Mexico and an area of high pressure in the Intermountain West and has nowhere to go. And so nature's doing its thing. It's got a heat engine. It's like starting a lawnmower. This thing's cranking. And it's over land. It's like if your lawnmower runs out of gas, it starts choking, and it's going to try and stay alive, and it's pulling in all this deep tropical moisture from the Gulf to wrap into its center to try and maintain its heat engine. And that's what we're under, and that's why we're getting all this rain. Tornado watch continues. It was just reissued. I'm guessing it's probably another 12 hours. Haven't even had a chance to look, but as long as we're on the dirty side of the storm, we'll be under a tornado watch. An amazing storm, guys, just looking at these bands of rain. When I say amazing, I don't mean that in any way to add levity to how serious the situation is. I say that strictly from the point of view of what do you do with this? What do you do when your area gets 25 or 30 inches of rain overnight and you hear about the horrible problems people are facing? In a weather forecast, we're used to partly cloudy, right? With a chance for a thunderstorm. We have experience in flood forecasting and the knowledge to help you get through it. We're in the same situation as you guys. We're stuck here at the TV station. We're not leaving until this goes away. So we can advise you with our knowledge and experience to hopefully help you weather the storm better. But here we are, and this is the reality that we're going to be facing for at least the better part of this Sunday, if not in the days to come. So we've got another band of heavy rain around East Bernard. We've also got embedded tornadoes in some of these bands of rain. This is a look at future track tomorrow, Monday, midnight. So this just shows you all day today, all day Sunday, into the day on Monday, we could see more rains. I'll show you some of these updated future tracks coming up, guys.
All right, thanks for that latest update, Brooks. We want to check back in with our Grace White. She's now situated at the Missouri City Office of Emergency Management. She has an interview there for us with more information. Grace?
Me and Lynn, we've been driving, as you know, around Missouri City these last couple of hours, seeing a lot of high water on the roads, a lot of stranded drivers. We wanted to stop by the Emergency Operations Center and see what they're dealing with, what conditions are like right now. We have Captain Harris here. Captain, tell me, what are you getting the most calls about right now?
Right now, most of the calls we're getting is for stranded motorists. We have a lot of high water areas in the city. I think about an hour ago, we were up to 20 different intersections. With high water, we've slowly, as the rain stops, the water recedes. Like I said, we've got numerous calls of people that were stranded in the water. We've got officers actually in dump trucks driving and picking these folks up and getting them out of the water.
You mentioned dump trucks, Captain, but we also saw some military-style vehicles. Do you know anything about those?
No, we didn't request the military-style vehicles. We saw them going south on Highway 6. We believe they're heading down towards Brazoria County, where they also have some high water.
We also wanted to ask you, Captain, about the possible tornado. That's originally why we came to Missouri City a couple of hours ago. What can you tell us? It was on Texas Parkway, and again, possible tornado at this point.
Exactly. It was in the 2200 block of Texas Parkway, which is near Court Road. We do know that there was a Wells Fargo that was damaged, a Kentucky Fried Chicken, and a Pizza Hut. We did hear of one injury, a lady that was transported, and she believed she was injured by some flying glass.
Wow. What do you want people to know going into the morning hours here as people are getting up? Maybe they've been sleeping for a few hours, not sure of what the conditions are like outside their neighborhood. What would you tell your citizens?
When the sun comes up, first thing people want to do is get out and assess the damage to their homes. If any, they're going to want to get out and drive around. We ask them not to. Don't get out unless it's absolutely necessary. But we know people, they need to live, they want to get out. And if they do, they get in trouble, to call us, and we will be there en route to help them.
And kind of give us a feel for what we're looking at here. This is your Emergency Operations Center, and Kyle, while he's talking, if you can kind of give people a look at these, this is a list, right, of your current streets that are underwater?
Right. We've been making a list of streets that are impassable throughout the city, streets that have been, the water has receded, that they can travel on now. We have every employee in the city, public safety employee working, as well as our communications department, our public works. We're working a 12-hour schedule. Our shift, this is the night shift. We came on at 7 p.m. We get off at 7 a.m. So we're going to do this round the clock until the storm passes.
And if people wake up or they're awake now and they have an issue, they see something, what's the best thing to do?
Call 911 if it's an emergency. There is a non-emergency number listed on the city's website if you just need to call with information. If you see high water, you want to report it, we ask that you do report that. We probably already have the information, but the more information we can get, the better we can assess where the needs are.
All right, thank you so much, Captain Harris with the Missouri City Police Department. We appreciate your time and your work at this late hour. That's the latest from Missouri City. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Missouri City mobilizing there themselves. He mentioned dump trucks moving in some areas. You know, it's all reminiscent of Tropical Storm Allison. I remember riding in dump trucks in different parts of the city.
It's the only way to get it done.
Along with info rescues. Yep, do what you got to do at this point, that's for sure.
All right, let's go out to Adam Bennett. He's on the northwest side looking at a whole lot of water behind you. Where exactly are you, Adam?
So again, we're at the same place we've been, Lynn, Barker Cypress, not too far from West Road. And the reason is it's been raining so hard almost the last 4 hours straight now that we really can't go anywhere else. So it's hard to see from all the way back here, but just to give you an idea, the depth of the water in this parking lot, several inches, easily up to my ankles, if not farther. That's about how deep the water is on that road over there. That's Long and Bar Road. We've seen several cars with their flashers on, a few turn around. One car actually was maybe not stuck, but at least waiting it out. It was a pretty low car, and sheriff's deputy actually came and helped them find a way to safety. Now, we talked to that deputy because, keep in mind, we've been here most of the night, so we're kind of stuck with all this rain. We don't really have the view from 10,000 feet up, so to speak. He told us that all around this area, this Cy-Fair area, the roads are a mess. A lot of high water, a lot of roads are impassable. He said it's even worse farther down south on Barker Cypress, a lot more rain down that way. So he's really echoing the same message that we've heard from the mayor, from county judges, from a lot of these elected officials. Just don't go on the roads. There's really no reason to unless you absolutely have an emergency. So many of these roads are impassable, and this is really no exception here. And what's absolutely amazing is that all this water that you see right here, this is just from that rainfall in that short amount of time. From what we've been able to tell, at least where we are right now, we're not next to a bayou or any kind of large body of water. This is just from what's been falling in the sky. So just like we've seen all over the Houston area, so much rain in such a short amount of time, and definitely not something you want to be driving in. We're not. We're staying put. This is where we've been, underneath this bank overhang here. We've been lucky enough to find a dry spot, but a lot of drivers not so lucky. A lot of people just having to just park on the road where they are and just wait this thing out, guys. This is not really seeming to get much better as the night's gone on. This is probably actually the lightest the rain has been in the last 4 hours or so. Just an absolute mess on the roads.
A sign of hope to see that no rain coming down. That's the first sign and the first step. Thanks, Adam.
Any break that we can get in that rain, just a few minutes, and my goodness, a couple of hours would be amazing. All right, let's check back in now with Josh Chapin. He's down in Texas City. He's been staked out at that Buc-ee's there. I feel like every time we come to you, the weather is different. It looks like it's back on, Josh.
Yeah, guys, it really does seem to change within minutes here. Sometimes it's a driving rain. Sometimes it's this, more of like an annoying rain. You know, we've been showing you this picture for a better part of the evening. The cars here waiting it out sort of because they have no way back into their neighborhoods. We just talked to a woman. She didn't want to talk to us on camera, and I could totally understand why, because she said she was coming down the feeder road here of 45. She was coming back from, yes, a fight party. I'd say 90% of the people here, if not more, were at a Mayweather-McGregor fight party tonight. She said she got down the feeder road and she got up in water and she just got stuck. And what she had to do was get out and walk in water that was just about up to here. Now she is stranded at this Buc-ee's and is waiting for someone to pick her up. The problem is she lives in Texas City. Now it says this is a Buc-ee's in Texas City. It's technically a Dickinson, but she doesn't know if she can get into her neighborhood. Not only that, but she doesn't know, or she told me that no one can actually come get her because all the streets are flooded. So it's just a real dire situation around here. People's mood are, you know, the mood is pretty cheery, I would say, given the roads being, you know, all flooded out and such. We also talked to some folks inside at Buc-ee's. One of the cashiers told me that she lives in the area. She can't get home at this point because her road to her house is flooded out. You can kind of see the conditions out here, not too bad, but they just, as I talked about, they kind of worsen. They get better, they get worse. And just as I'm talking, a big crack of thunder out here. A number of people apparently have already called in sick for this Buc-ee's shift in the morning for obvious reasons. So who knows what this Buc-ee's is going to do. But we're just waiting it out here, talking to folks who are saying that they're going to stay here as long as is humanly possible until some of this passes, until they think that maybe the feeder road to 45 here is doable, because right now it's crazy out here. Guys, I can't imagine walking up to here after your car stalls out. She told me, I've already gotten over my truck. It just hurts to hear that.
As long as she's okay, that's a. If you're going to be stuck someplace, Buc-ee's, you know, you've got a lot of restrooms. They're typically clean. They have plenty of food. You can stay high and dry. I know nobody can come pick her up right now, but she's high and dry, and she can, you know, at least be halfway comfortable.
She's in a good place.
Totally, yes.
Opposed to a lot of other people right now. All right, Josh Chapin, thanks so much.
Yeah. We've been telling you about all of the difficulties throughout the night. We've got a shelter in place in Dickinson, a shelter in place in Pasadena. We have bayous up and down the 45 corridor, creating trouble for people from downtown Houston all the way to Clear Lake. Think about that. And then we just saw Adam, he's in Cypress. That's the northwest side. So it stretches all over the place where there's flooding, people trapped in cars, people trapped in homes, And right now we're going to talk for the first time to someone who's trapped in her home, Janae Hagan in Galena Park. Janae, tell us how you're doing.
Well, we're trying to stay dry over here. Hello?
Water, I'm sorry, how much water do you have in your home?
Well, I have water all the way up past my ankles.
Oh, my goodness.
In your home right now, my goodness. And what's the situation like looking out the window where you are, Janae? Is the rain still falling pretty heavily there outside your home?
Yes, ma'am. The rain is like nonstop and the water keeps rising. So it's like flooding all over the porches, it's in the house, in the bathrooms, it's just everywhere.
And so who's with you, Janae?
I have my mom, my grandma, and my sisters.
And how old is your grandmother?
My grandmother is about, I'll say, 70 years old.
And so what are you guys going to do? You're going to sit tight and wait till daylight?
Yes, sir. Hopefully it won't get too bad, but if it does, we'll probably call for help.
Who would you call?
Well, I heard that you're supposed to call 211.
Okay, you and thousands of other people, no doubt. Hopefully, are you comfortable? Are you able to deal with this for some time and be okay?
Yes, so long as it doesn't get any higher than my knees, I should be okay.
And so is the water rising at a fast? Oh, these are your pictures that we're looking at. That's a mess. At what rate is the water rising?
It's rising pretty fast. The rain had stopped at first, but then it started back, so now it's like rising even faster.
Janae, I have to ask you, how long have you guys been in this home, and have you ever seen water inside the house, or quite frankly, even up to the doorstep where you are?
Well, the house we're in here is a family house, and it's been here all my life, and we never saw water come inside the house or get this high.
So how does that make you feel for that to be happening now at this time?
Scared.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. But everybody's okay right now.
Yes, sir. Everybody's fine so far.
Okay, everyone is okay right now. You're keeping calm. I hear it in your voice. That's good. You know what to do in case suddenly that situation changes there and gets worse much quicker. You know who to call and what to do. And we're just going to hope and pray, quite frankly, Janae, that rain starts to subside where you are out in Galena Park and, quite frankly, all over the city of Houston right now. That's for sure.
Janae, we thank you and we wish you the best, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to you when we get some daylight and get a follow-up with much better news.
Oh, thank you so much, and I'll be grateful to do a follow-up.
All right. Thank you so much. Brooks Garner now joining us. What are we looking at here, Brooks?
Well, we're looking at a prolonged event, guys. We're looking at an event that's going to happen throughout the overnight in various places, various intensities. We're seeing a blow-up and intensification of the rain happening southwest of Houston, which is not a good sign. This is what's brought us the 15 inches of rain to portions of our viewing area in just the last 6 hours. This red blob, this is the enhanced GOES-16 satellite images. The satellite loop, here's the center of circulation from Tropical Storm Harvey, which is still packing some pretty gusty winds, by the way, under these, and also a multitude of tornado warnings inside of these developing feeder bands. This is moisture being pulled off the Gulf and into the remnant tropical storm of Harvey. So what we're doing is looking at enhanced imagery, and the brighter the colors indicate the colder the cloud top, meaning the higher the thunderstorm, the more intense the rain, and it's a good way to quickly visualize, free of all the static of all the details with the radar, of exactly what we're looking at big picture. What we're looking at is the main push of heavy rain stalled out on the east side of Houston, and a brand new feeder band intensifying west of Houston. So let's use the radar now and zoom in. Tornado watch until further notice, a multitude of tornado warnings. I've changed the color of the tornado warnings to a Pepto-Bismol pink because frankly the purple was too hard to see through the red because there's so much red on the radar. This will be a temporary change for us, but when you see this pink, these are tornado warnings. A little bit easier to see with the red there. But there's tornado warning right now west of Bayou Vista, and that involves the Santa Fe area. This is heading north at 15, radar indicated. Also tornado warning near San Leon, moving in over the bay at about 15. The big threat here isn't the tornado. You know, tornadoes are threatening, don't get me wrong. We've had damage from fences being blown down, roofs being damaged here and there. But this is a flood threat more than anything, and that's the case around our entire region. Let's go back to the west. Here is downtown Houston catching a break from the intense rain right now, which is wonderful. But it's now starting to rain again very hard around Brazos Country, the Brazos River, Brookshire, Weston Lakes. This is where there's another tornado warning that's just popped up. This one moving north toward Weston Lakes. Hard to tell you exactly where that one's going to go, but just about anywhere with these feeder bands, we're seeing a tornado threat, and also one back toward the south. So let's zoom out a little bit on the radar, show you what we're looking at when it comes to the future over the next couple of hours. We're going to track this feeder band, which will be coming in from Palacios and Bay City, providing a whole new flooding threat for these folks. Let me reiterate how I don't want to use the word catastrophic, because I just think that word doesn't help us deal with this situation other than to say, yeah, this is a big deal, but we know that. However, the Weather Service has issued a warning that is intended to keep you off the street. You're not supposed to be on the roads right now. They say there is a catastrophic flooding and significant weather advisory for our area. I have never in my career even heard the term catastrophic flooding warning. There's flash flood warnings, there's emergency flash flood warnings, a flash flood emergency. This is a catastrophic flooding and significant weather advisory, which I can only assume is because we've had what some desert communities get an entire year in the last 6 hours, and that is 15 to 18 inches of rain, leading to just incredible situations. In southeast Houston, they're dealing, and specifically the Edgebrook community, this is a part of South Houston, apparently reports of people sheltering from these standing flood waters in their attics, which is just, you can imagine. Downtown Houston catching a break from the action right now. That could change. So let's go ahead and look at future track. Starting off, let me back this up. This is Sunday at 11:30. This is today, but I'm actually going to adjust this so we can look at what it looks like right now and see what it's going to look like in the future. Okay. So here's right now. This is Future Track's computer model depiction of what it's going to look like here in 40 minutes. We can see heavy rains on the northwest side, Tomball, Pearland, down through Angleton. And then look what happens as we put this map into motion. Going through 11:15 in the morning, we could still see periodic bands of very heavy rain continuing. So this isn't like a typical thunderstorm situation where the rain comes in and then it goes away. It looks like we're going to see it in bands. And it's hard to say exactly where these bands will set up, but wherever they do set up, it's going to be a continuing problem. And unfortunately, this is now fast forwarding through Monday at 7:30 a.m. And this computer model may not be right, but it may have a hunch that we could see extremely heavy rain continuing periodically, happening at one point and not happening at another point, and at varying intensities, but with vigor right through the day on Monday as this tropical storm stalls to our west. Here's 1:15, still getting some heavy rains. The fact that we've already had 15 inches of rain is just amazing. But the idea that these computer models are continuing to pump just what seem to be ridiculous totals through the rest of the day today being Sunday, it's currently Sunday at 2:21 in the morning, we could see another 15 or 20 inches of rain in the viewing area. And that's a possibility. And if we see another 15 or 20 inches of rain on top of 15 inches of rain that's already fallen, you can imagine that if you think the flooding is bad now, it's going to get even worse. And as we head toward tomorrow evening, this is Monday now, this is Monday night, rain totals over that couple of day period could approach 30 inches on top of the 15 we've already gotten. So we'd be looking at the annual rainfall for many U.S. cities happening in just 2 days' time. So a 7-day forecast, which is just an exercise at this point. But needless to say, we've got a 100% chance of rain for the next couple of days. And we're dealing with right now a life-threatening situation for a lot of good folks in southeast Houston, especially who are living in low areas dealing with this continually rising water as bands from Harvey come in off the Gulf of Mexico. These pink areas, these pink polygons, I've changed the color. These are active tornado warnings. So we've got one of them right now along I-10 east of Baytown embedded in this thunder and lightning. This is, by the way, very typical for a tropical system. The feeder bands are spinning. the best way to describe why there's so many tornadoes that can happen. And by the way, again, these aren't huge tornadoes. These aren't the tornadoes that are going to clean your house off its foundation. These are the tornadoes that are going to blow down your fence and take off a few shingles. Maybe the stronger ones in the rare event may take off a portion of a roof. We saw that in Sienna Plantation in Missouri City yesterday morning. But the reason that there are so many tornadoes, there's 3 tornado warnings on this band, there's 2 tornado warnings on this band, is because a hurricane has so much spin as it's ripping moisture out of the Gulf to pull it into its center. It creates these vorticities, these vortexes. It's kind of like if you're sitting in a canoe in a pond and you pull that oar, you look down, you'll see little whirlpools, little whirly winds. It's the same kind of thing. Just like water is a fluid, so too is our atmosphere. It's just a different kind of fluid, so it's the same kind of situation. But this situation is truly a superlative. And it goes without saying that we should not be leaving our homes. We should be watching this to take guidance for what we can expect for the day tomorrow. Tomorrow may be a day that most of us who are watching in our viewing area are going to be stuck in their neighborhoods. Okay, this is Texas City. And these are palm trees blowing through extremely heavy rain. This is amazingly heavy rain. This is illuminated by street lights in a parking lot, so that's why it looks so white, but it's a good way to see these raindrops. You know, I was going to say as we cut to this that this is kind of reminiscent of a big blizzard up north where you're stuck for a couple of days. That's kind of what it's going to be like for us. And then I saw this come down. It looked like snow. It was kind of interesting. Moment of levity there, but this is just incredible rain. Look at this banding. Look at this on the pavement. It's almost, again, like watching snow blow on the pavement. It's amazing to see, but this is rain. This is rain coming down at a rate that is unbelievable as far as the persistence, as far as the rainfall rate. We're looking at a rainfall here of probably anywhere between 2 and as many as 4 inches per hour. Frequent cloud to ground, strobing lightning, lots of loud thunder. This is a high spot. All the water is washing off into the low spots. Now, since 2001, with Tropical Storm Allison, that was our last major flood for the region, we've had almost 1.5 million new residents move to the region. So there's a lot of folks that live in Houston, in the Houston area, that have never been through a tropical system. And I think symptom of that are the amount of people that were out on the roadways. A lot of folks confused that even though Hurricane Harvey made landfall yesterday near Corpus Christi, we dodged the effects from the wind, as was in the forecast that we would, that it was all over, that it would move away. But truthfully, as far as we're concerned, Harvey is now hit Houston, and we are experiencing Harvey. This is going to be one of those floods that you can tell your kids about in many locations, unfortunately, and a lot of folks not just stuck right now on the highways and obviously highly inconvenienced, but they're watching the water rise around their neighborhoods. So we're here to provide you the information, hopefully give you some tips. Tornado warnings continue. Santa Fe, San Leon, these are for radar indicated tornadoes moving north at about 20 miles per hour. The typical type of tornado with a tropical system like this is they'll skip across neighborhoods. They may only be on the ground for 50 or 100 yards, and they're usually, as far as tornadoes go, fairly weak, winds of 75, 80 miles an hour. Again, we've got that as well along the Brazos River. This is in Weston Lakes, western Fort Bend County, moving north for Brookshire. But ray of hope is that right now Houston is catching a break from the heavy rain downtown. We hope that trend continues, guys.
All right, Brooks Garner there with the latest on these really rough feeder bands from Tropical Storm Harvey. We want to get to a viewer now joining us on the phone, Anthony Anderson in Southeast Houston. In Sagemont, you're calling us from your home, correct? Inside your home. Tell us your situation, Anthony. What's that?
I'm standing in the bedroom windowsill with my family in the attic, because my 5-year-old son is asleep up there. We're trying to get rescue to come out here, but they said we're on a list. I mean, I'm assuming we're on the list because we ain't the only ones flooded.
And when did the flooding start, Anthony?
Well, when I went, my neighbor actually came and knocked on the door and said, "Hey, it's flooding outside." That's how fast it happened.
And so
we were getting ready to go to bed, and whenever I looked outside before, it was, normal. And then I guess the Beamer Road ditch went over, and it just, it happened within minutes. It was all the way up to the street. Then all of a sudden it was in the garage, and then it came into the house. By the time it was in the garage, all we could do was just try to lift everything that we can, and hopefully the water would recede. But by that time, I mean, it's up to my countertops in the house.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and Anthony, explain to us again where you are. You said you're in the windowsill. Did I understand you correctly, sir?
I have a long window, and so I have a window where it opens also from the top and from the bottom. So I just pulled it down so I can look outside and I get better signal whenever I'm hanging out at the window.
Wow.
Bless your heart.
So the attic is dry, yes?
The attic's dry. I got my son up there sleeping right now. He's a little cranky if he doesn't get a little good nap.
We understand. Mr. Anderson, I have to tell you this. I know you said you're...
with the H.
Oh, Henderson. My apologies. My apologies. I know you said your son's sleeping up there in the attic, and you've got the window open, and you're watching the water rise. Just
it looked like it receded about an inch, but then it started raining again.
Yeah. Well, it's on again, off again. Hopefully, you'll catch a break there. How long have you been living there, and have you ever had flooding like this?
I've never had a flood like this. No, ma'am. I've been here for 5 years.
It's never come into the home.
The creeks, I mean, the ditches never went over like that before.
Who else is with you other than your son?
My wife and my mother.
And are they awake?
Yeah, they're upstairs in the attic, but I mean, it's a good little walk, and I don't want to have to go all the way up there.
And so when you called for help, you said they put you on a list. How long did they tell you have to wait?
They didn't give me an ETA.
And when's the last time you talked to them?
It was before I went in the attic, so it's been, at least 2 hours, 3 hours.
Okay.
And when you called and you talked to them, Anthony, what was that call like? Tell us how that all happened. You obviously told them where you were.
I called them. I told them, I'm not stupid. I know they're going to come when they can. I know they can't get out here. I mean, it's not like, hey, let me jump in the boat and go this way. I mean, they got to wait. They got to wait till it's safe for them to get out here. You know?
Right.
I mean, I'm not stupid. It is what it is. It just happened so fast. We're just trying to make the best of a shitty situation.
And did you have any idea that this was going to happen?
No, I was barbecuing hamburgers at 8 o'clock this afternoon or 7 o'clock this afternoon. I mean, I had no. I mean, I knew the rain was coming, but I didn't think it was going to be this bad.
Yeah. A lot of us are caught off guard in terms of the magnitude of the water. So what are you going to do? You're going to stay awake and wait until you get help?
Yeah, I'm waiting. I mean, I got to wait it out. I mean, I got to stay awake. If it gets too high, we got to figure out something else. Maybe go sit on the roof.
Wow. Okay. I hope it does not come to that. Anthony Henderson down in Southeast Houston on Sagemont.
Sage Orchard.
Sage, what is it?
Sage Orchard Lane. Sage Orchard and Beamer. Anybody got an airboat? Come on down.
Maybe somebody will, Anthony. We wish you the best for you and your family, your 5-year-old in particular. Be as comfortable as you can and hold on. I'm sure help is on its way.
All right, y'all have a good one. Take care.
All right, Anthony.
You too. What an attitude, despite everything that's going on, right, around him, within his home and everything. We were looking at cars earlier there on Allen Parkway and the water rising once again. But we want to get to Sunday Holloway, I believe is her name, in Dickinson. Are you there?
Hello, I'm here.
Hello, ma'am. Go ahead and tell us your situation tonight. You're in your home?
Yes, I was in my home and I heard a lot of people talking outside, and I got up and went out, and our cars are underwater. I tried to move both of my cars and put them on the curve to kind of get a little more time, because I was hoping that, you know, the water doesn't come up, but it's pouring down now even as we speak. So.
And you're out in Dickinson. You tried to move the car. Now, how long ago was that, and have you watched the water rise since then? Are you there, Sunday?
It wasn't raining, and now it's raining cats and dogs. Yeah. As soon as I walked in, it started pouring down again.
Is there water in your house?
Not yet. I'm upstairs on the second floor. I'm on the first. I'm 2 stories up.
Okay, but none on the first floor.
No.
Well, thank goodness for that.
It's almost to the houses.
Who's with you?
I have my daughter and my 5 grandchildren here with me.
And how old are the children?
They're small children. They're like 5, 4, 3, 2, and a newborn.
And a newborn. Have you called for help?
No. I haven't.
Okay. You're trying, I'm sure, to wait out the situation there and see. We know they're receiving so many calls right now from people in far worse situations. And I know it's tough dealing with what you're dealing with right now in Dickinson, Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
I can only imagine how your nerves are doing right now. Are you camped out on the 2nd floor, the whole family for now, even though you haven't had any water in the home? Oh, all right. Well, we lost Sunday there. We wish her the best there. I know I can tell in her voice, you know, her concern and her nerves there.
Sonia Lopez Clausen is on the phone. Sonia, where are you and what's the circumstance?
So I'm with Greater Harris County 911 Network, calling to let you know that all of our 911 call centers throughout Harris and Fulton County are experiencing extreme high call volume right now. They're getting calls for all sorts of, all different types of situations. We're not sure exactly what, but we want to urge everybody and let everybody know that all systems are up, all systems are working as they should be. It's just we have an extreme amount of calls coming in. So we urge everybody to, unless you have a true life-threatening emergency, such as needing help from a rescue and some other types of life-threatening emergencies, please hold those calls for just 911. Yes. So, and when you do call, those calls are going into queues. So, at some of the largest centers of the Harris County, Fort Bend, and Houston. So please, when you call, stay on the line. Don't hang up because the call might just go back into the queue again. So please stay on the line and don't hang up.
Stay on the line, don't hang up. The Harris County 911 network experiencing extreme call volume there. You're saying there's a queue. Now, once you answer the calls, then is it basically all based on priority, who gets the response first and so forth?
So again, all of the call centers are answering those calls for emergencies. So the Houston Emergency Center, of course, is answering a lot of calls. Harris County Sheriff as well. So again, when you have unless you have a life-threatening emergency, don't call 911 right now. We want to save those calls for 911 for life-threatening emergencies, for rescue and stuff.
All right, Sonia Lopez Clausen with the 911 Greater Harris County Network. The extreme call volume that they're receiving there. She says folks do go into a queue. You might be on the phone for a very long time, but do not hang up.
Yeah. We've got Grace White. She's been talking to folks in the Office of Emergency Management in Missouri City. They're experiencing similar trouble there. Grace, how are things? Is it improving? I see no rain now.
That's right, no rain. That's the good news. And we just got back from the Emergency Operations Center. They told us at one point they had 20 streets here in their city limits that were not passable. We want to walk you around, though. This person maybe did the smart thing. They parked their car here, and we haven't seen them since, so hopefully they're okay. But they are, as we are doing, just kind of seeking shelter at this Chevron station. Here is the intersection of Highway 6 and University. This is what we've been seeing blocked kind of throughout the night as Kyle, my photographer, and I kind of walk over here. Good news is right now we're not seeing much rain, and it looks like this water may have even come down a bit, which is great. We can see that yellow median, which is good news. But if you look down Highway 6, which is where we were trying to go earlier to Sugar Land, you can't get down there, and that's where we wanted to go. Because Missouri City Police are here at this intersection making sure nobody goes down there. They say this road is still impassable, still too dangerous for people to drive down. We've seen 1 or 2 cars try to make it through and having to stop, having to turn around with Missouri City Police. This is also the intersection where we saw military-style vehicles earlier going south on Highway 6. When we were at the Emergency Operations Center, We were talking to the police department about that. They told us those are not their vehicles. They think they were supporting the city of Alvin, but they couldn't confirm that for us. But again, we saw those military-style vehicles going south on Highway 6, away from 59, away from Sugar Land, hopefully to help communities out down south. But right now, again, this intersection still blocked by Missouri City Police, and really the rain is just a sprinkle out here right now, so that's the good news. We did get some more information on that possible tornado in Missouri City. It hit a business strip center. Again, they're still trying to figure out what exactly it was. We got reports several hours ago that it was a possible tornado, but they told us everybody is okay. They had one minor injury reported, some windows blown out at a fast food establishment. They've been able to check that out, but they said once the sun comes up, they'll do some more investigation. We actually were not able to get there because of all the high water. And you probably can't see it, Lynn and Mia, but just maybe at this light, this next light up the street here, there is a subdivision. I think it was Quail Valley, where an officer was in front of that too. We've seen several officers blocking the entrances to subdivisions where there is high water. You know, this street, we were able to come down pretty easily, and you saw that truck just fly by because it's up higher. This is one of the main roads, right, through the city. But when you get into these neighborhoods, into this suburban residential area, it kind of dips down sometimes, and those entrances into the subdivisions are difficult sometimes to pass. Sorry, we just heard somebody yelling, just seeing what's going on over there. I think everybody's okay. But again, we did see several subdivisions kind of blocked off down into Missouri City more. But again, right now, really just a steady trickle out here in terms of rainfall, but still seeing this police presence on the street, making sure drivers know that, you know, it just isn't safe in certain spots. Mia and Lynn, back to you.
Grace White down in Missouri City. Thankfully, the rain is gone there. Hopefully a sign that things will start to dry up. Let's show you a TrendStar camera that is near Texas City off the Gulf Freeway, and, well, it's not clear here. This is really rough. The Gulf Freeway at FM 1765. I see one vehicle stuck on the road. I can't really tell. Well, there's lightning, devastating lightning. And this is what we are seeing. There's actually some people on the road moving fairly well, going in the other direction. Yeah. They've got the flashers on, but they're able to move, but it's not a good idea to be out there. Just a sample, a taste of the devastation that is we're trying to show you in different parts of the Houston area.
All right, I want to check back in with Brooks Garner. You know, Brooks, we saw Grace White in Missouri City, out in Fort Bend County. No rain there. And then earlier when we saw Adam Bennett, it looked like things had let up as well. He was in Cy-Fair. So are we seeing these pockets right now where the rain has stopped?
We are seeing pockets. It's likely to be temporary, but we're going to take it where we can get it, because right now the Brays Bayou at Rice Ave has reached tax day flood levels. And already homes are now being flooded in the Meyerland area, thanks to Brays Bayou rising over its banks once again. This reported by Jeff Ledner at Harris County Flood Control. So a heads up there. Also getting reports at the lower Hunting Bayou that water is now 6.5+ feet over flood stage. And there's speculation, well, not speculation, but based on experience, based on the levels and their knowledge of the topography there, that flood stage, I-10 flooding, severe I-10 flooding, very deep in homes. This is at the lower Hunting Bayou. Flood control says flooding there is likely very deep in homes. Here's a look at I-10, Katie, at the West Loop. This is a very infamous dip at the loop. 610, it goes low and then up as you dip under the freeway, and it always fills up like a giant bowl. And there are some cars that most likely were driving down the freeway doing 50, 60, 70 miles an hour, and at night, these puddles can look just like wet roadways, and there's reflections and you just can't tell, and they splashed in there at high speed and got stuck. So that's a live view from the TrendStar. If this is I-10 at the West Loop, that means that that road then would be blocked. So heads up there, we've got blockages on I-10 on the east side of town. Also 45 South is blocked at Alameda Genoa thanks to high water over the freeway as well, and we saw that on the TrendStar cam. So Harvey, still a tropical storm, still hanging on. And notice in the last few frames, it looks like it's starting to jut just west of the center, maybe just a little bit. It's basically stationary. There's two features going on with this. both of them producing just copious amounts of rain. There's a surface low, still surface circulation, and just above it, there's also a little bit of a mid-level circulation that's disconnected from the surface circulation. And what these can do when your surface versus what the low pressure looks like way aloft, when it gets tilted. So if you can picture like a cake, like a big tall wedding cake, and it's like kind of tipped over like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, that's what the center of Harvey is doing. It creates an entirely new dynamic which can create even heavier rain. And we saw this similar setup with Allison in 2001, where the low-level center was in one location, and there was a mid to upper-level center of low pressure in another location. They fed each other. So while this first line of storms that brought us up to 15 inches of rain moves to the east and dissipates, we're starting to see a little bit of a resurgence in the convection, meaning the storms are getting bigger north of Galveston. But more so, this second line has blown up from Bay City to El Campo, to Katy, to Sealy. We had a couple tornado warnings associated with that, so our rain is not over. And we're catching a break. Let's enjoy it because it may not be a break that we enjoy for a long time. Tornado watch in effect for the next 12 hours. Here is the center of Harvey. But once you get east toward Houston, boy, things really get bad. Let's zoom in and check out where it's just pouring right now. Texas City right on the edge of that very heavy rain. Southeast Houston, right around here, this is that neighborhood around Beamer. This is a road you can take to get on the Beltway if you're coming from Pearland and you're trying to avoid the construction there. It's a road you can take when you're coming down 45 and you want to avoid paying the toll. You just hop on Beamer. Some of those little neighborhoods there, right around where the drainage ditch there, the cement drainage ditch, that's the bayou that flooded and is now flooding homes. Also getting reports of amazing amount of, let's see, this is, let me tell you the latest stat on this. This is coming from flood control. Hunting Bayou flooded, tax day levels for a lot of these storms, 15 inches in 6 hours. City of South Houston, 40 homes flooded in and around South Houston. Even a nursing home apparently. We'll firm up details on that. But this is going to continue. This is going to continue. We're going to have this happening all night long and through the day tomorrow. But again, because it's all happening in the same spot, these bands of rain are stationary. We're seeing these just acute levels of flooding where you can get 2 to 4 inches per hour that after 4 or 5 hours, you're looking at these just enormous rainfall totals that our drainage systems cannot handle. So the best thing that we can do in this situation is to understand that things like this happen, and we just want to keep our heads literally and figuratively above water in this situation. Do what you can to stay dry, and just know that this is not going to end quickly. We're going to be stuck with this for a while. It's an inconvenience, to say the least, a very big headache a lot of us simply do not need. We are catching a little bit of a break here from Houston points south, where it rained like amazing rainfall amounts here. But it looks like there's more now setting up. See this band here in the last couple of hours from Katy to Sugar Land to Bay City? No doubt flash flooding happening there. The National Weather Service issuing a catastrophic flood advisory. That is a warning I have never heard of, and I hope never to hear of again. This is an event that we are not soon going to forget. And this is a tornado warning now that's been issued by the National Weather Service. Let me zoom in on that, and we'll get an idea of exactly where that is and for what communities need to seek shelter from this. This is going to be in the Katy area. This is going to be Weston Lakes, Brookshire, Katy. Let's use our Doppler and look inside the storm within the boundary of that warning to find rotation. And it looks like there could be a couplet here indicating a funnel cloud or possibly a tornado near Weston Lakes. These are all, by the way, heading north at about 20 to 30 miles an hour, and maybe another couplet around Brookshire. Now, the type of tornadoes that we've been seeing with these storms are the kind that can blow down those water-sodden cedar fences, maybe take off a few shingles from the house, and rarely, but we've seen several times, briefly strong enough, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, to remove portions of roofs, and many times on homes that are constructed without tie downs. We're talking wind gusts of 80, maybe briefly 100 miles per hour. So we've got those two possible areas of rotation. Weston Lakes, though, looks to be the primary one, maybe another one near Katy. And these are traveling to the north at about 20 miles per hour. So putting into motion over the last 45 minutes, we will draw the circle and look inside the storm, and you can see that general north movement. Let's drill down and see some of these communities. There's one north of Brookshire that looks like it may be in the developing stages. And I almost feel like, and this is like the one time ever that you'll hear the weather guy say this, that tornado warning happening. They're very serious, but this is almost a secondary warning to the flooding emergency we're facing right now in Houston. But this area of rotation is northeast of Pattison, and it's heading northeast. At that track, it will approach, if it can hold together, the town of Waller by about 4:45 in the morning. Right now it is 2:48 a.m. You know, let me speed this up a little bit. That seems like it's a little bit slow. Hold on one second. Waller, you look like, I'm guessing, Waller, you're going to hear from this cell within about the next half hour or so, 45 minutes. Yeah, that's more appropriate, 3:15. So that's about a half an hour from now. So Waller, heads up, you're about to have a big squall line come through. And that's the case with a lot of these types of storms. When you have these spin-ups, these feeder bands, you can get little tiny weak tornadoes forming with just very little notice. Houston, right now, let's look into Houston. Let's drill down into the city. Over the last 45 minutes, we've enjoyed a nice break. These light blue areas indicating almost no rain, just a little bit drippy. That said, the water's not going anywhere. And we're still seeing pockets of heavy rain around Jersey Village, Dyersdale, Bush, also down through the Genoa area. On our TransStar Cam 45 at Almeda, Genoa, there's high water, impassable. I-10 on the east side of town, high water in a spot that is impassable. And now on the Katy Freeway at the Loop, the underpass right there is impassable due to high water. And there are a couple of cars that were stuck in that location. Can we go over to the Allen Parkway cam from our tower? All right, here we are. Cool. I just saw that in the other monitor. This is a live view of Allen Parkway from the KHU studios. We're located about 1 mile west of the downtown skyscrapers. And what you're looking at is drainage coming out of the Montrose area, West Dallas Street, draining toward Buffalo Bayou. And it has caused street flooding. Buffalo Bayou itself still here locally, I believe, within its banks. That could change as we've got amazing amounts of water coming down Buffalo Bayou from west side of Houston. But what this is doing is cascading from Stanford Street and Allen Parkway. If you're maybe at home, do a little Google Maps to see where that is, or just type in KHOU on your Google Maps and you'll see where the station's located. Stanford Street at Allen Parkway, this is the inbound lanes going into downtown. So if you were to go that way, you're going toward downtown. So we're looking the other way. This is water that's now gone under the Studmont Bridge right there, and it's probably about 10 or 12 feet deep. Last time we saw this was the tax day floods, and look at that waterfall cascading. You're looking at thousands and thousands of gallons of water. I see police lights. They've obviously closed it so nobody driving home after watching the big fight on TV drives through it. That is a sight to see. And that's one tiny microcosm into what we're seeing across the region. This is one little window into it, but when you have a nice HD Skycam and you can see what it looks like, it's worth taking a look. Here's another shot. This is, are we on, yeah, okay, this is from our porch, I believe, right? At KHU, and we're looking toward, this is the Studmont Bridge, and this is sort of the front yard of some condos on the corner. And this is so deep you can't see the medians anymore, but Allen Parkway is under here, probably several feet. And it looks like some police are up here. They've put this stuff up. We don't want to have a repeat of what happened during tax day where people were driving around the barriers. So the mayor's got his troops doing what they do best, keeping us safe. And we appreciate their efforts and risking their necks to keep us safe. So a shout out to the first responders. I know the 911 people are overwhelmed with calls. The water rescue people can't imagine this, I'm sure. And apparently we've got, guys, is it not just Army National Guard coming in or state troops, but also other military to help out?
The National Guard so far. The
National Guard so far, okay.
Yeah.
I thought I had heard speculation that even the military was going to come in to help.
I would not be surprised given the scope of this.
Yeah. Right. Amazing to think about this. So again, we're catching a bit of a break here in downtown, although these areas of rain, look, see how they're starting to edge back in. And so this is the concern. We'll go through a couple radar views. I want to show you future tracks starting off at 3 a.m. today. That's in about 8 minutes from now. This is the computer model's depiction of what's happening essentially now. It's fairly accurate. We've got even a couple of little breaks, but the main thing is to show you where the instability will be setting up. And so this is at 11:15. We'll be having our brunch, right? Having some pancakes, hopefully, if your kitchen's dry, if you're so lucky. And it'll still be raining. And it will still be pouring, and that could happen right through 7:30 tomorrow morning. So we could have rain at varying intensities, sometimes really heavy and flood-inducing, sometimes lighter, but it's only going to make the situation worse, and we're only going to see the bayou and river levels rising. Flood control has let us know that already we're at our tax day flood levels in Meyerland as the Brays Bayou continues to slowly rise over its banks at Rice Avenue. So that's affecting communities there, and no doubt there are tons of other communities. We've fixated on that location because there are so many homes that do get flooded in Houston when it rises, but there's also Willowwood in southwest Houston has gone over its banks, and no doubt many more in southeast Houston. And if you're just joining us, southeast Houston, people have been seeking shelter of last resort in their attics. It is a life-threatening situation. I hate to hear that because it reminds me of Hurricane Katrina in 2005 when the lower Ninth Ward experienced that rapid flooding. Now, their flooding was caused by a levee break, and so with almost no warning, the lower Ninth Ward filled up, and folks there, many of them lost their lives. Hopefully, we're not facing that situation. Hopefully, that water didn't rise that fast, and hopefully people were able to make the appropriate decision. I'm just hoping the water didn't get into the attics.
More when daylight arrives, Brooks, on just how dangerous, how severe this is, because it is widespread and awful.
Yeah, it sure is. Yep. We want to check back in now. Thanks so much, Brooks, by the way. Check back in now with Josh Chapin and look at the conditions where he is down in Texas City. Josh?
Yeah, Len and Mia, the wind whipping up again here. We've been here since about 10 o'clock tonight, and this is right at the top of as bad as we've seen it. Some new things we've learned, or just by talking to some folks out here. I don't even know what that siren is, honestly. If that was a tornado siren or what that is, we'll obviously get out of here if this becomes unsafe. But I want to try and talk real quickly to a gentleman who lives on a golf course in Dickinson. He had to evacuate. Sir, what was going on in your house?
Well, the bayou backs up to us in the back, and when this last band came through, we just woke up and noticed the water on the floor, and when we left, it was already almost getting knee deep. And trying to get out of the golf course, we had to drive down the road and very, very cautiously, and we said, hey, we got to get to Buc-ee's. I know that's high. So we took off, and we barely made it here. I mean, right there.
This is the 45 feet of road you're talking about?
Yeah, this is what's called Holland Road.
Oh, Holland Road. Okay.
Yes.
And what was it? The conditions? It's pretty treacherous on there.
Oh God, yeah. The water's rising faster than I've ever seen. I mean, we've got probably about an inch already in the clubhouse, but the house already has about 7 inches, 8 inches, and it's rising quick. So we said, let's get before it gets too bad.
How many people are in your house? Just you, or?
There was 4 of us. Yeah. And we had to make a mad dash. In fact, I waded through water about that deep just to get from the house to the clubhouse.
That's unbelievable. It sounds like there were some other people that were evacuating with you as well.
Yes, behind us there were more cars coming, and I think they were all trying to get here to Buc-ee's.
So here you are faced with evacuating your home, which is taking on water, and driving in these conditions. What is going through your mind?
It was pretty treacherous. I mean, trying to get over here, I mean, that road is not very wide, and 2 cars can barely get by sometimes, you know, a big truck. So we just Donald was in the front of us, and we just followed him. And like I said, when we got right here, we couldn't actually turn in here. We had to actually go back around this way to get back in here.
Unbelievable. So you're gonna hang out here?
Oh yeah, we're gonna hunker down here. I mean, there's Buc-ee's.
Okay. All right, you're in good spirits. Thank you so much, sir. Obviously, some dangerous conditions for folks in this neighborhood. We're thankful that this gentleman is safe. Some guy just told me he's going to go pick up his mom right down the road. So, you know, we're telling people not to go out in these conditions. You can see just some of the conditions here in the Dickinson, Texas City area, but people are faced with this getting out of their home with water rushing in. Or driving these conditions. What do you do? It's a tough call. But again, You really don't want to be on these roads if you really don't have to. We're going to keep monitoring the conditions out here, talking to folks and seeing what they're going through tonight. I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, Josh, I have a few quick questions for you. First of all, about how many cars or people are parked out there at that Buc-ee's in Texas City?
Well, Eric, if you walk with, well, if we can't do this, we got another gust here. Sorry. So you can kind of see down the gas station here. I don't know. I would say a good 20 cars. This is our SUV here. But yeah, about 20 cars here. That was the first group of folks we talked to just a second ago who actually had evacuated. Most of these other people had been coming from the Mayweather-McGregor fight, and they, you know, left and I guess didn't realize they were going to get trapped. We talked to another gentleman here who was on his way to a security job. But you can see all these people here who figure, you heard him say, Buc-ee's is on higher ground. If they could just make it here, they can hunker down because everyone knows that Buc-ee's is going to stay open, you know, pretty much at all costs. Guys, this is just unbelievably treacherous conditions out here, though.
Yeah, we've watched the conditions deteriorate quickly where you are, Josh. Stay safe out there. Glad those people who have evacuated their homes made it safely there to those Buc-ee's. But for the rest of you, stay put. Stay where you are.
Definitely.
Josh Chapin, we'll check back in with you soon. We want to visit now with Claudia. She is in Southeast Houston in Edgebrook, where the water is rising. Claudia, my goodness, what is the situation like right now where you are? Are you there? Claudia.
Hello?
Claudia, yes, ma'am. Hello. Mia Gradney here with KHOU 11. Just wanted to find out how you're doing. Tell us about your situation where you are.
Well, we're located over here by Edgebrook, and that's the main, avenue. But we're over here between Tolman and Freight, and the water is coming in my house from all everywhere, and I'm just very concerned because I have three children, and one of them is getting anxiety right now because of the situation. My question is I need to know, do we need to leave? Because we hear, they've been texting me, other people that across Edgebrook, in the other side of Edgebrook, there's the water is very high, up to the waistline or the chest. So I need to know if this is the moment that we need to leave, because it's raining very hard again. Yeah. So I have pets and I have my children, so I just want to know if this is the moment that we need to leave.
I know, Claudia.
Or we need help or something.
Emergency officials in that area are telling people to stay put. To, if you can, I don't know if your home is 1-story or 2-story. If that water, okay, it's 2-story. So
1 story.
It's 1 story. It's 1 story.
Yes.
Okay. Try and this sounds strange or odd, go as high as you can in the house. We know a lot of people say they're staying on top of beds. If you have a dresser, get on top of it. But if you feel like your life is being threatened, and I hate to be the one to give you these instructions, you call 911, and I want to let you know that 911, you're going to be holding and you're going to be waiting, but don't you hang up. You just keep on the line there, and they're trying to get to as many people as they can. I know it's bad inside your home, Claudia, and it's so scary when you see that water there in your home, but it is unbelievably scary outside as well, too. And you've got the elements, and you've got the wind, and you've got the rain, and you don't know what you're going to run into out there while you're there. You're doing the right thing. You sound like you're staying as calm as you can. Keep doing that. But, you get off the phone with me, and if you feel at a certain time that water is just getting to a level that you can't manage, you get on that phone and you call for help, like so many other people are doing, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Bless you. Wishing you the best, and so many others
yes,
as
thank
well.
You for everybody else, too, because I know that everybody is having a hard time right now.
That's right. Sadly, we are all in this together right now as we just keep watching these bands from Tropical Storm Harvey. And, you know, we had this hurricane, what was a Category 3 hurricane, right?
Category 4.
Category 4, that's right. I'm thinking about when it made landfall.
Right,
it was actually a Category 3.
You got it.
So you think about that, the devastation it caused. And now this is the round 2, Brooks. I mean, what we're seeing, and you know, earlier I know we had these bigger windows. It seems like in between these bands, has that window narrowed?
It's filling in, absolutely. Yes, we're seeing development where we hadn't seen development before. In other words, we had a nice window right there from Houston south to Pearland that's now filling in. We'll take a look at that radar. And again, I did want to give you another bayou update. We haven't talked much about areas on the southeast side beyond southeast Houston. Let's go to Friendswood. This is Mary Creek at Winding Road. The top of this bayou or creek is 26.8 feet, and currently it has risen to a level above bank, which means it is flooding. It's significantly above bank at 29.59 feet. So extensive flooding is happening in this area, and it may be affecting homes in Friendswood along Mary's Creek, certainly in roadways in that vicinity. Just wanted to give you this information so it will help you plan if you live in this area to make the appropriate decision about what you want to do. I know that seems like kind of vaporous advice, but it's hard to tell you in each specific community the best bet. Another spot where the water has risen over bank is Clear Creek at Country Club Drive. This is in the Pearland area, Pearland right on the Houston border. Clear Creek at Country Club Drive, right in the subdivision going in there to I believe it's Green Tea. They're looking at bayou levels about 1 foot above flood stage, so that means it's going to be going over that little bridge where you see the ditch usually, and there's that bridge that's about maybe 50 feet long. This is now a foot over that bridge, and the danger is that's a really deep little gully that looks just like this, and if you can't see the guardrails, they may be submerged or getting submerged. You know, you don't want to drive through a foot or two of water anyway, but if you choose to, if you make a bad decision and you turn a little bit farther to the right or a little bit farther to the left, you might go down into an area that is the car floating and then the car sinking. So avoid that area. And if you live in that neighborhood, just stay put. Med Center, I want to give you an update on this. This is important because we have a big shift change at the Houston Medical Center, the Med Center, between 6 and 8 a.m. So in about 5 hours or so from now, 3 to 5 hours from now. And the bayou levels there at Harris Gully at South McGregor are just below bank at 37.53. Bankful is 39.1. We have another band of rain coming, so while that is remaining below bankful, it could change. Brays Bayou at Rice Ave is at 51.3 feet. Reports of homes flooding in Meyerland, as this is obviously over bankful in some locations. This is just this one flood gauge. So Meyerland is experiencing tax day level flooding. And I keep referencing tax day. If you weren't here for that, that was some significant flooding we had a couple of tax days ago. The tax day. Then this tax day, we also had some flooding. This is the latest satellite imagery, the last 6 hours. Here is Tropical Storm Harvey's center. And the pinks indicating lots of building thunderstorms. So where you see the pinks and the blues, we're seeing storms growing in size, also down toward Bay City. This is the one that is raising my eyebrow because as this first band, which dropped 10 to 20 inches of rain across our area since about 7 o'clock yesterday evening, is moving away a little bit. At least it's transitioning farther south, providing a welcome break for downtown Houston. We've got a new area of storms developing to the west, and that will make the flooding worse. We're on the dirty side of Harvey, and that is a weather slang term to describe all of this mess. It's a mess we're going to be under, not just for this Sunday, but for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, which means we're going to have periodic flooding for this time. Let's zoom in. Houston was dry, and it's about to not be dry. I'll show you that. But this is very heavy rain falling. And a lot of us, obviously, at this hour, 3 in the morning on a Sunday morning, are at home. Maybe you're watching TV because all this lightning and thunder is waking you up. We are seeing this move to the north, and it's not going to stop. It keeps developing over the Gulf. So what you see is what you get. We're going to have that rain continuing to fall and running off, and we're going to see places that haven't flooded in previous events flood this time. I've had a lot of folks on Twitter which I've had a chance to look at between going on TV here, tell me that they've never seen water this high in the neighborhoods that they're currently residing. Alvin, Pearland, Manville, This is new rains forming. You had a break. This is that area I showed you around Mary's Creek and also Country Club Drive. That is where Clear Creek is, where it is starting to rain again hard. Houston, which had had a break right here for about an hour, is now starting to see this fill back in. So downtown Houston is going to see more accumulating rain at a rate of 2 inches per hour or a little bit more. And so if we go through 5 or 6 a.m. and we continue to see this rain, we could easily see another 4 to 8 inches of rain falling in Houston. This band to the west, from Brenham to Katy, Sugar Land to Bay City, is a band that's raining about 2 to 3 inches per hour on this part of it, west of town, and about 3 to 4 inches per hour once you get down to Bay City. It's also producing a radar-indicated tornado in Bay City. I'm a little bit concerned about this band because if it transitions east at all, it's going to be impacting very hard-hit areas. But that said, with these bands of rain circulating around Tropical Storm Harvey, which is centered about 120 miles to our southwest, parked in Park over Yoakum, stationary, it's been there all day, we could see these filling in and see a resurgence of very heavy rain. This isn't like a typical event where you get a big thunderstorm and it stabilizes the atmosphere, and then from there, things get a little bit more quiet. Because we're dealing with an actual cyclone, a tropical cyclone, formerly a Category 4 hurricane. And cyclone is just the term to describe an area of low pressure. The atmosphere can't stabilize, and it won't stabilize. This low is holding on to its own life. It's a heat engine. Just like you start a lawnmower, and when you let off the bar, the lawnmower chokes a little bit, and you give a little gas and it'll fire back up. The gas for this thing, the fuel, is all this heat and humidity coming in off the Gulf. So there are these feeder bands that the storm is pulling in, and just like you'd pull, I've used this reference a few times, just like if you're canoeing and you pull the oar and you look down the water after you've done a stroke with your oar, you see little whirlpools going by. That's what's happening in this fluid. Instead of it being water, it's air, but it's a fluid nonetheless, and it's creating little spin-up tornadoes, and that's what we're seeing right now. So Bay City, take cover. There's a tornado there possibly, and it looks like another tornado warning here has popped up. And Katie, let me stop this radar, and we'll zoom in and do a couple updates here, see what we're looking at with this cell. So first to Bay City, we've got a radar-indicated tornado located right here north of Bay City. And this will be moving to the north about 25 miles an hour, which will put it near Van Vleck, about 3:15, and New Gulf, if it holds together, shortly after 3:30. Let's zoom in on this cell, then we'll go up to the Katy area to see that cell. And we're going to see these. We've seen, golly, it seems like 100 tornado warnings in the last 24 to 36 hours. And that's pretty typical of a tropical system that is over land. There are friction processes that produce lift and spin, and that's what we're seeing. So this one looks a little bit more convincing as far as it being a tornado. This would be near Kane Junction in the town of Pledger, right along Texas 60, and it's moving north at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. We'll loop it for the last 30 minutes and see that storm motion. Let's do a 45-minute loop. And so embedded in these heavy rains, we'll have puffs of wind. These tornadoes aren't the kind of tornadoes you'd see in the Midwest. These are the kind of tornadoes that are more likely to blow down a cedar fence or take off a few shingles from your house. Let's zoom into this cell. This is west of Houston between Beltway 8 and 99. This is Old Katy, also Pattison, Monaville, north of I-10. Radar is indicating another tornado here near Hockley. This will be south of Hockley, southwest of Hockley. So I'm going to zoom in on that radar indicated tornado. And this one looks to be the most likely to be a tornado. This is going to be right near the Kickapoo exit. And it is moving toward the north-northeast, toward Hockley. And so if you live in Hockley, heads up, you have a radar indicated tornado heading your way. It will be there in 11 minutes. With this tornado, even if it's not hitting the ground, touching the ground, you will likely have wind gusts over 40 miles per hour. Now, at this point, we need to talk about what happens when you have such water-sodden ground. If you've ever been in your backyard doing a little gardening, planting a tree maybe, you've put that shovel in the ground after a long, sunny, hot, dry spell, that is hard ground. It's like a brick. You can break your shovel. But if it's rained or if you sprinkle it and let it sit for an hour and then try, that shovel will go in there just fine. You could pop it out. It's a little muddy, but it's easy to work with. Same thing here. This rain has, in many cases, liquefied the first several feet of that Texas gumbo oil-sodden clay that we so well love that makes cracks in the yard during dry periods or becomes pudding during wet periods. And the problem is that trees, especially younger trees, the root core under the ground becomes very soft as well. And you can almost push it over if you had maybe you back your truck into it. Instead of getting a dent in the back of your truck, you might push over the tree. Well, the problem here is that when we get wind gusts in some of these thunderstorms, they can easily push over those trees. So I'm speculating that with this catastrophic flood advisory, that's what it's called, is issued by the National Weather Service, this flash flood emergency has weakened a lot of the root cores or the ball of the tree. And when the wind blows, we could see those trees falling on power lines, and that could lead to power outages. So not only are we seeing that, but we're seeing the potential for power outages. Another tornado warning posted. I want to reiterate, if you're just joining us or if you've been flipping around and you've landed on Channel 11, we've been tracking what's becoming a rather dire situation in Southeast Houston. Dire because people are dealing with something that maybe they've never dealt with. And as far as offering advice about how to deal with that situation, that too is a challenge. We're talking about some very serious flooding occurring and flooding in people's homes where they've had to take shelter in Southeast Houston in their attics. Now, the problem with seeking shelter in your attic is that you've painted yourself into a corner, and that corner can be a coffin corner if your home continues to flood. This is reminiscent a little bit of Hurricane Katrina back in 2005 in the lower Ninth Ward of Louisiana, of New Orleans, I should say, where the levee broke and the water filled up 15, 18 feet high, flooding people out of their ranch homes. They went into the attic, and unless they had an axe to punch a hole in the attic and get on the roof, many of them drowned. Now, we don't have any reports of it being that dire because the water's rising more slowly, but that said, it's still rising, so people are going to look for the drier places. It's tough to tell you this, but if you are going into the attic and you think the water is still rising, and only you know, based on where you live and watching the water rise, you may want to consider that. Are you going to be able to get out of the attic in a couple of hours? Are you going to be stuck in the attic where the water comes right up to the top or right up to the floor of the attic so you can't get out? If you have a hatchet with you, you could punch a hole in the attic and crawl out onto the roof if you had to. It sounds ridiculous to offer that kind of advice, but you know, I don't know what kind of advice to offer other than that, and that's advice that the National Weather Service had offered 12 years ago when Hurricane Katrina threatened New Orleans and that level of catastrophic flooding was occurring. Another thing that's going to sound a little strange maybe, because we say stay out of the floodwaters, if your home is flooding and your life is on the line and the water's not moving, it's just stationary and pooling, get out and swim and find higher ground. Maybe that's the top of a pickup truck on the roof, or maybe that's a parking lot you can see in the distance where there's a little bit of a hill going up there. These are tough decisions. I mean, these are decisions to abandon your home if that's what you need to do. I said if the water's still, because if the water's moving like a river, it can get you caught up in the current. You don't want to be a part of that either. So it's a very difficult situation we're facing. The neighborhood I'm talking about where this flooding is occurring is the Edgebrook area. We've also seen reports of this in Southeast Houston at Beamer, and I believe it was Sage something. Was it Sagebrook? I think it was Sagebrook. It's along right along Beltway 8, just south of Beltway 8 at Beamer. Those neighborhoods, Sagemont, yeah, on the way to Pearland. There's a little drainage ditch there. I think that might be Berry Bayou, Berry's Bayou. But anyway, whatever the name is, I don't know the name of it. I've never seen a sign with the name in that area, but that's flooding as well. And we talked to a gentleman on the phone about an hour and a half ago who was standing on a windowsill to avoid that water. So the rain begins again in Houston. It's pouring rain now in downtown, and this is going to make the existing flooding worse. So I'm going to toss it to you guys. All right. Yeah. What have you got? You got it. Thanks. Yeah. Oh, here's a new warning, Lynn. Just popped up. New tornado warning, Tomball, also west of Sugar Land. And so we're looking at a lot of these spin-up tornadoes. We'll talk about those coming up, but those are just big gusts of wind, Lynn.
We also are learning from Hobby Airport itself that the airport is closed. They're not taking any flights in or out because there is standing water on the runways down at Hobby Airport on the south side of Houston. So no flights, and that's certainly no surprise.
All right, we've got some video coming into the newsroom that we want to share that just illustrates just how bad the flooding is here in the situation. This is a look at video from near the Galleria. It looks like a waterfall. I know what we just showed you. This is where Post Oak Boulevard passes under the Southwest Freeway. This is another area that often floods, as you recognize here, and barriers were put up to keep drivers out. There were still a few drivers who tried to negotiate the high water on Richmond, but then changed their mind.
That's a good idea. And also more video to show you just coming into the newsroom. We're going to show you West Belford. Unbelievable. This is right near the Southwest Freeway. That's Highway 59 in Southwest Houston. Several cars flooded out, people taking chances, some drivers thinking about testing the water and wisely, again, changing their mind. Some folks that got in too deep and then they got stuck. This is, of course, a problem area that often floods during heavy rains. Just look at how high the water is.
I mean, there's a number of them. We could keep going here, and let's do I-45 is blocked at Maine, and you can see why here. The entire underpass is underwater there. We don't know how deep this is, but we are happy to see that there don't appear to be any cars or trucks stuck there in the water.
All right, so here we are. It is 3:18 in the morning, and ladies and gentlemen, we are watching a catastrophe unfold before our eyes. It started at about 9 o'clock tonight with an immense amount of rain that has come rolling in throughout the Houston area. And what we have are dire situations, life-threatening situations, people calling us, telling us that they are trapped in their homes, some with young children, people trapped in their cars on the roadways. 911 is being inundated with phone calls. We are hearing even the mayor say, unless you're in a life-threatening situation, don't call 911. That's how many they are getting. This is all across the area. And we know at least one death can be attributed to the water. A woman who drowned on Warrenton and Gessner, that was earlier this evening, after she got out of her car, her body found by a neighbor. Very tragic, and when we get to daylight, it will shed light on just how difficult and dangerous this night is.
You know, it's also very dangerous in southeast Harris County. This is 45 between downtown, essentially, and Clear Lake. We spoke with Jeff Lindner, who is the meteorologist with the Harris County Flood Control District. And, you know, he was the first to inform us that the situation so dire there that some people were climbing into their attics because the water had risen so in their home, and this water really spilling in from everywhere. He pretty much said every watershed in Harris County is being taxed right now. A number of these different waterways out of their banks. We know of great concern: Berry Bayou, Clear Creek, Horston Bayou, Buffalo Bayou, Huntington Bayou as well. We could keep going on and on here. And also, we had been hearing from the city of Pasadena, where they have a shelter in place for the whole city, for the entire city. They're attempting to rescue as many people as possible. We spoke earlier there with the fire marshal. We're hoping to get him back on the line, but he told us at that time that there was a waiting list. And I asked him, you know, how does this waiting list work? You're receiving one call after the next, and much like all of the different areas in the response, it's by priority, who is in the most grave danger and who needs that response first. Of course, they keep in mind the elderly and children. And I know we were talking about the 911 network and the call volume there. And I think we've got right now on the phone Sonia Lopez Clausen. Sonia, you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Hi, Sonia. You gave us an update. It seems like maybe that was an hour ago. You had an extreme call volume. What's it looking like now?
From what I understand, it is still the same. We are having an extreme high call volume at all of our call centers. As you know, this is a rare event for the city of Houston. The last time we had something like this was 16 years ago with Tropical Storm Allison. Our 911 systems are up and working properly. It's just we need to remember to save those lines for true emergencies. And if you do need help, please be sure to call 911, but stay on the line. Do not hang up. Be patient. They're going to answer your call, and then, as you said, Houston 911, Harris County Sheriff's Office, and all of our other call centers are handling those calls as soon as they can.
You know, Sonia, we've talked to a lot of nervous people with water in their homes. You know, I had one lady, quite frankly, asking me, should she make that call? What warrants making the call to 911?
If you feel that you are in danger and you need help and rescuing right away, then definitely call 911. But please understand that we need to pack our patients. The calls are they're handling their calls as quick as they can. But this is an extremely rare occasion.
Sonia, how many people would be manning these calls throughout Harris County? Can you give us any idea?
From what we understand, each of our call centers are staffed to handle they're all prepared to handle the situation tonight. They're all on duty. So again, we have multiple calls. There's multiple call centers throughout the city of Houston, Harris County, and Sheriff's Office. They're all on board and all ready to handle their calls.
So definitely, you're all hands on deck. Give us a sense. How many calls are you seeing?
Again, I don't have that one for you just yet, but I can get you an update on that. But again, it's I would say they're extremely high call volume, inundated, as you said earlier.
And Sonia, just to let people know so they know what to anticipate, I mean, how long are we talking of a wait time before they get somebody on the other end?
I would have to check with the city of Houston on that one. Well, any of our call centers. I'm not real sure about their wait time right now. I just know that it is going to take longer if we hang up. It's going to take longer to get to that next call. So every call counts.
Every call counts.
Every call counts. When you call 911, if you are going to go into a queue, and if you hang up, that call is still in that queue.
Yeah.
So please do not hang up.
Sonia Lopez Clausen, thank you, with the Harris County 911 Center. We know it's very difficult for folks out there, and I know your people are doing their very best to keep up with the volume. Thank you, and good luck for tonight. Adam Bennett is still on the northwest side. I'm wondering, is it still clear where you are, Adam? You're at Barker Cypress and West Road.
So, Lynn, this rain is actually a little bit deceiving. It just started raining within the last 5 minutes, but before that, we had about an hour-and-a-half break or so after that 4 hours straight of rain that we were talking about earlier, and that's actually made a difference that we can see. So here in this parking lot, the water is only a couple inches deep. It was just above my ankles, several more inches earlier, and that's about the same depth that we were seeing out on the roads behind us, which are too dark to see right now. But a lot of cars were not able to make it through or just didn't want to take that chance and were turning around. The sheriff's office, one of the deputies, told us he was seeing all kinds of high water all over this area. And in fact, since the last time we talked, I actually ran into a tow truck driver in the parking lot of this convenience store next to us. He told us that already he's had to tow 6 cars just tonight in this area. He says people just getting stuck, not expecting it. I talked to him earlier. Here's what he had to say.
I'm guessing they're probably just trying to make it home, so hopefully they make it.
Think it kind of snuck up on a lot of people?
Yeah, pretty much, man. When that rain hit earlier, it was quick, intense, and the water came up real quick. But thank God it's actually receding just as fast as it came up. So
that's what we need, because it was going for about 4 hours straight.
Exactly.
He told me a lot of the people that he ran into, they went to go watch the fight earlier tonight. It wasn't really raining too much at that point, and by the time they left, it was a whole different ball game, just absolutely pouring all over town. And it really goes to show you just how quickly that water can come up. He was showing me on his truck. He said at one point it was about 2.5, 3 feet high. It was even kind of tough for him to make it through. So again, as we've seen all over town tonight, Lynn and Mia, just how quickly things can change, how fast this weather situation can become deadly. And just another reminder, if you don't absolutely need to be driving tonight, just stay off the roads. It's still really bad out here.
Great advice. Unfortunately, a lot of people are trapped. They got out tonight and didn't realize the water was going to come up as fast as it did. Adam, thank you so much for letting us know what's going on there. Brooks Garner, give us a sense. When do you think we can get a break for the entire area? When will it come?
That's the question of the hour, Len, and unfortunately, the answer is it may not come for quite some time. It may take the better part of the day today. We're sitting here about 3:30 in the morning. Some of the computer models, some of the reliable short-range computer models that specialize in forecasting for the next 12 hours, keep us wet, like really wet, with more rain falling straight through Monday evening. Waves of rain. This is a big deal as far as the length of time that this is going to continue. I want to give you an update on Mary's Creek at Winding Road in Friendswood. At last check, this is approaching 30 feet, which is way above the flood level of 26.8 feet. So it's about 3 to 4 feet above, and that may start to flood not just roadways, but some area homes. Clear Creek at Country Club Drive in the Pearland area, right on the Houston border there, checking in with about 37 feet. That's a good foot and a half above flood stage for that body of water. At the Med Center, we've got a big medical shift change coming up between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. Folks want to know if they can get to the medical center. I can't tell you. I know that most of the roads are impassable around the region, and I'm sure authorities would say, stay home. Sorry. You know, I don't know anything about the logistics there, but just to give you the nuts and bolts of the information, what I can tell you is that the bayou, that's Harris Gully, at South McGregor is just below top of bank, and that could go above bank. We could see some flooding in the medical center before this morning is out. Brays Bayou at Rice is now at or just above bank full, and that is resulting in flooding of the Meyerland area again. And this information comes to us that it is now at or above the tax day flood levels, according to flood control, Harris County Flood Control District. Here is the center of Tropical Storm Harvey, and it will continue to pump in moisture as far as the eye can see. This is the first band of heavy rain that brought us the 15 to 20 inches over the last 6 to 8 hours. This is a second feeder band into Harvey, which may bring even more rain over the next 6 to 8 hours. Needless to say, we've got a tornado watch in effect, basically until further notice. We're under currently a catastrophic flood advisory. That's the official term. It's a catastrophic flood advisory. Guys, stay home. We've got tornado warnings to talk about as well, and we've got another band of very heavy rain rolling into downtown Houston. This will no doubt make the flooding worse. So let's talk about this tornado warning, because we've had already verification in Lamarck of an apartment building being damaged from this cell, from the tornado inside of this cell. This is near the Baytown area, heading north toward I-10. Are y'all mic'd up? Yes. Sweet. Okay, I've got Blake Matthews in as well. We're going to start handling this. Blake, you know what? I'm going to pass the control to you.
Absolutely.
Tell us about these tornado warnings. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to check out the Weather Service chat, see if there's some updates. And when I find the updates, let me feed them to you.
Yeah, sounds great.
But let's say I'm going to let you do the tracking and give my voice a little bit of a rest.
Yeah, you know, an interesting statistic, guys. The National Weather Service, based in League City, has said that they have issued more tornado warnings in the past 2 days than they ever have in their history. I mean, we're over 70 tornado warnings now just in the past 24 hours, and unfortunately some of them have verified, and of course we're tracking at least 3 of them right now, one of which is going to include the Katy area out along the Katy Freeway down just to the north of Rosenberg. And these tornadoes, if they are on the ground, are moving extremely quickly at about 35 miles per hour. So you're not going to have much time to prepare when these warnings are issued. So keep in mind, I know my phone has been going off all night long with tornado warning after tornado warning. So as soon as you get that alert, you're definitely going to want to stay away from the windows, as, again, some of these have verified. So, again, those of you just to the east of Fulshear, looks like right along the Grand Parkway here, north of Rosenberg, heading in the general direction of Katy. You're going to want to pay attention to this very closely. And, again, here's a tornado warning out in the east side, just to include Old River Winfrey there in western Chambers County, extreme southern Liberty County, and getting down towards, looks like just inside the Harris County line there as well. This is going to be east of Hobby Airport. And it looks like another one here. This does include northern Brazoria and southern Fort Bend County. Brooks, these expire at what time?
These warnings are really short fuse. So, for instance, the one that was just issued expires at 4 a.m., the one for Brazoria and Fort Bend.
Okay, so this
they're,
one right
they're
here.
like 20 to 30-minute warnings. Oh, Blake, one real quick thing. I was looking at the flood gauge, and I'm going to update some of these graphics coming up, but we were talking about the Friendswood Pearland area getting hit. Clear Creek at FM 528 is seeing flood levels now about 8 feet above flood stage at the bayou there, Clear Creek at FM 528. So Clear Creek now is in flood.
So this is going to be down in this general area here.
Yep,
looks like northern Galveston County, and
exactly right, sort of in the Friendswood Pearland area.
For sure.
And yeah, they're getting it's still raining. So
it certainly is. And you know what? Unfortunately, you know, I'm on my way into work this morning. I was thinking, what is the silver lining here? And unfortunately, as Brooks mentioned, there really isn't much of one, because as we saw yesterday, we saw one heavy feeder band roll through the Houston area. Then we got a long break. We had 6 or 7 hours of dry weather here in the city of Houston that allowed a lot of the water, especially on the low-lying areas, to recede. Now, beginning about 7:30 last night, we're getting wave after wave after wave of feeder bands that are setting up. And unfortunately, it looks like possibly a fourth feeder band is in the process of developing here out to the west. So we're dealing with the one that brought us all the rain last night is now over in the Beaumont area. The one we're dealing with now, or at least an hour or two ago, is pushing into Liberty County. We're having another feeder band develop right over the city of Houston. This one's certainly going to put some people underwater here if they haven't been already. So those of you along Buffalo Bayou, stretching down into northern Brazoria County, this one, again, he was just talking about the creek there, Clear Creek. Northern Brazoria County, those in the Pearland area getting hammered right now. And then we have another feeder band. You see this one right here, this one just to the west of Katy. This one has 2 tornado warnings in effect right now. Of course, the other big story is going to be the tremendous rainfall. We're talking rainfall rates 4 to 6 inches per hour. And this is very Allison-esque. I'll tell you, Allison 2.0 taking place here across the Houston area this morning. So what do you need to do? Well, if you're at high and dry, you need to stay off the roads. On my way in this morning, there are far too many people on the roadways, bottom line. The second thing is, if the water begins to approach your home, your instincts need to take over. Obviously, it's your life first, not your belongings. So if you're unable to get out, you're going to want to get to the highest point in your home, the second story, maybe even an attic. We've seen that already this morning. And if you have to go that high, certainly take something with you to where you can get out if necessary.
I've got one more quick thing.
Okay.
From Flood Control, Jeff Lindner saying the lower Hunting Bayou, which is located along sort of the I-10 area east of Houston, is approaching, this is just an interesting stat, it's a 500-year water level.
Wow.
Now, every year, there's only a 0.2% chance of that. And the next thing he said is that devastating, this is quoting, devastating flooding is in progress along the middle and lower Clear Creek. So we're here, we're aware that you guys are suffering. Blake?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And unfortunately, again, we're looking for silver linings here, not seeing one as we have another very heavy rain band developing just to the west of that area, getting ready to pull in. My parents spoke with my aunt down in Clear Lake. She lives along Clear Lake City Boulevard there. She's saying the water is approaching her home at this time. That was about an hour ago. So those of you watching down again in southern Harris County, northern Galveston County, northern Brazoria County, again, more heavy rain headed in your area. So if you live in Clear Lake along Clear Lake City Boulevard, Bay Knoll, those areas are beginning to take on some water here. And obviously all the feeder roads, on my way in this morning, the feeder roads are completely impassable just about everywhere. So again, you do not need to be on the roadways, as obviously a very serious situation shaping up here across southeast Texas. So here's the center of circulation with Tropical Storm Ike out to the west of Yoakum, continuing to pull in just copious amounts of moisture. And essentially, we are just going to have to nowcast from now on until this situation lets up. I mean, it's going to be just wave after wave after wave of rain. And if you haven't taken on water yet, if you haven't seen a whole lot of rain yet, it's coming. Because here again, here is feeder band number 1, feeder band number 2, feeder band number 3, feeder band number 4 that's beginning to develop out towards Columbus and El Campo. And again, with the center of circulation to our west, it is feeding off the Gulf of Mexico, pumping in tons and tons of moisture. And as Brooks told me, you know, what this system's trying to do is it's dying. It's over land and it's trying to eat. It is trying to take in as much moisture as it can to survive. And that's why we're seeing copious amounts of moisture just continuing to be rotated in. Unfortunately, we talk about that dirty northeast quadrant of the hurricane, that dirty east side. This is why. This is where all the rain is, and this is where it's going to continue to be as long as the tropical storm sits off to our west. So that's the very latest here with the radar, guys. Lynn and Mia, I guess we'll send it back over to you. Obviously, lots and lots of flooding. We're going to get caught up, Brooks and I, with the National Weather Service, and we'll be back with another update shortly.
All right, thank you, sir. We're going to talk to another woman on the phone in another dire situation, Renee Trejo on the southeast side. Renee, you and several people are trapped. Explain how long that you've been there.
Well, we've been here we've been at our home all day long. What it is that it was raining lightly earlier, and so we just assumed that that was what was going to happen. It was going to stay light. But now that it's...
Oh, I think
the water went away. Yes.
I'm sorry. So do you have water in your home?
Not our home, not ours, but within a few blocks over, there's water going in people's homes.
And how many people are in your home?
There's about 6 of us here.
Any children?
Yes, my son's here. He's 2 years old. But like I said, we're fine right now. The power's still on, everything's still on. But there are people that are literally sitting on their kitchen tables in their attic.
And Renee, to give us a good idea of where you are exactly in Southeast Houston, are you in a subdivision, a neighborhood, a townhouse complex, so people can kind of gauge what it's like in different parts of Southeast Houston? Where are you?
I'm in a subdivision, the Sagemont area. We're in a house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've heard of flooding there in homes in the Sagemont area, that's for sure. But the good thing here is, and if you can take any solace in it right now, is you don't have water in your home yet.
And you have power.
And you have power, so that's really something to be said right now, considering the conditions outside and in that area in Southeast Houston. So what's the plan for you guys? Just to obviously sit tight, maybe?
Yeah, we have no choice to sit tight, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. But we did have a friend earlier whose son was 9 months old and his fever went up to 103 degrees. With the police being backed up, they weren't able to actually get through 911, so they ended up walking in chest-high water with their 9-month son for 2 miles to get to the hospital.
Oh my goodness, bless them, bless them. I hope everything is okay there. Such a difficult situation for so many people, so many families, really for anyone who is dealing with this out there. Once again, this is in Southeast Houston. Renee Trejo that we're speaking with. Renee, have you seen it like this before out there?
Not this bad. There are neighborhoods that flood with regular rain in this area, but ours doesn't, and it's already above water. So yeah, we have people that have 10 inches of water or more in their houses already.
10 inches of water in their homes.
My goodness.
And I know we keep hearing this over and over, but this is widespread, and we're gonna see more of this. Mm-hmm. I mean, it could be thousands of homes affected, and I'm certain thousands of cars have been flooded and stranded overnight.
Well, and we know there are so many calls that are coming into the the Harris County 911 call network. And Renee, you know the drill. It sounds like you guys are holding out okay right now. But if you feel like you are in a life-threatening situation and it's extremely dangerous, then you call 911, okay? All right.
Renee Trejo, Southeast Houston. She's got power, no water yet into her home, but she said a lot of her neighbors have got 10 inches of water in their home. Yeah. And we're hearing a lot about that. Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, that Sagemont area, which is going to be on the southeast side of town, right at the Beltway there in the Gulf Freeway-ish, there's another very heavy feeder band getting ready to filter right on into that area. Oh, no. So you see, if we could zoom on in here in just a second. Here we go. So there's Genoa. Here's I-45. The Sagemont area is going to be right in this general vicinity. You can see another extremely heavy rain band getting ready to push on in. This is going to be Brookside Village right along the South Beltway here. There's the Gulf Freeway, Hobby Airport for reference point. So again, this feeder band capable of 3 to 6 inches of rain per hour. And these rain bands are moving extremely slowly to the east. They're moving quickly from the south to the north. They're just not moving quickly west to east. So again, once it begins to rain here in the Sagemont area, another 3 to 5, 6 inches of rain, possibly even more than that, is on the way. So again, if you haven't taken on water yet, but you look out your window and you say, wow, the water is up in the yard, it may be time to get on that second floor and really be thinking about what you're going to do if indeed your house begins to take on some water. So again, those of you watching in the southeast side of town from Genoa getting out towards Highway 3, just to the east of the Gulf Freeway, this feeder band getting ready to pull right on in here. Let me see if I can put on some rainfall totals here, some rainfall rates rather. So give me just 1 second here to work the radar.
I was going to say, Blake, while you do that, I can offer some perspective from our utility center here in the Weather Center. So where she was calling from in Southeast Houston, right in the sort of Pearland, Southeast Houston area, that's essentially, that's Scarsdale and Black Hawk Boulevard. Rain gauges there locally have cited 18¼ inches of rain in the last 24 hours as measured at Beamer Ditch at Hughes Road. This is in the Clear Creek area, so a lot of the little tributaries leading into Clear Creek being the main drainage conduit for the Pearland area in Southeast Houston. They are at top of bank right now. They're above. They're about 1.5 feet over flood stage in that location. And there are other locations like Beamer Ditch at Hughes Road. Beamer Ditch at Hughes Road is over bank by a factor of about 2 feet. So the rain that's coming in now, as you showed on radar, is probably going to make the situation continue to deteriorate. And certainly looking at some of these computer models and the precipitation rates you're showing there indicate that conditions may not improve before they continue to get worse.
Yeah, and you know what? These rainfall totals are actually on the lighter side of what we've seen. And please, I mean, 1.5 inches of rain per hour is not light by any stretch of the imagination. But certainly going to add a lot of problem here to the southeast side of town. And as Brooks just mentioned, some areas closing in on 20 inches of rain here just in the last 24 hours. So any rain, even if it's just a drop, certainly not welcome news. Unfortunately, we're going to continue to watch this feeder band continue to pull on off towards the east. And this isn't the only one. As we mentioned, there's 4 of them stacked up across the Houston area. And guys, this is just a moment-by-moment situation here, not just for southeast Houston, but area-wide. Again, this morning, just anecdotally speaking, already a lot of problems, especially there on area feeder roads. Lots of cars underwater already. White Oak Bayou coming across Durham there just north of I-10 at Bankful is completely level with the land. So if the bayous haven't gone over yet, they could very well get there very soon.
On their way. Blake, thank you. You know, the Texans played tonight in New Orleans. I'm looking at our website, and because of all the rain here, they will not be flying back to Houston. The Texans will be flying to Dallas instead until things clear out. We know that Hobby Airport is closed. I'm not sure about Bush. They decided they're not coming here. But Tom Savage, a quarterback, indicating they're very concerned about their family members, and they would love to be here, but they just can't fly in right now. So no telling how long they'll have to stay in Dallas, but that's the situation with the Houston Texans tonight.
And just imagine all of the other people who are trying to get back to this area and what they're dealing with, obviously with Hobby Airport being closed right now, and just the anxiety and the stress of it, you know, not knowing what's going on with your home or your loved ones. Hopefully folks are staying connected. You know, social media has been a great resource for folks. I've been watching people communicate back and forth on Facebook, all through different streams, trying to help each other out too, and provide information and perspective from wherever they are situated as well. We know those hard-hit areas right now, Southeast Harris County, Pasadena as well. And when we were checking in with our live reporters, I know as far south down to Dickinson, Texas City, also areas of great concern. Brooks, you have something for us?
I do. Unfortunately, we're seeing some horrible flooding happening, and I want to offer you this information so that you understand that we're aware of what you're going through, and we can hopefully provide information that can help you make decisions. I'm talking about Clear Creek at Bay Area Boulevard. And we're looking, right now we're looking at heavy rain falling, and I'm not sure the location that we're looking at. But anyway, this is Tower Cam. Okay, this is from downtown Houston, so we're getting very heavy rain. I'm talking about Clear Creek at Bay Area Boulevard. This is Southeast Houston / Friendswood / Pearland area. And this is a major flood happening. This is about the worst inundation I've seen on the flood control map. We're looking at an inundation. If we can go over to weather 2, just take it full. Clear Creek at Bay Area Boulevard right now is 10 feet above its bank. And that's very high. So I think there's probably folks being affected there. Flood control has said that they're experiencing what they're describing as a devastating flooding event. And just now, Jeff Lindner, our dedicated information hero of the night, has just classified this as now worse than tax day on the upper Buffalo Bayou, that the flooding there is worse. He further says that some of the gauges are taking on water and have failed. So if we don't have information for your neighborhood, that is one of the reasons. But Clear Creek at FM 528 is about 8.5 feet over its banks. Amazing statistics, guys.
Oh, my goodness. Absolutely unbelievable. All right, we want to check in with Grace White. She's been able to move, to travel. We had visited with her last time. She was in Missouri City. She's now moved over to West Belford and Deary Ashford in southwest Houston.
Man.
Seems like the rain is coming down there, Grace.
Mia and Lynn, this is really intense rain. We haven't seen it rain this hard in several hours. As you can see, I'm standing in several inches of water, and it is continuing to rise. We were in Missouri City, but we have kind of been venturing out around this area, around the Missouri City Sugar Land area, because, you know, we didn't have rain. We had a break in the rain, so we thought we could move, give you a different vantage point. And this is actually, I think, where you saw some stranded cars earlier this evening. I think towards 59, we were coming up West Belfort trying to get to the highway, but we are not able to get to the highway right now because of the high water. It's just simply too high behind me right now to get to 59.
Okay, so we lost Grace White. Understandably, you can see it is pouring where she is, West Belford and Deary Ashford on the southwest side. I mean, it is just driving rain. It is one of the bands that Blake was mentioning that just keeps coming in. And so we lost the audio, but that is to be expected given how horrendous things are. We can see her in the picture, but we cannot hear her, and she cannot hear us. But that is just incredible to see one rain band after another. I looked outside the station here, where we've seen massive flooding from Buffalo Bayou along Allen Parkway 10 minutes ago, and it had stopped raining. But here southwest, and it's not that far away, no more than perhaps 10, 15 miles, driving, pouring rain. And we cannot escape it, and we're going to be facing this for the next few days, it looks like.
Yeah. Let's check back in, heading further south along I-45. We have Nancy, who is in Seabrook. Nancy, how you holding up?
Well, I'm actually in Shore Acres.
Okay, Shore Acres. How are you holding up there?
Well, several of my neighbors' homes have flooded. We are inches away from taking on water. And, I mean, it's just relentless.
Yeah.
We do still have power.
Okay, that's a good sign. Be careful with that, though. Obviously, you've got that live electricity there in the house. Tell me what it's been like for you in Shore Acres in the past. Have you seen anything like this before in your immediate area?
Well, yes. During Hurricane Ike, we actually, 86% of our homes were deemed uninhabitable after Ike. We took a direct hit. Homes, you know, more than 50% damaged were 86% of the houses. We were far worse hit than even Galveston. And Bay, surrounded by bayous, and there was just nowhere for the water to go. Right. And that was more of a storm surge issue. This is now much more of a rainfall issue. So we're just, you know, we were hoping for the best, preparing for the worst, everything that you can get up off the ground. I encourage people to do that, even if it's last minute, because we lost everything. We had 4 to 6 feet of water in our house.
So you've been through this before, and you know what stands to be lost in this situation and in this case. So have you yourself already, you know, moved things up to a higher elevation in the home? And what's your situation in that regard?
Yes, we have taken those precautions. The most important thing is for people to remember, even though it was very difficult for us to hear when we lost everything, it's just stuff. At least you're okay. Lives that would be, you know, whether it be human beings or pets, you just make sure that you take care of, because a life is a life, and the rest of the stuff is just stuff, and you can eventually replace that. But you know, people, if you're staying home, stay home.
We've heard that over and over from the mayor of Houston.
Every official.
Harris County official, they're all saying that.
Has said that for us. All right, well, no water in the home yet there, Nancy.
It is right here. It is inches away, and I just keep hoping that this thing will just, if it could just go a little bit east, it could give us a little bit of a respite.
Right.
You know, where we could have just enough time maybe to spare damage. But the main thing is people need to really understand there is no job, there is no errand, there is nothing that is more important than your life. Stay home.
True.
This is so true, spoken from someone who's dealt with tons of water inundating their home before in the past. Nancy, thank you so much for calling and talking with us, and we really wish you the best of luck there in Shore Acres this go around.
Thank you so much, and God bless y'all, and God bless Houston, and this too shall pass.
This too shall pass, and we will get through it. But right now, we are right in the middle of it. Nancy Schnell, thank you. Shore Acres. This is Stanford Street, right outside our front door, here along Allen Parkway, and that is just insane. All of the water right at the intersection, flowing down, Stanford flowing down left to right to Allen Parkway. And we've seen this before, but it's always impressive and frightening when it happens again.
Right. I mean, it's just a river that's flowing there from Stanford onto Allen Parkway.
And you can see there Allen Parkway is just covered.
I mean, Allen Parkway is covered. And really, I mean, think about how quickly that has happened again. We watched, you know, it fill up earlier. I'd say probably around, what time did we go on with the coverage? At about closer to 9 o'clock?
Yes.
About 8:30.
About 8:30.
Okay, about 8:30, our producer tells us. So when I went out there at 8:30 and staked out on the porch and was Facebook living with people, I was on Facebook Live with folks, it looked very much like this.
Right.
And then the water receded, it drained, you know, the rain slowed down, but look at it again.
It's back.
It's already back. It's, you know, filling up there. And we also know that Buffalo Bayou is of great concern. You know, and just all of this water and it, you know, overflowing out of its banks and the nonstop rain. That's the problem here. It's been the nonstop rain and one band after another.
Well, Mia, I can tell you that we just looked at Buffalo Bayou and it is 10 feet from the top of bank.
Okay.
So we have a little bit. So what we're seeing here is street flooding. It just it's runoff, water runoff. We don't have very far to go with Buffalo Bayou before we get to bank full. And then, you know, once Buffalo Bayou goes over, it's game over for the downtown area. So we're going to watch that pretty carefully. And I can tell you, it won't take much to get 10 feet of water into Buffalo Bayou, especially with the feeder bands that continue to rotate in. I can tell you that just in from the National Weather Service, we are getting damage reports now down in East Bernard. This is going to be down in Morton County of 4 apartments that were damaged due to a possible tornado. And that tornado warning isn't effective until 4 o'clock here for about another 4.5 minutes. So we've got a couple of these in effect as we speak. The first one is going to be right here in northern Brazoria, getting just inside the Brazoria Bend State Park. So again, these tornadoes, if they are on the ground, are quick hitting. They touch down and they jump back up very quickly. So you're not going to have very much lead time when these tornado warnings are issued. So if you live out in Damon, Brazos Bend State Park, anywhere close to that area, seek shelter as these storms pass on through. We also have another tornado warning. This one going to be out to include League City. That's where the National Weather Service office is located. This is going to be just north of Highway 6 here, right along the Gulf Freeway, and this is headed due north here. So here's the bay. Right there, San Leon, Shore Acres up here to the north. And again, this tornado, if there's one on the ground, moving very quickly to the north at about 35 miles per hour. So be mindful of that. So we've got 2 tornado warnings here on the south side. And we've had a lot of calls coming in from the southeast side of town, Shore Acres, where Nancy just called in from. And then we've got the area Stagecoach also with that feeder band slowly getting ready to push into that area, easily going to drop another 2, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain. And then you look behind me and we have yet another band of rain that is developing and getting ready to push into the city. I'm going to step off the radar here just for a moment and work the radar Brooks will be here in just a moment. But again, I want to zoom out and just kind of get everybody back up to speed as to what's going on. So there you go. We've got 4 tornado warnings. The first one going to be out here out along 290. This is going to be out towards the Hockley area, pushing out towards the north. It does include extreme southwestern Montgomery County, southern Waller County, again, getting ready to push across 290 if it hasn't already. And then we've got another tornado warning out here. This is going to include the Katy area, so western Harris County, southern Waller County, and getting into looks like northern Fort Bend County, so they're near Pecan Grove. So it looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings, all of which pose a danger, so you need to seek shelter immediately if you live in those areas. Obviously, we continue to watch the rain across the area, guys. I mean, you look at the radar and it speaks for itself. You know, we're talking about bayous near Bankfull, White Oak, Brays, Clear Creek, and I checked on Spring Creek, by the way, for our friends that live up in South Montgomery County and northern Harris County. Still has a ways to go. It is full, but we have a couple of more feet. So that Spring Creek, at least right now, is looking okay. I'll check on Cypress Creek there for those of you near Cypresswood, getting down towards 1960. But inside the loop, again, Buffalo Bayou, the main concern here for the downtown area. We've got about 10 feet to go, guys, before we are at Bankfull. So if there's a silver lining, that's it, that at least there is a little bit more room in Buffalo Bayou.
Yeah.
Blake, thank you. There are, as I understand it, hundreds of water rescues going on. This is in southeast Houston, around Pasadena, Lamarck, Clear Creek. That's probably an understatement. It could be into the thousands because so many people were out on the roads and got trapped. 911 being inundated with calls. City of Dickinson has a shelter in place. City of Pasadena has a shelter in place. Houston, the mayor says, stay home.
Stay home.
So please try and stay home. And for the folks who've been calling 911 because you've got water coming into your house or perhaps you're stuck on the roads, try and be patient. They're taking the most life-threatening calls or the life-threatening calls first, and everybody else falls into line after that. And it's going to take some time. We talked to a guy who was at his home. They were in the attic. He even had a small child with him, and he'd been waiting a little over 2 hours and still waiting. So they will get to you. They know about the issues, but there are just so many phone calls coming in because there's so many people who are either trapped in their cars or trapped in their homes.
Yeah, and do not hang up, and that's what they say also. Stay on the line.
Let me real quick. I just have an update here. For those of you watching out on the west side, this is going to be in the Addicks area. If you live along Highway 6 at Addicks, that area is about to flood. So looks like the creeks there are at Bankfull and are spilling over as we speak. So if you live in the Addicks area, you guys need to be prepared for rising water. It's going to come up very quickly. Again, Addicks and Highway 6, we're getting reports that that area is about to flood.
So, you know, maybe 2 hours ago there was a warning about that. And now it looks like it's going to happen because at the time they weren't sure what the time frame was. That would affect Canyon Lakes and Cinco Ranch, I believe, is the way it works.
Right, and you know, this is the most dire flood warning there is. We're under a flood emergency, a catastrophic flood event for the city of Houston. So, and this is everybody. You know, whether you're watching from Galveston County, whether you're watching from Kemah or Katy or Conroe, this is everybody here, you know, and I'm familiar with the north side. You know, I remember 1994, you know, and I remember 2001 with Tropical Storm Allison, you know, Caney Creek, the San Jacinto River, the East and West Forks, Spring Creek, Cypress Creek, and obviously the problems that we're seeing down at Galveston and Harris County line, the Clear Creek area. And again, now we're focused on western Harris County out towards Addicks and Highway 6. So this is an everybody flood. Whether you're watching from northern Galveston County or Brazoria County, or you're inside the Beltway or inside the Loop, obviously there's no break in the rain. You think back to yesterday, we had some comments, where's the rain? Well, here it is. Yesterday we were certainly dry slotted there for a little while. We had one heavy band of rain come through earlier in the day. We had about 6 or 7 hours. It was a false sense of security. Now the rain is here, and it looks like we've got several bands more to go that continue just to filter on in. So a bad situation continuing to grow worse here across the Houston area, guys.
Okay, Blake, thanks. And we've got an update now about the reservoir. Go ahead.
Yes, yes. Alan Spears with the Fort Bend County Office of Emergency Management joins us on the phone now. Help us out here, Alan, with the latest situation. I know you had some information that you wanted to pinpoint for us.
Yeah, we're getting some information that, I mean, obviously there's always rumors floating around about these kind of situations, and there's a rumor out there that we've ordered a mandatory evacuation around the reservoir and that it's going to overflow, and those are not true. The reservoir is well within its banks at this time. We are watching it. We have not issued any type of evacuation order for any of the homes around the Barker Reservoir. And we just want to encourage people to, you know, watch out, keep an eye out on the reservoir, and watch your local news. And we will be blasting out information. But right now there is no issues with the reservoir. Okay,
so Alan, just to be clear, because you know sometimes we hear the Barker Reservoir and then we hear the Barker Addicks Reservoir. Explain that to us.
Okay, you've got two reservoirs. You've got the Addicks Reservoir and the Barker Reservoir. The Addicks Reservoir is in Harris County, and the Barker Reservoir is in Fort Bend County. And the Fort Bend County section, the Barker Reservoir, like I said, we conduct exercises with the Army Corps of Engineers. We know what levels we need to take action at, and we are not near those levels yet.
Okay, so for either the Barker or the Addicks.
Now, I can't speak for the Addicks. I don't know, you know, I don't know what the water levels are at the Addicks and what their trigger points are. But for Barker, we're not anywhere near ordering evacuations or anything like that at this time.
Okay. So what is the concern there right now in Fort Bend County? Are there certain areas right now that you guys are receiving a high number of calls, or inundated and flooded roads? What's the situation?
Well, right now, we did issue a mandatory evacuation for those people living along the San Bernard River in the Tierra Grande area. We have issued a voluntary evacuation for those folks along the Brazos River who experienced flooding over our Memorial Day floods in 2015 and 2016. We're encouraging those people because we're being told by the National Weather Service that the river could rise to levels, the same levels that we saw when those areas flooded. So we want people to keep an eye out for those things, and you know, and monitor the television. And right now, if you flooded on Memorial Day, then you need to be aware that there is a distinct possibility that could happen again. We have our normal road closures. Highway 99 and 90 it was closed. The City of Sugar Land has reported a few road closures. Highway 59 is open now. So, you know, as the rains come and go and the water recedes occasionally, you know, the roads will open up. But right now, you know, we did have a couple tornadoes touch down earlier in the evening, and and we're dealing with those things as they come along.
With those tornadoes, did you guys have any damage reports there or any injuries?
We did have some damage reports. We had two, let me see here. We did have a tornado touchdown in the Missouri City area along the Texas Parkway, and we had reports of a couple businesses that had received damage, and then there was a home in Stafford that also received some damage from a possible tornado.
All right. Alan Spears with the Fort Bend County Office of Emergency Management. We're going to let you get back to the very important work there of responding. Thanks so much for your time. Let's now hop over on the phone to Bill Begley. He is with the Houston Airport System. At last check, Hobby Airport closed. The terminals there taking on, or I should say the runways, pardon me, the runways taking on water there. What's the latest out there, Bill Begley?
Good morning. Yeah, this happened just recently, so I have just the most basic information right now. After checking with our ops people, what we had was standing water and ponding water on runways and taxiways. which obviously would not allow airports, the airlines, or the airplanes to operate safely. So the airfield is closed, and will be closed until the water recedes so we can safely operate flights out of Hobby Airport.
And do you know, are people in the terminals like spending the night?
I don't have any reports of anybody at Hobby spending the night. I do know that we do have some people at Bush Airport who had last-minute flight cancellations. I think it's somewhere around 60, between 60 and 70,
okay.
Which is a fair number. Although when you consider the fact that normally Bush has about 600 flights a day going out, it's not a huge number. Still, we're doing everything we can to work with airline partners who are trying to make sure that those passengers are rebooked and that they're accommodated while they're waiting. The goal for us and for all the airlines is to make sure that they're taken care of and they get to their destination as safely as possible. It's one of the reasons why we've been emphasizing the need to reach out to your air carrier in advance before you get out in this weather. Make sure that your flight's on time. Make sure that your flight is not canceled. The last thing we want you to do is travel in weather like this if you don't need to. And let's be honest, that it's much more important to be safe than it is we can rebook a flight.
Yeah, so Hobby's closed, that's shut down, and Bush is operating on limited schedule?
A very limited schedule right now. United Airlines announced earlier, yesterday now, that they were going to cut back on a number of their flights. They'll be flying still to their 4 hubs out of Houston to Newark, Chicago, Denver, and San Francisco, and some limited international flights. It's going to be about 30 to 40% of what their normal flight load would be over the weekend. Again, this is to be proactive. The number one concern for all the airlines and the airports is to make sure the passengers are able to travel as safely as possible. So in anticipation of the weather issues that we're facing now, the decision was to go ahead and proactively cut back on the schedule, give people a chance to find out that their travel plans have been altered by the weather, give them a chance to make some alternate plans, and to keep people from getting out and driving on these roads. I'm working today and have been working most of the day today at the Joint Information Center here at the Houston Emergency Center. And one of the main things we've been emphasizing to everyone is in this kind of weather, with this kind of water, if you don't have to be out traveling in it, don't, because it's safer to be at home where you can be dry for the most part.
Bill, give us some perspective here with Hobby there and the runways and taxiways taking on water and shut down. Have we seen this happen before at Hobby Airport with other storms that we've had here in the Houston area?
Well, historically there have been, and not while I've been here in Houston, but we know historically that Allison, and we know that I believe it was Ike, there was some issues with water and with airports and airlines not able to operate safely. So, I mean, it's happened in the past, and you have to remember we've spent the last 4 or 5 days preparing for as much as possible the facilities, the staffing, the response plans, coordinating with our airline partners, with the other partners at the airport like TSA and Customs, since both airports provide international flights, with our concessionaires and their employees, to make sure we're all on the same page, that we're all communicating, and so that if you have to come to the airport, you can get there as safely as possible.
Begley with the Houston Airport System. Bill, thank you for the information. Again, Hobby Airport completely shut down. Bush Airport operating at reduced capacity. And let's go to Josh Chapin. He's been in Texas City and in the parking lot of a Buc-ee's, and the weather keeps changing, and now it's bad again.
Len and Mia, yeah, it just got bad again. We've been standing kind of next to the gas pumps. I want to give you an idea about why we and so many others have not been comfortable leaving this Buc-ee's. Just take a walk with me, Eric, here 1 second. This is the feeder road. Many of you might have walked in here, or excuse me, have driven in here time and time again, coming off of 45 over Holland Road, and you can see just how crazy it is right now. It's just waves going over this feeder road, getting onto and off of I-45. So just really treacherous conditions if we go up and down. I think Brooks even mentioned earlier, it's almost, if you see it from a distance, it's like snow falling. So that's what the feeder road looks like. We can walk a little bit into the gas station now. There's so many people out here that are weathering this storm. A number of folks told us they were finishing watching the McGregor-Mayweather fight, and they were coming back from bars in League City, and they didn't really know what else to do. Sorry, now it's getting horrible. But this has literally been like this the entire time. Guys, it's like hail. I can't even explain to you what it has been like out here, what it is like right now, driving hail. I've covered snowstorms before, and it almost feels like that, really hard snow. I want to see if we can make it up and talk to a gentleman who's at one of the gas pumps, if you bear with me. He told me he was playing a gig in Texas City that finished around 2 in the morning, and unbelievably, he's trying to get back to Katy. So I don't know how he's going to do that. I think he's going to wait it out, but it has been a wait kind of situation here because it has been so rainy and so just awful out. Let's see if Josh can talk to us right now. Bear with us here. Oh, you know what? Wrong truck. Sorry, guys. But it is, see, once we're undercover, it's not as bad. There's Josh here. This is really the best place to weather this storm. I'm going to bring in Josh now. You were playing a gig in Texas City, and what was it like just getting here?
Getting from there to here, really slow, a lot of high water. I saw the Buc-ee's and just decided to pull off here and wait it out. So it got kind of scary for a minute.
Now you had a gig. You surprised that gig wasn't canceled?
Extremely. There was a good turnout. It wasn't that bad when we got down there, but by the time we got out of there, it got pretty bad.
What would be the normal route you'd take back to Katy?
I'd just go up 45 to I-10 and then out back to Katy. But I don't think that's possible today.
What's your plan right now?
See what it looks like in the morning, or how much more morning I can get.
Looking at these rains, I mean, what has been going through your mind?
I'm actually thinking a lot about my house. You know, I'm not there to make sure everything's going good. My wife's actually at work tonight also. She's a paramedic.
Oh my God, she's a paramedic in Katy?
Yeah. She works for Harris County out there, and
you've been able to talk to her?
Yeah, I've been texting her, and they're pretty well set. So no one's at the house, so that's mainly my concern right now.
Okay. Well, you be safe out there. Thank you so much for talking to us. Number of folks out here, not only just weathering the storm, but we talked to a couple of people earlier from the Dickinson community who had evacuated. They live by a golf course nearby, and they came here. We talked to another gentleman who got his mom out last minute because water was rushing into their homes. I think to put it best, to wrap this all up, we spoke with a lieutenant from the Dickinson Police Department when asked if we could leave, and he said, if I were you, I'd stay put. Lendamia, that's all you really need to know.
Yeah, that's good advice. You're not going to be going anywhere anytime soon.
No, not at all.
Just like a lot of the people you're interviewing. I mean, it's just, they're going to be waiting till morning, and even in the morning.
It's a safe, dry place for now, and it's the best place to be. And we've watched the conditions just change so rapidly where you are there in Texas City. So hang tight at that Buc-ee's along with the other folks there. Josh Chapin, thanks so much.
Yeah,
Bye.
It's insane. Blake Matthews, so what does the morning look like over the next few hours?
It looks really, really bad. In fact, it looks like it's going to be raining very heavily for at least the next 6 to 8 hours. Now, really quickly, just in from the National Weather Service, getting reports now, water in the homes in League City rising up to the 2nd story. And looks like at the 5001 Meadows Lane in League City. So water now approaching, if I read that correctly, moving up the stairs to the 2nd floor now at 5001 Meadows Lane down in League City. So not only is water in the homes, but it's now approaching the 2nd story down there in Galveston County. So I'll tell you, not looking very good at all. In fact, if we zoom on in, you saw Josh's live shot there, and you could see the massive amounts of rain that continue to just pour into Texas City right now. Of course, he is under that feeder band right now, as well as Lamarck, San Leon, Baycliff, Dickinson, out along 646 there, and there's League City right there. Now it shows that there's a little bit of a light patch here. You see this open area right here, that's directly under the radar dome. So the radar is not able to see down, but it's still raining very, very heavily in that particular area, stretching all the way down into downtown Galveston now as well. And you can see lots of lightning within this cell as well. As we zoom in a little tighter here, I want to show you some of the rainfall rates. We're looking at 1.5 inches there, almost 3 inches of rain per hour now in the Texas City area, and just to the south of there near Bayou Vista, approaching 2 inches of rain per hour. Obviously enough to put areas that haven't received water in their homes to put them under for sure. All right, looks like our tornado warning here down in the League City area has expired as of about 2 minutes ago. So if there's any silver lining, that's it. The tornado warnings, there are none as of this time. Of course, I am expecting more to be issued a little later on. The rain continues to filter on into the area here from basically Liberty County, Chambers County, Old River, Winfrey getting hammered right now, all the way out Katy, Sealy, Columbus, and there's the center of the storm out towards Joachim. And unfortunately, guys, it doesn't look like the storm is moving at all. In fact, it's expected to stay in its exact same location, at least for the next 24 hours. So let's go through some of the creeks and bayous here in the Houston area. We'll start with Mary's Creek at Winding Road. This is going to be in the Friendswood area. We're going to be updating these here momentarily, but at last check, flood stage here, 26.8 feet. That's the top of the bank. Now rising up to nearly 30 feet. So we're just about 3.5 feet over top of bank with Mary's Creek. As far as Clear Creek goes at the Country Club Drive, top of bank here, 36 feet. We are now at 37, a little over 37 feet. I imagine this has risen even more since the last time this was updated. We have new updates coming up shortly. Down at the Med Center, this is going to be Harris Gully at McGregor, 39 feet, but we are currently sitting at 37.5 feet. Obviously, more rain on the way. I would assume this is near the top of bank at this time, if not gone over. So again, if you live down in that area, be prepared for imminent flooding. Also down in Brays Bayou at Rice Avenue, we are now even with the top of the bank. So this too getting ready to spill over. And by the way, again, Highway 6 and Addicts getting ready to flood as well. So how much more rain can we expect? Well, take a look at the future track. We're beginning this morning as of about 2 hours ago. So we'll go forward into time. This is as of 11 o'clock tonight. 11 o'clock. We're looking at another 12 to 16, 12, 11 inches of rain, 19, 20 inches of rain. Tomball out towards Sugarland. Not out of the question from what I'm seeing. And as we move forward into time through 7 o'clock, 15, 22, 23, 25, 28 inches of rain. Guys, it's just not looking very good right at the moment. Getting lots of reports now again down in the League City area, water approaching the second story in the 5001 block of Meadows Lane. Meadows Lane, yeah. So first floors are now completely flooded in some parts of League City. So we're going to continue to monitor the National Weather Service. Jeff Lindner, definitely a very valuable resource. He continues to pump information in here. We'll get it to you as soon as we know more.
Yeah, there's nobody who will be unaffected unless you're in a high-rise. I mean, it's simple as that.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to get it.
Everyone. I mean, it's so widespread and so far-reaching from up north. I mean, looking at those numbers, 15 inches all the way down south to Galveston and from Beaumont over to Columbus. It's really something.
And you know, you look, sometimes we see weird things come across the computers on a normal day. You know, we'll forecast a heavy rain event and we'll see some odd numbers, 10, 12, 13 inches. You say, well, I can't say that on TV. I mean, that's a lot of water. You know, and now here we are on TV saying, you know, approaching 30 inches of rain. This is a forecast. This is not what has fallen. This is what is to come.
Yeah.
30 inches of rain. And you see, and again, at last check, Buffalo Bayou has about 10 feet left to go before it's at the top of bank. And again, if you get this kind of water, you're going to need a lot more than 10 feet of room to contain that. Sheeta, if you could put the radar back on for me, we'll jump right back over there. Obviously, the rain continues to come down very heavily across the Houston area. We're talking areas from as far north as Huntsville to as far south as Galveston to as far east as Lake Charles, all the way back towards Brenham. And of course, the heaviest rain continues right over the city of Houston, with the center of circulation just to the east of San Antonio, pumping in all this moisture right out of the Gulf of Mexico. So again, Washington County, Brenham picking up very heavy rain all the way up towards College Station. Again, from Huntsville, Willis, New Waverly, Conroe, the Woodlands, Oak Ridge North, Spring, Humble, Atascocita, Kingwood, Lake Houston, stretching down the East Texas and North freeways there into downtown. Now looking into Galveston County, you can see Texas City where Josh Chapin is currently. The rain coming down extremely hard. We're picking up rainfall rates again upwards of 3 inches per hour. And unfortunately, it's taking about 2 to 3 hours for these rain bands to push on through. So again, they're pushing on from the south to the north very, very quickly. They're just not moving west to east very quickly. So they're crawling along here. And again, taking a look at the Channelview area, I haven't heard of reports out of there yet. I will double check on that out towards I-10. This is up towards Atascocita and Lake Houston. Again, heavy rain, not as heavy. There's Bush Intercontinental Airport there, just north of the Beltway, JFK. Again, limited flights out of there. Hobby Airport closed if you're just joining us. And into the downtown Houston area. Again, very heavy rain stretching from the North Loop, stretching all the way back down into northern Brazoria County, getting into Wharton and Matagorda counties, continuing with very heavy rain. And this red line you see here is part of that tornado watch. And we've seen upwards of 70 to 80 tornado warnings. In fact, the National Weather Service yesterday mentioned that they had never issued so many tornado warnings in their entire history here in southeast Texas. So, and unfortunately, we've seen some of those verify as well. So, again, continuing to look across the radar, I'm looking for any sign of hope that the rain will come to an end soon. If there's any silver lining here, it's that I'm not seeing any other feeder bands developing from El Campo to Palacios to Columbus. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, these feeder bands are crawling through the area. They're moving very fast from the south to the north at about 35 miles an hour, just not moving to the east, and that's what we need them to do. And yeah, so if we could go back, Cheetah, if we could get the rainfall predictions, please. Again, here's the heavy rain. Here's where we are now. Very heavy rain continuing through the city of Houston. We're going to start at 2 a.m. this morning, about 2 hours ago, so we're going to go forward into time. And this brings us to 11 o'clock, okay? 16 more inches of rain at Bush Intercontinental Airport. A foot of rain at Hobby. Nearly a foot in Pearland. Nearly 20 inches out there in Tomball. Nearly 20 inches there in Sugarland, maybe a little lighter up towards the north, but as we move forward into time, again, we're looking at rainfall rates here, again, 23, 24, 25, 27, 20 inches down in Galveston. So we have very heavy rain continuing. And again, this is what we've been saying all week long. This is going to be a multi-day event, it looks like. This is not just a today's rainfall or a yesterday's rainfall. I wish I could tell you that the rain was coming to an end. Unfortunately, this may be just the beginning or slightly in the middle of a prolonged event that could last all the way into Tuesday into Wednesday as Harvey continues to sit and spin. In fact, the Hurricane Center continues. Here's the track. The latest track, bringing it back very close to the Gulf of Mexico and then right back through the city of Houston. Now, if you watched yesterday, the track was well out to the west, out towards Austin, west of Brenham. But now, as of this morning, as of the 4 a.m. advisory you see over the top of my head there, brings the center, or whatever is left of the center at that time, right over the city of Houston, right up the North Freeway, and then eventually up into North Texas. So, guys, we have a very long ways to go. This is a multi-day event, again, at least lasting through the mid part of next week.
So I just want to be clear here. So at one point, the storm was going to be west of Houston. Now first it was going over, then said west. Now you're saying right over the middle of Houston?
Right. So
as a tropical storm.
As a depression.
As a depression.
As a depression. So
and when would this happen?
This is going to be heading into the Tuesday time frame. Now keep in mind, okay, you say, well, it's a depression. Okay, that's not a big deal. Allison was a depression. It came in as a tropical storm down in Brazoria County, moved over to the city of Houston, weakened as a depression, went up towards northeast Texas and came back as a depression. That's where we got flooded. So just because it's not necessarily a tropical storm, maybe just a weak depression, this is where we could see a lot of rainfall yet to come.
It's still a rainmaker.
It's still a
what you're
tremendous
saying.
rainmaker, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Oh, my goodness. Let's check in now with Doug Deloney. He's on deck. He joins us from the watch desk. So much information coming from so many different places. Doug, help us out here.
You know, I was watching you guys late last night, and I was hoping that I would wake up after a brief break and see that the rain had let up. But unfortunately, we were overwhelmed on our Facebook page and people sending photos to photos@khou.com. I'm just going to show you just a few of the latest things that we received. And it's just proof of a lot of what we've been talking about with these rainfall totals. This is from Kendra in Deer Park. She says this is flooding right off of Pasadena Boulevard, and you can see high water outside this apartment complex. This looks like a dumpster. I'm going going to zoom in here. Look at this dumpster. You can see a couple feet of water up to that dumpster. I'm sure some of the first floor units at this complex probably flooded out. If you want an update on our bayous, this is a look at Brays Bayou. This comes from Pressler, or I'm sorry, this is Braeswood Boulevard at Pressler, thanks to whoever sent this in. And you can see the water very high along Brays Bayou. Those residents there are probably watching. At least at this part of the bayou, it does not look like it's overgone its banks, but still has a couple feet to go there. But it is very full with more water on the with more rain on the way. We're gonna have to keep a close eye on that. Down in Dickinson, this comes from Tim Driver, and I hope Tim doesn't have. I actually know this person, but by chance I ran across his photos in our inbox at the station. And Tim, I hope you don't have water inside your house, but certainly if this is your driveway and that's your minivan, it looks like the water is high enough to be inside your garage. You very well may have water inside the house, and not good to hear that. And you can see that water. It looks like about half a foot to maybe even a foot of water outside the house there in Dickinson, and it may only get worse from there. This is in Pasadena. Again, a lot of these places on the southeast side where we've heard about these intense rainfall totals in the last 12 hours. This is Pasadena on Jenkins Road. Jessica Reyes sent this. I'm going to zoom in here. It looks like someone actually standing there outside their car. Again, flooded streets. People who parked in the streets overnight, they thought that we were going to be fine yesterday. They went ahead and parked in the street anyway. I saw people in Midtown last night moving their cars around at the last second because they didn't realize it was going to start flooding, and people were just moving their cars around all at the last second. Okay, let's take a look real quick at a video we received too. This is from West and Jones. So this is the northwest side, Jersey Village area. Lupe sent us this video, and it looks like it's actually kind of from Snapchat. But what he says is happening here is this white car is already flooded out, and then someone else is coming along, and they're going to go in this very same water that the white car got flooded out in, and that's kind of what happens. You end up going outside, you risk going for a drive, trying to see what's going on in your neighborhood. Maybe you're trying to go help a friend. The problem is sometimes you get into an area, it's almost like a maze. You don't know how to get back out of wherever you ended up, and certainly the second car ended up getting flooded out as well. Let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing on social media. Of course, we know that Bush Airport, they basically, they have some flights that are still arriving at Bush Airport. I could show you on our flight tracker on our mobile app. You can still see some arrivals on time, but we've had a lot of cancellations. Departures, they don't even have stats for. And we know at Hobby Airport, there's not even any data available because they're saying water's on the runway. I know you guys were reporting earlier that Hobby announced there were no longer any inbound or outbound flights taking off or arriving just because of the water on the runway. So flights there significantly delayed, significantly late. You know, there's people sleeping at the airports right now, probably watching us. I want to show you just a crude rainfall total map. We have links to this on our website as well. This is something you can load up on your computer, kind of like we're loading up on air to show you rainfall totals. This is just the last 12 hours in the Houston area. You can see rainfall. Look at this, 17 inches right here. This is just inside Beltway 8 near the Gulf Freeway in the city of South Houston. Actually near 18 inches of rain in the last 12 hours. So the southeast side, especially this morning, that's the big story as far as water getting to homes. We know we have people on the southwest side with water in their homes in the Bel Air area, and it's just not good when you look around this map and you see these rainfall totals, knowing that more rain is on the way. And these are some unconfirmed reports that we have on our Facebook page, but we have people reaching out on our Facebook page right now asking for help. Some people in different communities saying they can't get through their version of 311 or they can't get through to 911. This person, Trish, on our Facebook page writing in saying, please help my friend and his family. They're stuck on the roof of their house. Now, this is not confirmed. They're claiming that his wife is 8.5 months pregnant. In fact, the friend was live on Facebook, and you can see in that small little thumbnail there, it indeed looks like he's on the roof of the home. But of course, we have no way to verify that that's actually true. But we do know that we have multiple reports of people across the city, especially on the southeast side, who said that they had to resort to going into their attic for safety. Victor here claiming that Pasadena 911 is not answering and there's no help there. Prayers for everyone. Pasadena is flooding bad. I'm sure Pasadena's 911 system is probably overwhelmed right now. Diana saying on Elton Street they have 4 kids from 5 months to 6 years old. They have a couple of teenagers. Water is rising and they have no second floor or attic. So again, don't call 911 unless you absolutely have to, because there's a lot of people trying to get through that really need help. And if you're calling for a minor emergency, that's not going to help. So guys, keep your photos coming, but again, take them inside your house. Don't go outside if you don't have to. Photos at KJ whou.com. There's the email address. You can also send them to us on our Facebook page. Guys, back to you.
Doug Deloney, thank you. In case you are just joining us, we are in the middle of a catastrophic event. Tropical Storm Harvey, now a depression, but no let up and no mercy. It started raining heavily in the Houston area at about 8:30 this evening, and it has been pouring ever since in various areas. And you can see there's now a flash flood warning in effect. It has been going on for several hours.
That's right. The National Weather Service last night issued what they call a flash flood emergency warning. Also, we've had reports of people trapped in their attics. The water has risen so quickly inside their own homes. They're just trying to seek a higher, safer place. So we know that's happened mostly on the southeast side, southeast Harris County, as well as down in Pasadena.
And 911, as you can imagine, being inundated, overwhelmed actually by so many calls from people not only trapped in their homes, but also trapped in cars on highways all over the area. We have talked to some folks. We have talked to the emergency crews. They say only call if it's life-threatening, because otherwise it just will not have time to get to you. That means a lot of people will be spending the night and have been on the roads, and some people in the attics of their homes as long as they can do so.
And if it gets that bad and you have to call 911, stick with them. Do not hang up. They tell us that you are in a queue and they're trying to get to everyone just as fast as they can. All of their centers are fully staffed. They're just taking on that many calls. Also, the Harris County toll road fees all waived, but right now, I wouldn't concern yourself too much with that one because we just don't want you out on the roads right now.
All right, let's go into the northwest side. Adam Bennett has been out in the rain, and at various times it's been clear, and then the rain kicks up again, and you can see right now what we are facing. Another band of rain. This is Barker Cypress near, what's the area you're at? West Road.
Not too far from West Road, right. And Lynn, this is exactly what we didn't want to see. After a little bit of a let up, the rain is back again. After it had rained literally for 4 hours straight earlier today, putting several inches of water on the roads. Now, the good news, if there is any here, is that this gas station behind me and even Barker Cypress, which is normally a pretty busy road, even on the weekends, it's been pretty much a ghost town here. So hopefully people are listening to the messages to stay off the road because there's no reason to be on these roads right now. Really, the only car that we've seen is a Harris County Sheriff's deputy that came by who's been making the rounds. She came over to check on us, and she told us all around us, it is just absolutely a mess. Don't be fooled by the fact that Barker Cypress seems passable behind us. She says if you go on Clay Road, if you go down to Highway 6 near Addicts, which you mentioned, also Barker Cypress up near 290, Greenhouse Road, she says, was impassable. She also told us that there were several cars on Highway 99 that got stuck because of that high water. So we're pretty much boxed in here. We're okay in this immediate area that we are right now, but we really can't go anywhere, and neither should you unless it's absolutely an emergency. And even then, you really won't be able to get very far, even in this area. It's kind of the same story here like it has been all over town. This rain has come down so hard, so fast, that there's just really nowhere for it to go, and it's not really going to drain with more water falling from the sky here, more rain. So guys, it's just been an absolute mess on these roads, and even though we've kind of been here all night, we've had the chance to talk to several law enforcement officials that have been making the rounds and trying to keep people safe, and they just repeat the same advice that we've heard from the mayor, from the county judge, from the police chief, from everybody. Just do not go on these roads if you can help it at all. It is just not really getting any better out here, guys.
Adam Bennett reporting from Cypress for us. You know, we've been talking about people all evening and now into the morning long needing help, needing rescuing. We heard that HPD went out to some apartments around the Greenspoint area. That's where our Brandy Smith is now. We want to check in with her. Hello there, Brandy. What's going on?
Yeah, Mia, we just got on scene. What you're seeing behind me is actually a bus full of folks who have been evacuated from the Arbor Court apartments. HFD's dive team telling me that the water back here off Greens Road is about chest deep. So these are folks, they pulled out of the apartments in this boat you're seeing over here. They also had quite a few people flag them down. or make their way up to the sidewalk. This is the same place. Who can forget those images from the tax day flood of folks waiting across the road trying to get to higher ground? This is where that happened. So many people learned that lesson and came out on their own tonight, we're told. About 28 people had to be pulled out by boat. Those were folks who weren't able to make it here on their own. And again, that is the second bus of folks who have been evacuated. We want to show you just how deep this is. Greens Road completely underwater. The issue in this area is Greens Bayou. It will break its banks, and when it does, the water tries to find the lowest point. This right here, where Arbor Court Apartments sits, this is the lowest point in the Greens Point area. So all the water is going to pool down here. Now, there are a couple of detention ponds. Construction is underway on them a little down the road from us, but those weren't scheduled to be completed until next year. So since the tax day floods, there really haven't been a huge amount of work done to prevent another situation like this, beyond kind of shoring up the bayou and making sure that the water didn't break its banks. But when we have a rain event like this, when we get so many inches, when the rain is nonstop, it's just kind of unavoidable that the water will eventually top the bayou banks and make its way down here to Greens Road. Now, I want to turn around and I want to see if I can show you. We're on the far east end of Greens Road, but it is a river as far as you can see. So right now, this is really the focal point for the HPD crew I just spoke to. But if the rain doesn't stop as it's forecasted not to, we will no doubt see a lot of other apartments threatened. I want to say there were 19 different apartment complexes in the Greens Point area that were severely impacted by those tax day floods. It looks like these guys are loading up, ready to go back out. They're responding to any emergency calls. Again, the water out here is about chest deep. Look at them take a step in, and that water is almost to their waist as they try to climb in the boat, headed out to no doubt rescue another couple residents here in the Greens Point area. Again, this is right by Arbor Court, by the Arbor Court Apartments. This is the lowest level near Greens Bayou. Greens Bayou is just on the other side of the apartments. So the water is sloshing over there, but we've also seen, as we did in the tax day flood, when Greens Bayou makes a curve a little west of here, that is a point at which the water will flow out. When it does, though, it makes its way back here because, again, it's like a bathtub. It's going to go to the lowest point, filling this area, inundating streets, inundating apartment complexes. Right now, if you look over at the apartments themselves, the water is about at door level. So it doesn't look like any of them have been flooded, but residents here know not to risk it. They've been through this before just a year ago. They know how dangerous the circumstances are. They know how fast this water can rise, especially as they see the rain just keep coming. Len, Mia?
Brandy Smith in the Greens Point area. Police have been helping get people out of those apartments. You heard Brandy referring to the tax day floods. That was 14 months ago when the very same apartment complex and others in that area had to be evacuated. It was a dramatic scene then, and it's being repeated once again because of this storm Harvey that has been relentless and is continuing to dump rain and will do so for the next few days in a forecast that everybody has said they have never seen before in this area.
Absolutely unprecedented. And what we were watching there, basically boat rescues now underway near the Arbor Court Apartments. Once again, so memorable from the tax day flooding and the people that we watched who were rescued and waded out of the water any way practically that they could. Okay, we want to check in now with a familiar voice, Kevin Reese, a reporter. He started out in Galveston. He brought us reports yesterday from Galveston. He's tried to make his way back here to the greater Houston area. Kevin, you there? How far have you made it?
Well, if you're an unfortunate soul like us and trying to get north from Galveston today on 45, it's not going to happen anytime soon. We just pulled over and had a conversation with a sheriff's deputy and trying to figure out why we were seeing so many wrong-way drivers on 45 North. That's because you have about 3 feet of water, he tells us, on the southbound lanes of 45. If you can pull this up on a map, at Dickinson Bayou. Dickinson Bayou on the south side of Dickinson. 3 feet of water on the southbound side. There's a foot of water on the northbound side, and he said the only thing keeping it from being 3 foot on both sides is the retaining wall in the middle of the freeway. So at this point, through Dickinson, anywhere near Dickinson Bayou, I-45 north and south completely blocked. You can't get through, and he advised us not to go any farther than we were, which was close to the exit to the mall at the mainland there. He advised us not to go any farther because we would eventually get up against that wall of water. And his concern was if that center divider were to break under the pressure of the 3 feet of water on one side, it's just going to come rushing off into the northbound lanes, which is where we were traveling. Right now, we are briefly, we hope, off of 45. Let me get my bearings here to remember exactly where I am, trying to pull into a Shell station here in that general area. But these roads, every frontage road, once you get across the Galveston Causeway, going north, every frontage road from where we are up into Dickinson is underwater, and the water is still rising. So the takeaway for most folks is if you're trying to do anything on 45 this morning, well, you're a fool like we are, but you're not going to get past Dickinson going either north or south on 45, and we've still got heavy rain right now. We're trying to navigate around it as best we can, and like a lot of people, we're probably going to be smart and run for the higher ground of I-45, which from time to time, just to warn you, there are wrong-way drivers, but they're not drunks like the ones we've all dealt with before in wrong-way drivers. They are folks who are getting to a flooded-out highway, turning around, and coming back the wrong way on 45. So near Dickinson Bayou, 45 north and south, both blocked right now, and the water's still coming up.
And so I want to be clear here. Are you going to be on 45 looking for higher ground, or are you going to go off to a side street?
We are on a side street now, and Lynn, if I could find a sign to tell you where exactly we are, I would, but we are a little bit south of Dickinson Bayou. We are at FM 1764. We're at that exit, which is the portion of 1764 that runs under 45. It has about a half foot of water on the road right now. Some of the stores and gas stations in that intersection also have water creeping up around them. But as we were driving north, looking off into, the direction of the Texas cities and the Lamarcks and stuff like that, any home or business on those frontage roads, they're already getting close to a foot of water around them. Every single frontage road underwater as well, except for where we are at the moment. But 1764 and the Gulf Freeway, we were able to get off 45 there, but advised by a sheriff's deputy not to go any farther north because the freeway is impassable north and southbound in that area of Dickinson Bayou.
And Kevin, so what are you going to do? I mean, getting on the highway is not safe. You're talking about the side streets in bad shape. Can you go back? You can't go back to Galveston.
Where my safe hotel room is that what you're recommending?
That's what I would recommend, but somehow I don't believe you'll be able to do that.
We could get back on 45 South. The tricky part is, and we're realizing what everyone is doing here, People are going, and again, the traffic is not heavy. You know, it's a car from time to time, and everyone is driving about 20 miles an hour. But people are using whichever direction of an exit or on-ramp fits you at the time. And that is something we may have to do as well to make sure that we're on higher ground. The areas south of where we are get up over the tidelands after a while. You know, the Tiki Villages and the Bayou Vista, those places are fine, of course, because of the way they're built. But then when you hit, you know, the mainland up here, that's where things are really starting to get clogged, and there isn't much drainage at all.
Right.
So what our plan is, we've all done this before together. We're going to make it up as we go along and be as safe as we can.
Got it. First and foremost, be safe. We'll get back to you later, and hopefully with more, with better news than what you're facing right now. Kevin Reese down near Galveston, I-45 in Dickinson.
Are your pumps working?
All right, thanks so much, Kevin. Real quick, want to bring to your attention something we've been seeing on Facebook tonight in many of your comments. Folks, the Houston Office of Emergency Management tweeting this: rumors of a National Guard phone number to call for help ends in 3907. False. Call 911 in life-threatening situations. Once again, this is the Houston Office of Emergency Management clearing up this rumor. I know I've seen it, lots of people, and the post will say copy and paste, retweet, repost on Facebook, call 911 rather, if you're in an emergency. Right now, we're taking a look here. This is a live picture from the Greens Point area where we heard from Brandy Smith earlier. Greens Point, as you know, notorious for flooding in that area. And the Harbor Court Apartments, if that sounds familiar, that's for a reason. That's because during the tax day floods, we watched people be rescued, one person after another, folks wading out of chest-deep water any way that they could. Greens Road underwater, practically a river itself. We're going to keep watching that situation up there. But from the north side, let's take you now down southwest. Our Grace White, she was in the area of West Belfort and Deary Ashford. We want to see if she's moved. No, I understand she's still there. Look, it's so dark out there. You can barely see her. Grace, tell us about the conditions right now.
Hi, Lynn and Mia. Good morning. It is dark out here, but we wanted to give you an idea of what first responders are so concerned about in the morning. I am standing at the edge of the Barrington Place subdivision, and as you can see behind me, this street is covered in water. We've got a car behind me that's going to try to make it through. I hope they're in a truck or an SUV. Looks like they're in a truck and they may be just turning onto that front street there, maybe checking things out. But this is what people are worried about. You know, the sun rising in a few hours and neighbors not really fully understanding what they're up against. We have been on the edge of Fort Bend and Harris counties really since last night about 9 or 10 o'clock, and we have experienced steady rainfall since then. It's been light at times. We've had a few brief breaks, and then we've just seen steady sheets of rain come down. I want to show you, though, at the edge of this neighborhood, the problem. This is West Belfort, and all the way down to 59, you can see it's impassable. We tried to get down there because earlier we had some reports of stranded cars, and as you can see, I'm standing probably almost, you know, knee deep in water, and we just can't get down there. We decided it was too dangerous, so we took shelter at this gas station, and we've been here ever since, just waiting for conditions to improve. But it is a difficult morning out there for people along the southwest side. Lynn and Mia, back to you.
All right, let's jump over to Blake Matthews. Blake, what do you got?
Yeah, we have a brand new tornado warning here until 5 o'clock. This one here showing some pretty strong rotation. This is going to be getting down to the south again of Brazos Bend State Park. And as we put on the velocity scope here, I believe, there we go. You see the bright greens? This is what we're watching here. We're watching for some rotation moving up towards Danziger, West Columbia, getting out towards Damon. This is pushing on off towards the north and east at about 35 miles per hour. So if you are in this area, there is a tornado warning in effect until 5 o'clock. And if Cheetah is working the radar there, you can see the rotation. They're just to the west of West Columbia. So again, pushing off in this general direction towards Brazos Bend State Park. Again, this tornado warning in effect until 5 o'clock. Now, Cheetah, if you could go back to the very top, we also have a brand new flood warning. You say, well, the whole area is flooding. This is going to be for the north side. Spring Creek at I-45 now as a flood warning. Cheetah, if you could go back to the very top of the radar there at the top of the show and put it into play, that'd be great. And again, take a look at the radar. Texas City, very heavy rain once again. San Leon, Dickinson, Santa Fe, all the way down towards Alvin. And again, so there we go. So here's a look. This is Marys Creek. Actually, give me just 1 second here. We're looking at... well, let's see, as soon as I get the show here. There it is right there. So this is going to be Spring Creek at the North Freeway, Spring Woodlands area. The top of the bank, 91.2 feet. We are at 88.6 feet. So the creek nearly at bank full. This is going to be, again, I-45 right at the Harris-Montgomery County line. Again, Rayford Road area, we're going to have to watch this very, very closely because we are just getting ready to spill over the banks there at Spring Creek. So we're going to continue to watch that. Also wanted to show you some rainfall totals here coming up. Very impressive amounts of rain once again falling across the region. Check this out. We're talking 17 inches of rain being reported down in Galveston County in some locations. Areas 15, 12, 7. And these numbers could easily be doubled, guys. We're talking another 15 to 20, 25, even now the model's spitting out as much as 30 more inches of rain, which would certainly best Allison. And Allison, the highest rainfall we had was 38 inches, and that was located here on the northeast side of town in this general area. But clearly you can see a much wider expanse of rainfall. Check that out down there near Santa Fe, 17.2 inches, 14.4 near San Leon, 15.1 to the south of Pasadena, 15.4. Over a foot of rain just to the north of Houston. I can tell you all the feeder roads across the area are underwater, and most of the bayous are at bank full and or about to go over, so keep that in mind as well. You do not need to be on the roads. On my way in this morning, far too many people on the roads, and I can tell you most of them are, most of their cars are stuck in the water. Taking a look here, not a whole lot of reprieve in sight. We have continued to have 1 feeder band, 2 feeder bands, and a third one out to the west of Houston that continues to rotate into our area. So zooming right on down first off into Texas City, our Josh Chapin is down there. Very heavy rain. In fact, we're seeing rainfall estimates upwards about 2 to 3 inches of rain per hour. Almost 3 inches of rain still down there in the Texas City area, and that is just getting ready to push into the Port Bolivar area. And again, this red box you see is a tornado watch that remains in effect all across southeast Texas. And of course, the purple polygon there is the tornado warning, and that's in effect for about another 6 minutes. So zooming on down, there's our tornado warning. This is heading in the general direction of Brazos Bend State Park. That again until 5 o'clock. Looking at this rotation just to the west of West Columbia and pushing on off towards the north, getting ready to cross Highway 36. So again, checking on some of the creeks, Marys Creek, this is going to be in the Friendswood area. Again, out of its banks clearly about 3 or 4 feet above its top of the bank. And Clear Creek down at the Country Club Drive, we're looking at about another foot out of its banks as well. And then getting down towards the Med Center, this is Harris Gully at South McGregor. We are approaching bankful there as well. So 288, we're going to have to watch carefully for some significant flooding. And Brays Bayou at Rice Avenue, we're looking at about 51. We're exactly at bankful here, again, at Brays Bayou. For those of you watching from inside the loop, you're wondering about Buffalo Bayou. We have about 9 feet left to go before we reach the top of the bank, and we're going to continue to keep an eye on that as well because, guys, as you know, that affects us here at the TV station. And you know what? Just speaking from the heart here as a longtime Houstonian, sort of a way of life. You know, I remember 1994. I remember 2001, Memorial Day, Tax Day. You live here long enough, folks, and this is certainly going to be something you'll see again eventually, hopefully not for a very long time.
Yeah, hopefully not, but we're in the middle of it, and this could turn out to be the worst that we have ever seen, given how much time we still have left. And it looks inevitable, Blake, that a lot of these rivers and bayous, they are going to flood, and we know what that means in the long term. This will drag on for weeks.
Yeah, and I can tell you that looking at the National Hurricane Center, bad news as if we need any more. The storm expected to stay in our area until 1 a.m. on Thursday.
Oh my gosh.
So we have another 4 or 5 days left to go of very heavy rain continuing to cycle into our area.
Oh my goodness, so much that we're dealing with, and so much of the troubles that we're seeing with all of this rain and all of this water right now is on the streets out there. And we've watched as cars have tried to drive through this. We've heard from various different agencies across the area that they're dealing with rescuing people from vehicles. We want to check in with Erica Ferrando. She is at Transtar with someone from TxDOT. Erica, what are you learning there?
Well, I'm here with Danny Perez, and he's using words like catastrophic, saying this flooding is something they obviously do not have too often. He's going to tell us a little bit more. Tell us what you guys are seeing out there and what you want people to know.
Right now we have over 150 roads that are currently underwater. That's going to be state roads, not including city streets. So we have a large portion of the Houston area with our state roads underwater. So we're asking folks to just stay off the road. If you're in a situation where you might get some water into your home or near your property, don't panic. It's better to be in a safe situation like that. You know, it's not ideal, then getting onto the roadway and putting yourself in an extreme situation, because there's a lot of folks out there that are stranded. There's a lot of motorists that are driving into high water. We always say turn around, don't drown. But one thing we don't want folks to do also is not to, when they're approaching some high water, and go on the wrong way on a major freeway. We're seeing a lot of that. We've seen instances of near head-on collisions. It's very dangerous out there.
You guys are seeing a lot of cars stalled out there, and also some rescues taking place.
Yes, we have some situations where folks are being rescued. Folks are actually stuck on freeways. They're actually finding elevated portions of the road that aren't flooded, but there's folks that are trying to drive through. They're looking to some areas. Even like 2 inches of rainwater, high water could inundate a vehicle, and just be a disastrous situation for folks out there. We want folks to stay safe.
And when you get heavy rains in the past, people may have seen some water on the roads. You said this is different.
Yeah, I mean, this is an event that there's so much devastation out there. I mean, there's roads that are still getting water, that are flooded, and we're still getting rain. And folks we don't want them to chance it. It's very dangerous out there.
And obviously some places may be worse than others, but we're talking about the entire city of Houston.
Absolutely. I mean, and it could impact, this whole area. We have 6 counties that we cover for the Houston district, and it could impact other areas as well. We see some bands that are coming in. So while you may not have this situation, like say for instance near the Gulf Freeway and the Beltway 8 on the south side, but it can get dangerous really fast. So it's best to stay off the roads.
Tell us about some of the rescues you're hearing about.
Oh, we're just seeing instances where we've been working with our partners, with the Houston Police Department, our law enforcement partners, other transportation partners. We're trying to get resources together, but it's going to be a team effort, everybody working together to get through this.
Heard about any serious injuries?
There's been some situations we've heard of at least 1 fatality. So we're just asking folks, we don't want to see folks driving through there and then getting trapped, because it's very dangerous.
So basically the message is just stay home.
Yes, and if you're out there by any chance, don't do anything risky. Just try to find a spot that's at least safe. You have some instances where people are tweeting at us saying that they want to know locations. You can go to HoustonTranstar.org and find those locations, find the high water locations. But alternate routes, those kind of things, it's not worth it. Stay put.
Danny, thank you so much for your time, and we are expecting to hear from some more officials later at a news conference at 7 o'clock. Let's toss it back to you in the studio.
All right, Erica, thank you.
All right, here we are at 5 o'clock in the morning on this Sunday morning, and we are dealing with the devastating impacts of Harvey. A flash flood emergency warning in effect for the greater Houston area, and this spans a huge area stretching all the way down south to Galveston County and far north up toward Conroe, as far east as Beaumont and west of Columbus.
Yes, and also we've got people who have been evacuated from apartment complexes that's in the Greenspoint area on the north side of Houston. The same folks that were evacuated 14 months ago during the tax day floods. They're being taken out of there in boats and then put on metro buses.
Hobby Airport telling us that it is closed. Its runways and taxiways have taken on just too much water. Meanwhile, Bush Intercontinental Airport operating with an extremely limited schedule.
And we've got a shelter-in-place issued in Pasadena as well as one in Dickinson, but you could basically say the entire metro area is under a shelter-in-place because they don't want anybody on the roads. You already got people who are trapped, stuck on the roads. You got people, water in their homes, and it is just a mess. There's nowhere else to go.
We have crews all over the city, all over the county and the extended area trying to navigate all of this for you. We want to go out to Brandy Smith. We had mentioned significant flooding in Greens Point and rescues underway there, and the rain has picked back up again in the Greens Point area. Brandy?
Mia, I wanted to show you how dire things are. Evacuees have been loaded onto this Metro bus, but right now they're all being given life jackets so they can move to the Houston Police armored vehicle and can be carried through the floodwaters. Children evacuated from the Arbor Court apartments and several others here along Greens Road. The water here about chest deep. Folks grabbing what they can, backpacks. Of course, their children getting out with whatever they can. A lot of these folks have been through this before. They lived through the tax day floods just a little more than a year ago. Our photographer Mario is hopping the median right now so we can get you a better picture of the folks as they load up into this car, hoping to traverse Greens Road, which is completely underwater for as far as the eye can see, and hopefully get to safety on the other side. The challenge is, while we are at a high point here on the bridge that goes over Hardy Toll Road, it's flooded on the other side, so the Metro bus can't safely take these folks over there. The only way out is in this vehicle going through the river that is now Greens Road. Houston Police Dive Team telling me that they've done about 28 rescues in their boats. They're actually out on those boats right now pulling people from the apartments along Greens Road. You guys remember the tax day floods. You remember the scene from the Arbor Court apartments, people floating out in whatever they could find, you know, inflatable rafts, air mattresses, even refrigerators, just to cross the floodwaters. These folks no doubt saw that, or maybe experienced it, and they tried to get out as early as possible. The water here isn't as high as it was during the tax day floods, but we have a lot more time left. We have a lot more rain expected, and the water will no doubt just continue to climb. So the focus right now in Greens Point for HFD, for HPD, is getting folks to safety. Looking at the Arbor Court apartments, the water is already into the first level of apartments. The water has reached the doors. I just talked to a resident, Stephen, who lives across the street from Arbor Court. He says he went through this last year. He lost 3 vehicles in that flood. He lives on the 2nd floor. This year he wasn't taking any chances. He bailed yesterday, came back a couple hours ago to get his dogs, and now his truck is parked at the peak of this bridge on Greens Road as it crosses over the Hardy Toll Road. So folks who have been through this before, who experienced this just more than a year ago, they are learning from those past experiences and getting out as soon as they can before this water rises anymore. And we do want to show you the Metro bus now backing up and hoping to get through the high water on the other side of this bridge on Greens Road, on the other side of the Hardy Toll Road over there. There is high water. They did not want to risk, however, taking evacuees through that water. Instead, they're throwing life jackets on them, loading them onto the armored vehicle that can get them across Greens Road. Now, Mario, I wanna bring you over here real fast, and I'm not sure if you're gonna be able to see how deep it is just yet, but in the distance, beyond the stop sign there, that's the roof of a car. That's the parking lot for the Arbor Court apartments. You can barely see the roofs of the cars over there. That's how high the water has reached. And again, as we continue to get band after band of rain, which seems to be increasing in intensity as we've been standing here, that water level is just going to keep rising. So HPD, HFD, encouraging folks, get out while you can. They have rescue boats out there pulling people from these apartments right now. They do not want a repeat of the tax day floods, of folks waiting too long before they try to make it through this water. Again, right here, it's about waist deep. That's what we saw as HPD dive team crews got into their boats. Want to point out, folks who are doing what you absolutely should not do in this situation. You should not be walking through floodwaters of any depth. You do not know what is in that water. There could be snakes, there could be ants, there could be nails, anything that is washed down, because as I said before, this is kind of the bottom of the bathtub in Greens Point. All of the water that has either come from rain or spilling out of the bayou is going to pool down here. It is rushing down here, bringing with it anything it can pick up. We've seen, plastic water bottles, branches, bags of trash. Imagine what else can be in that water. Please do not go out in it unless you are jumping into a rescue boat. And I know for a fact these folks aren't coming just to get on the rescue boat. We watched a little bit earlier as they left the safety of the Metro bus and walked through this just straight down Greens Road. Just not a safe decision, folks. We really want to encourage people to make safe choices in what is a dire and catastrophic situation. As we watch these folks come up, I just want to reiterate, we've had 28 boat rescues by the HPD dive team just in this area. They're just focused on Arbor Court and a couple of the neighboring complexes here. But Greens Road is completely inundated as far as we can see. And I know that HPD Police Chief Art Acevedo has been out in here on the boats himself, helping with some of those rescues. So please, guys, just be safe out here. If you can get to a rescue vehicle, do it. If you live on the second floor and you want to shelter in place there, do it. But right now the water is rising here along Greens Road in the Greens Point area. Len, Mia?
Brandy, do you have any idea where police are taking these people when they put them on that truck?
I don't yet. I will definitely ask as soon as we're done here.
Yeah, as we watch this.
Sorry, we're going to get an answer.
All right, let's wait and see what she comes up with.
Where are you guys taking these guys?
Wherever's dry.
Wherever's dry.
You're stuck here. We're it. And it's going to get worse.
You're taking them to the other side of Greens Road?
Yes.
And is it dry over there?
I don't know.
Just.
We're heading that way. We can hit 45 and get up on 45. Probably we'll take them to the shelter over at Aldine Bender. Is probably the closest place.
How deep of water can this thing handle?
Deeper than we can. We'll drown before it'll drown.
All right. Thank you so much. Be safe. So really not even a clear plan at this point, except for to get folks to dry land.
Are you coming or are you staying?
We're staying for now.
All right.
We may reevaluate that plan, though. It looks like they're asking everybody to get out. So Len, Mia, we're going to send it back to you and hopefully get this situation resolved.
All right, Brandy, thank you. I know you're trying to get the story, but at the same time, you can tell by the reaction from the officer that it's probably not a good idea to stay. There are bands and bands of rain coming in, continuing to pile up, and you heard what the officer said. They are taking these people to anywhere that it is dry. I don't know if that's possible at this point, but they'll try and get them to a shelter in the Aldine Bender area, which is another shelter that they also used 14 months ago. So some of these folks are getting a repeat performance of what they went through before. And again, we are seeing children being taken and carried, and these folks are being taken off the bus because that's not enough. It's not big enough, not high enough.
Right.
And they're there on these police trucks.
Right.
To be taken out of there.
The heavy trucks. She said at least 28 rescues were underway. We had seen a boat earlier as well, too, going back into the apartment complex at Harbor Court in the Greens Point area and then bringing these people here. You know, the response, very swift here, but things are just happening so fast and the conditions deteriorating so quickly. I mean, you saw that gentleman with the Houston Police Department basically look at Brandy and say, are you coming with us? That's how bad it is. He is concerned about their safety as well. Anyone who's back there, this is the lowest lying area in the Greens Point area, we're told, back where these apartments are.
And what we are witnessing here is happening all over the place. Rescue missions. Maybe not as many people at once, but there are highways and roads. There are, according to TxDOT, 150 roads underwater that they know of. And there are so many people who are stranded on the roads. There are people who are stranded in their homes. There are some people who are just waiting, even if the water is knee deep. They're being told, don't call 911. If you can sit and ride it out, then don't call us because there are people in worse shape than you. We're only going to get to the life-threatening folks first. And so this kind of rescue mission is happening all over. And this is why. Here we are hours and hours later after, I don't know, 15, 16 inches of rain in some spots, and it just keeps coming.
Blake Matthews standing by right now. He's been on top of it pretty much through half the night here and ever since this started. Blake, you know, people just searching for some glimmer of hope, quite frankly, at this point, wanting it to let up. That's not the case, but give us an idea what we're dealing with at this moment.
We're dealing with a monster, is essentially what we're dealing with. In fact, more very heavy rain just to the south, forming south of Houston, getting ready to push into the city. We have 2 tornado warnings that you need to know about, a brand new one just issued moments ago. This one going to be down in Galveston County. You can see the heavy rain continuing area-wide from Conroe through Humble, getting down towards Galveston and Bay City. Basically, everybody all the way east to Beaumont in on the very heavy rain. So here are the 2 tornado warnings you need to know about, both of which are in effect until 5:15. This one going to include Santa Fe, just to the east of Liverpool, just to the north of Bay Harbor. The other one also getting out here towards northern Brazoria County into southern Fort Bend County, including, once again, Brazos Bend State Park and Thompson's. Both of these storms moving to the north at about 35 miles an hour. Cheetah Craft in the house this morning. Good morning, Cheetah. If you could work the radar for me. First off, let's start with the velocity scope and see exactly how strong that rotation is. We've seen upwards of about 80 tornado warnings, if not a little better than that, over the past 24 hours, some of which have verified. So we want to pay close attention to these tornado warnings, these active tornado warnings that are in effect. So starting off here in western Galveston County, this does include Santa Fe. She's going to put the radar scope on. And Cheetah, I'm not sure. I don't see a whole lot in the way of strong rotation within that storm, but certainly something we're going to continue to monitor. Yeah, let's go to the one over at Brazos Bend State Park. And again, yes, and this one's pushing on off towards north at about 35 miles an hour. So we're going to put the, so there you go, right there. That's what we're looking at, the red and the green coming together. So that is what we call a TVS. That is a tornado vortex signature. And when you get the red and the green to come together in a tight cluster like this, clearly this is an area of strong rotation. Yesterday, we saw a tornado touchdown up at Barker Cypress at West Road, causing some damage there, also possibly down in Sienna Plantation. This pushing on off towards the north, again towards Brazos Bend State Park. Cheetah, let's go ahead and zoom really tight into this area as it pushes, thank you, as it pushes on off towards the north. I'm not seeing a whole lot of towns in the way of this. This is a pretty rural area out here. But the bottom line is it is headed towards the northeast at about 35. And I'm not seeing a whole lot in the way of okay, so I guess we're going to continue to track this tornado warning here over the next couple of minutes. Again, strong rotation, the red and the green coming together. Lynn and Mia, we're going to toss it back over to you. We also have some updates on all the bayous, so we're going to want to come back to that here momentarily.
All right. Blake Matthews, we've been waiting to talk to Chief Art Acevedo all night. Obviously, very busy. Chief Acevedo, we know it's rough out there. in the city of Houston. Give us an idea of what you've been dealing with overnight into the morning now.
Well, I think this is pretty much a catastrophic flooding event throughout our city, probably a historic event. There's flooding all over our city. The bayous are all either about to go over or already overflowing. We've some are at 500-year levels, and so the deal is that we've had hundreds of rescues. Last count was over 500. We have a lot of people trapped, and unfortunately, this is a historic event for the city of Houston. I don't know by the time we're done with this the extent that this will be, but I believe that by the time we're done in the next few days, because the danger continues, the challenge continues, we're not out of the woods, it's going to be something of epic proportion.
And Chief, will you be getting help from the military at some point, given the magnitude of this?
We have a task force with 25 or 30 high water rescue trucks coming from San Antonio. The mayor made that request earlier this evening, I would say hours ago. They should be here within by daybreak. It's a 6-hour turnaround, but this is going to go well beyond, I think, anything we've ever seen. So it's important for residents to know that unless they have a little bit of water in their homes, that is not a reason to call 911. They need to shelter in place. They need to get to high ground. We've got reports of people hiding in their attics, and we know from Katrina and other events that when you hide in your attic and you don't have a way to break through the roof to get to your rooftop, you end up drowning. We have aircraft on standby as soon as the conditions allow. We have our 412, which is obviously the only aircraft that we have in the city's possession that actually can do rescues from rooftops or wherever we need to. I know the Coast Guard has 4 helicopters ready to go out of Ellington as soon as we can get them airborne. And then we have several other helicopters for situational awareness from our operations wing that will go up. Unfortunately, because of these bands that keep coming in, I'm not sure they'll be able to fly, but as soon as they can, they're ready to launch. The storm, unfortunately, is moving at about a mile an hour, so it's just lingering. I've been running around all night, and I'm telling you, I've never seen anything like this. And with 31 years, with earthquakes and floods and fires and riots and everything else, I've never seen anything of this magnitude.
Yeah. Chief, right now, obviously, it is widespread, but is there a certain part here in the city where you're getting more calls from, or you guys are responding more because the situation is just that bad?
Well, I think that I came up after finishing in Greens Point. I came back to downtown through 290, and I didn't see anything much going on 290. I didn't see much of flooding at all off of 290 over to 610. So that part of the city, I think, is in decent shape. I don't see any flooding at all. But when it comes down to, like I said, Greens Point, the bayous here that just combined, it looks like a river right by the aquarium over here in downtown. Those you can't tell which bayous with. The Buffalo Bayou and the other bayou there are now one. The bayous down in Meyerland area, it's just incredible the amount of water. And you have to remember, and your listeners need to remember, that we're going to have water coming at us from other parts of the state. A lot of the water in the state runs towards the Gulf. And what really worries me is 2 days, 3 days, and that's one of the things that the mayor has been talking about, is it is a 5-day event. He's been saying that. And unfortunately, when that water starts coming this way, we have nowhere for that water to go right now. So we're not even close to being out of the woods. And, I'm a person of faith, so I would say to people just, any prayers that we can get to catch a break in the situation. It's a perfect storm. In terms of creating chaos, please throw them out there.
Chief, I know you're in rescue mode here, but you also have the other responsibility of security. Going forward, will there anything be instituted here like curfews, mandatory, et cetera?
Yeah, we'll be discussing curfews as soon as right now, I think people are getting it. They can't come out even if you want to be out here causing problems. It is so dangerous that a person might give themselves the death penalty by trying to drive around in this environment. We will assess all that as soon as the daylight breaks, where we can actually take an assessment of two things. One, what is the current situation in terms of the flooding? What is the projections moving forward? I've seen transformers actually going out while I was out there, and at that point we'll make additional decisions. But it's going to be a long, like we've said all along, it's going to be a long 5 or 6 days, and we just need to just come together as a community to make sure we're part of the solution, not part of the problem. The last thing is that one of the things that I hope people will learn, that when we come around and tell you to evacuate, which we did in the Greens Point area, where our officers actually, we've been monitoring that bayou up to the Greens Bayou all day, and when we saw that it was starting to come up, we actually started telling people to leave, and unfortunately, a lot of them didn't. And as we rescued them, and water was above our waist, and we're rescuing probably about 50 kids up there and a bunch of other family members. They put their children at risk and officers at risk simply because they didn't want to be inconvenienced. And an inconvenience is nothing when you're considering the wrath of moving water and flood water.
Chief, we were talking about, and you had mentioned assistance and help coming in, but you did say the Coast Guard with helicopters, but the bands were making it difficult. So we've heard about the air. We know just how difficult it is here on the ground. We saw in Greens Point the heavy trucks and the boats there as well. Do you have other units like that in different parts of the city that can mobilize if it calls for it or warrants it?
We're going to mobilize as many high-profile vehicles. We're working on trying to get the city's dump trucks to start deploying those in the interim. So they have dozens of dump trucks that we're in the process of trying to deploy. Like I said, we have I believe about 25 high water trucks coming from a task force that's on its way. And again, we'll have at least 5 aircraft, 4 Coast Guard, and 1 of ours for rescues as soon as we have the right conditions. So we have boats. Obviously, we don't have an unlimited number of boats in this city, but we do have boats working. Zodiacs and other boats working in different parts of the city, working on rescues, and obviously our high water rescue vehicles. But it's going to be, again, not just a long night, long day. It's going to be a long week, and if the weather pattern that we think is still yet to come, and the water movement and flow and is still yet to come happens, I think we're going to be in a long haul recovery mode here in our city, unfortunately.
And I think, unfortunately, most people would agree with you. Police Chief for Houston, Art Acevedo. Chief, thank you. I know you've got a lot going on. We appreciate you taking the time and shedding light on what exactly you're grappling with. Thank you, and be safe.
And thank you, guys. I think the media has done a phenomenal job of helping us get messages out, and I can tell you, you're probably helping us save lives, so thank you very much.
Wanting to keep people informed and keep them safe, just as you are, Chief. Thank you so much. We'll let you get back to your important work. Folks, we want to take you back out to Greens Point, I believe. We were a little concerned when we saw Brandy Smith and HPD telling her out there on the ground that it's best to go. Brandy, I'm hoping you're going to tell us you're on the move. This is it, the last report.
We are, yeah, Mia. You heard it from Chief Acevedo just a minute ago. If we tell you to evacuate, go. That member of the HPD dive team telling us it's time to go, so we are. We just wanted to give you one last shot of Greens Road, what is now a river about chest-high, deep water. We saw those the HPD rescue boats go out a bit ago. Oh my goodness, we are seeing someone trying to back up over here, Mario. If you want to turn to the right, someone's trying to back their car out of one of the apartments on here, down here on Greens Road, potentially not realizing that the water is waist deep along this section, and they're going to try to try to make it through. Now, when we talked to that HPD officer, he told us they didn't even really have a plan for where they were taking people. They were loading onto that high rescue vehicle. They were just going someplace dry. This person, it looks like, is trying to drive on the sidewalks, trying to find a little elevation, learning very quickly that this is too much water to try to drive your vehicle in, folks. So we are headed the opposite direction. We are not going to be driving through this, but we did just want to give you that heads up. If HPD tells you to evacuate, do like we are doing, like a lot of other folks are doing, and get out. They're telling you to do that for your safety. That's it. Len, Mia?
All right, Brittany, thank you very much. Brandy, rather, this is quite a night, and we've got several days left to go. It is incomprehensible that this is going to drag on as long as it is. We're talking about reaching rain totals perhaps 40, 50 inches by the time it is done, right, Blake?
Yeah.
You know, that is a full year's worth of rain for Houston in 1 week. A full year's worth of rain in 1 week. It's unbelievable. So the average rainfall here in Houston, about 49 to 50 inches. We've already picked up more than half of that in some locations, especially down in Galveston County. Really quickly, we've got 2 brand new tornado warnings that you need to know about. The first one down in Fort Bend County. This is going to include southern parts of the Sugar Land area, including Greatwood, Sienna Plantation, just on the eastern edge of this polygon down there at the Brazos Bend State Park. This continues to move on off towards the north. That tornado warning in effect until 5:45. The other tornado warnings have since expired. I want to go through some of the bayous here. We've updated all of the bayous. Here's what you need to know. White Oak Bayou at Heights Boulevard. This actually needs to be up here. White Oak has now come out of its banks. We are looking at 39.01 feet. Top of the bank is at 32 feet. So again, the water is now come out of its banks at White Oak at Heights Boulevard. Taking you up to Spring Creek at the North Freeway. This is going to be right around just to the south of Rayford Road. Nearing Bankful here, we're at 88.6 feet. The top of the bank, 91.2 feet. So we're going to have to watch that area very closely. Greens Bayou at Normandy. This is going to be out on the east side. We are now at 12.66 feet. Again, the top of the bank is at 10.5, so we are now 2 feet above bank there at Greens Bayou. Mary's Creek we have updated as well. We are at 29.59 feet, so this one clearly out of its banks there at Winding Road in Friendswood. Getting down towards Clear Creek at Country Club Drive. This one at 37.93 feet now, continuing to rise. And finally, we will take you down to the Med Center. This is at Harris Gully at South McGregor. It, too, now has surpassed the top of the bank by about half a foot. So, guys, all the rivers and bayous and creeks across the area continue to rise at a pretty rapid rate. We'll give you more updates coming up in just a few minutes.
All right. Thanks so much, Blake Matthews. You know, earlier this morning, we were hearing that Southeast Houston, among the hardest hit areas, they were dealing with widespread flooding there, water coming into some homes and rising there. Our Janelle Bluda is at I-45 and Griggs Road. We want to check in with her and see what the situation is like there now. Janelle?
Mia, let me tell you, this is a situation and we are stuck right in the middle of it. Let me give you a look here. This is I-45 South. It is shut down. No more drivers on the road. Police tell us they had to shut the road down because one of the reasons they had people going the wrong way on these roads. I mean, it's hard to understand why someone would do that. Of course, maybe they just thought they had no other options, but obviously for their safety and everyone else's safety, police just went ahead and shut down the road. Now, let me show you underneath the road. Several inches of water down here. The underpasses are completely flooded. Police tell me that there are several cars underneath that are just floating around under here. Now, where are these people going? Well, police tell me that they're either staying here on the road, which is where we are right now, or they are pulling off at this next exit, which is Griggs Road and Broad Street, and they're heading into the parking lot and they're just staying put because, guys, let me tell you, all the way down here, this feeder road, they say, is flooded from here until Beltway 8. Completely flooded, no cars can pass. And what's happening is when cars are coming down here, they're stopping, but then they're trying to turn around to go back that way. And police are yelling at them saying, no, you cannot turn around. Obviously, there's still cars coming this way, so that's not safe for anybody. So people here are telling me that, you know, they're headed to work. They're headed home from work. They're headed to see their family. Now, if you walk with me, we're gonna go talk to one driver who is stuck on here. The situation, guys, we don't know how long we'll be here, but we're right in the middle of it, and officers say, you know, you gotta wait for the flooding to go down before we can go anywhere to make it safe for everybody. But as you can see, several cars here lined up along the side, just waiting. There's nothing else to do, and you can see a lot of cars in the parking lots over here too that have been here for several minutes. I mean, maybe even possibly hours for some of them. The rain is letting up a little bit. It's giving us a little bit of a break. It was coming down a lot harder earlier. This is Nick here. Hi, Nick.
How you doing?
How are you doing?
All right.
Where are you headed?
Goodyear Chemical Plant.
You
But apparently I can't make it. I called in and told them that I'm stuck on side of the freeway and they're not letting anybody go any further. So, I mean, I'm just gonna sit here and wait it out.
What did you talk to your work, right? What'd they say?
He told me there's like 6 inches of water in the plant, and he just told me to just be careful and just turn around and go home. So I just put in for vacation, and like I said, I'm just gonna sit here and pretty much wait. So nothing else I can do.
Did you expect this coming into work today?
I got up, I left my house like 3:30 this morning. It was good coming out of my neighborhood until I got on the freeway, and when I got to this point, that's when they told, you know, had everyone pulling over. So, I mean.
Do you have any tips for anybody trying to come out tonight?
Yeah, plenty. Stay at home and just stay safe because it's bad out here and it's gonna get worse. So, I mean, that's all I can say.
Good advice. Thanks, Nick. You passing the time with your phone and stuff?
Yeah, they sending me pictures and everything, some of my co-workers or whatever, and it's, you know, it's bad over there where they stay too, and they can't get out. So, I mean, I'm not gonna be the only one. So.
All right, thanks for talking to us, Nick. And that's the advice, guys, that police are giving people here. I mean, no matter the situation, they're saying do not come out. Obviously, as you can see, we tried to go somewhere and we couldn't get anywhere. So even if you come out, you're not going to get very far. Lynn, Mia?
Yeah, just don't go out. That's what you've got to do right now. Work will understand.
Absolutely. We are in the middle of a calamity, folks. Let's give you the update here at 5:32 in the morning. We heard from the police chief, more than 500 rescues so far overnight. That's from homes and cars and all across the Houston area.
So far, we've seen 150 plus roads closed in Houston. That's the latest that we're getting from TxDOT. Those roads underwater, pretty much flooded by the heavy rainfall that we've seen overnight and now into the morning.
And of course, a lot of people are calling 911 for various reasons, and they are being inundated, and they are telling everybody, unless it is life-saving situation, life or death, then you're going to have to wait and get in line because there are just so many calls coming in that there's going to be a priority situation that's been going on all night long.
And if you think you're going to leave the driving to someone else, that's not the case either. Metro has suspended all its services. That includes both bus and light rail. You
are looking at a situation where the city of Houston and the surrounding area is essentially paralyzed by a storm that hit as a Category 4 storm, now downgraded to a depression, but wreaking havoc in the form of rain. This is exactly what our forecaster said. It is what the mayor predicted, that this would be a rain event, and it is turning to an event that we perhaps have never seen before.
Right, and we've got quite a ways to go. We knew that this was going to be a multi-day event, but we're just going to take it hour by hour here, folks. That's what we're going to do. Our Kevin Reese has been making his way, or trying to make his way, along I-45 South. Kevin, you have an update for us. Unfortunately, it's not so good.
Yeah, it depends how you look at it. This is about as far north as we're going to be able to get. We've been in Galveston with coverage the last couple of days. Our goal this morning was to leave Galveston, get on I-45, get as close to perhaps Hobby Airport as we could to help out with coverage there. We'll widen out. I'll show you where I am. I'm standing in the middle of the southbound lanes of I-45 between Hitchcock. The 1764 exit is right over here. These lanes over here that you're looking at, these are the northbound lanes of I-45 on their way into Dickinson. I'll tell you what's happening. About a mile on the other side of me, where I am, we are looking north, is Dickinson Bayou. We're told by the Galveston County Sheriff that Dickinson Bayou in the southbound lanes of I-45 is about 3 feet deep on this side, which is why you see no traffic here in the southbound lanes. On the northbound lanes, which is the direction the camera is shooting right now, the water is about a foot deep, we are told. The only thing keeping it from being 3 feet on either side is the median holding back the water on the side that I'm standing on. So what's happening, and you may see this from time to time while we're talking to you live here, is that cars are trying to go north, passing Hitchcock, trying to get all the way into Dickinson. They're getting to Dickinson Bayou, finding out that it's impassable. They're turning around and coming back, and you may see some headlights coming at us in the distance. They're coming back, traveling south in the northbound lanes, retreating back here because there is no way right now to get north or south on I-45 across Dickinson Bayou. There are Galveston County Sheriff's deputies with us here at this location where we are at the 1764, FM 1764 exit, and TxDOT is in the process of trying to set up barricades to stop people from what's happening right now. As a matter of fact, the headlight you see coming at us is someone who is traveling south in the northbound lanes of I-45. That is our situation here. We feel completely safe here standing in the southbound lanes of I-45 because there is no traffic here. No one from the other side of Dickinson Bayou can make their way down to where we are right now. So the warning for folks is FM 1764 is about as far as you're going to get coming north on I-45, and you're not going to be able to get past Dickinson Bayou if you're going south on I-45. Completely blocked here in this area, so be forewarned, it could be this way for quite some time. Not raining now, but the water has been, and there you go. There is a wrong way driver going into going south in the northbound lanes. That's the problem. So be aware of that, and it could be that way for quite some time. You guys?
Right, it's a mess and people doing what they need to do. Let's switch now a little further north from where Kevin is, 45 at Dickinson, to the Beltway near Monroe. And there is Scott Knoll, the rain coming down. And are people stuck where you are, or is it pretty empty?
No, actually, if you take a look behind me, you can see what is now a flooded Monroe down below us here at the Beltway near Pearland. We can see at least 3 cars are down there. 2 of them were already here when we pulled up just a few minutes ago. A pickup truck just within the last 5 minutes tried to exit here off the Beltway to Monroe. He got down the exit ramp, but as soon as he tried to make that turn onto Monroe, all of a sudden the water started to creep up on him. His headlights disappeared, and that water just continues to rise at this point. I can tell you about probably 10, 15 minutes ago, we saw a boat come through here. They were yelling, "Rescue boat. Does anybody need a rescue? Does anybody need help down here?" We didn't see him stop. We didn't see anybody pop out of either of those 2 vehicles that were here when we first got here. It was...
All right, so we just lost Scott Knoll. He is pointing out all of the cars that are submerged on Monroe near the Beltway, near Pearland right now. And it's just dire. And you could see, I think most of those folks did get out, but this is what we're seeing all over the city. Cars submerged, rescues underway, people trapped.
And this is why we're telling folks to stay put. Don't go anywhere. Don't go to work. If you think you're going to get to someone else and help them, chances are you're not going to get there. You're better off having them call 911 if they're in a really bad situation. Okay, we've watched things develop here right outside our front door. These are the steps, the porch here at KHOU 11 News. Earlier this evening, we watched the water just rush along Stanford. That's the street you're looking at right now. This station sits at the corner of Stanford and Allen Parkway. We watched water rush down Stanford, really north toward Allen Parkway, and fill up the street there. And just the constant steady rainfall has flooded Allen Parkway in both directions, leading into downtown and leading out to River Oaks. We've been watching Buffalo Bayou because right across the way from Allen Parkway is Buffalo Bayou, just to the north of it. And I'm wondering, Blake, do you have any idea about Buffalo Bayou and what's the situation right outside our door?
Yes, we just checked. There's still about 9 to 10 feet in Buffalo Bayou before we reach the top of bank, but I can tell you that is one of the few that have some room left. Okay, most of the bayous in the city have now reached or exceeded their bank. So, and we actually have some updated numbers here on area creeks and bayous. So we'll start off with the radar. We have a couple of tornado warnings still in effect. Very heavy rain continuing to filter into the city. This tornado warning here in effect for Fort Bend County does include DeWalt and Greatwood on the south side of Sugar Land. That tornado warning in effect until 5:45. You can see very heavy thunderstorms continuing to push on up towards the north. This does include Brazos Bend State Park and in the Thompsons area. So if you're there, I'll tell you what, it is really coming down for sure. This is Clear Creek at 5:28, so this is brand new information. The creek, top of bank at 12 feet. We are currently at 21.91 feet and rising quickly there at, again, Clear Creek at 5:28. Halls Bayou at Tidwell, the top of bank 39 feet. We are at 44.12. Obviously, water getting in the homes down there as well. This is going to be Greens Bayou at Beltway 8 up on the north side. We are the top of bank at 69.3. We are at 69.56. So now Greens Bayou at Beltway 8 has officially come out of its banks as well. White Oak Bayou at Heights Boulevard, the top of bank 32 feet. We are all the way up to 39.01 and rising rapidly on that. And again, Spring Creek. This is going to include areas on the backside of the Woodlands. If you're watching from Timber Lakes, Timber Ridge, if you're watching from the backside of Glenlock, this is where you're going to want to really pay attention to Spring Creek, as we are now just about to the top of bank. Just 10 minutes ago, we were at 88 feet, so we have risen a foot and a half very, very quickly, and again, approaching to the top of bank. Let's continue on here. This is Greens Bayou at Normandy. This is going to be on the east side, the top of bank at 10.5 feet. We are now at 12.66 feet, so flooding imminent in that location as well. Mary's Creek at Winding Road down in Friendswood, the top of bank at 26.8 feet. We are now at 29.59 feet, and remember, we have just updated these numbers here, so again, we certainly have a lot of flooding problems across the city. In fact, what you're looking at there, that's close to Pearland, the Beltway at Monroe. You can see the water up to this guy's chest here as he continues to work his way. I'm not sure exactly where he's going, obviously looking for some higher ground, but certainly a scary situation shaping up here this morning with all the creeks, rivers, and bayous reaching bank full and or exceeding that. Brays Bayou at Rice Avenue, again, this one too out of its banks, the top of the bank at 51.3 feet. We are now at 52.1 feet, so just now breaking the top of the bank there, and there is a heck of a lot more rain to come. So here's your future cast. Starting this morning, in fact, Cheetah, we're going to have to update that here momentarily, but through 11 o'clock tonight, 16 more inches of rain at Bush Intercontinental Airport, 19.6 at Tomball, 19.1 in Sugar Land, 11.3 down in Pearland, 15, 12, 8, 10. You get the idea. It only gets worse, folks. Harvey, Tropical Storm Harvey, to our west, expected to stay in Texas in the Houston area through 1 a.m. on Thursday. 4 days of rain. 22.3 inches at Bush Intercontinental Airport. 23.6 at Hobby. 25 at Pearland. That is on top of the 24 inches of rain we've already seen in portions of Galveston County, and this is through tomorrow at 7 o'clock. 20 inches at Beaumont. Again, 22, 25, nearly 30 inches down there in Sugar Land. So, yes.
I hate to interrupt you, but I can't ignore these images that we're seeing here down, and we've taken it full. This is where Scott Knoll was just not too long ago. This is in close to Pearland and Beltway 8 near Monroe. And what we're watching here are people crossing the water. And I'm only going to assume that they were perhaps in a vehicle and are trying to make their way out of it. Looks like the higher ground isn't too far there, but this is, such dangerous business here. So risky, not just because of the flow of the water and what's in the water, folks, but wow. Goodness. See, that's what I'm talking about. There are manholes, and when the system is just overwhelmed, you'll have the manhole cover pop off, and then.
And you can see me
we're
just
watching
how
this man. We just saw him, and then behind the car, we didn't see him again, hoping that he is okay. He started swimming.
And the rain continuing to come down very heavily. They're getting ready to get another very heavy feeder band moving through that area. And we saw the cars there, just how deep that water is. I mean, up to almost to the roof. Yeah. So this is the guy that started swimming. It looks like, Mia, he has finally made it to some higher ground.
Oh, they made it to higher ground. Oh, thank goodness. And they're probably going to try and make their way. Looks like they stepped into some water again. They're probably going to try and make their way, maybe perhaps up to where Scott Knoll is, because he was at a higher vantage point. He was there, I believe, at an overpass. And so...
and I can tell you where they are now, Mia, the water's rising. I mean, they're going to have to keep going. I mean, the water may be up to their shins now, but they're going to have to keep going because it won't be very long before where they're standing now will soon be underwater, a little like just those cars. Absolutely.
That'll take on water, too. Okay, well, we can only hope for the best for them. We know it's a desperate situation if they're out there in these elements, and like we've been saying, you see the cars there just overcome by the water. There, it's up to the hood on a pickup truck. So you know just how deep it is based on that pickup truck there in the water, other vehicles, other cars. We didn't exactly see where those folks were coming from, if they were coming from a vehicle or if they were coming from a building there.
And you know what, Mia? This is not one of these situations where, we at Channel 11 found the worst spot. We went and we're covering. This is being seen on the north side. It's being seen in Pearland. It's being seen out on the west side, the east side, down in Galveston County. This scene is being repeated all over Houston. We urge you, if you do not have some sort of dire medical emergency or water is not gushing into your house, you need to stay off the roads for emergency crews to get to people who are trapped and stranded.
And here's the thing, even with the medical emergency, you're going to get out. You're not going to be able to get to a hospital. You're going to cause yourself more harm. And, every single official that we have spoken to, from the chief to the mayor to a fire marshal in Pasadena, they're telling everyone, stay put.
Is that the top of a sign?
Stay where you are. I'm trying to make out exactly what that is in the water there. We're going to keep our eye on this. There's something floating there, but then there's also something bobbing in the water as well. But if you're thinking to yourself, okay, I'm going to get in the car and I'm going to drive to higher ground, you're going to get in the car and you're going to come across these high water spots just like this, and then you're going to find yourself out there with no shelter.
And the water rises rapidly. How many times do you hear, I didn't realize how deep the water was. The water just came up suddenly. This is repeated time and time again. And you can see those cars, the water is clear up to the windshields. And again, on that car there, stuck in the middle of the intersection. And you say, how do people find themselves in this position? A lot of times they're absolutely correct. The water just comes up.
Yes.
All of a sudden.
And I think, I always think it's so unfortunate that so many of us assume, like, oh my gosh, those people must not be very smart. What were they thinking? They weren't watching. Folks, you don't know what their situation is, and you don't know until you have water in your own home up to your knees up to your waist. How alarming that can be, how scary that can be, and that's why people act, and that's why they get on the move, and they're watching these images just like you are, and their anxiety levels have risen.
Look how hard that rain's coming down.
You know, they're stressed, and look at that rain coming down. Okay, we're going to keep monitoring this picture. Maybe, in fact, we can get it up on the screen in a box. We'll see. If not, we'll come back to it. But let's go out live to the porch. That's where our Lynn Cannon is right now. Lynn, you moved out there because you wanted to show folks, first off, we are safe here at KHOU. I know a lot of people get concerned about us, but we have sandbags and we have a floodgate of our own.
Yeah, we have the floodgate, we have the sandbags, but I don't know how much longer we can hold up here. This is astonishing. Take a look. This is the water that has come up to the driveway in front of the station, up the steps, up to the wall that leads to the porch. I don't think this has happened since Allison in 2011 when we actually got water inside the station. And keep in mind, we've got more water coming. It is pouring out here. Several hours ago, I walked out and it had stopped. Well, here's another rain band, and it is pouring once again, and we're going to get untold more inches. You can see over my left shoulder the sandbags and the floodgate, which was put in after 2001 because of Allison, and we got water inside. We are hoping that this will keep the water out of the station this time. But if you look out into the distance, it is a lake from here practically all the way to Buffalo Bayou, which is some, I don't know, 300 yards away from here. And it is just a deluge. It just keeps coming. It is relentless. And we're going to be in a situation, I think, that perhaps we've never been before. And it's, you know, what is it, 5:30, almost 6 o'clock in the morning, and we're expected to get rain until tonight. Hopefully we get some sort of breaks in the band of rain that Blake has been talking about, because if we don't, we're going to be having a problematic situation for ourselves in terms of trying to bring you the news from the station. Clearly, we know it's bad out on the roads, but here, this is just overwhelming. And as far as you can see, I mean, it's just water. It's just water. So this gives you a sense of what we're facing right here at the corner of Stanford and Allen Parkway. Mia?
All right, Lynn Cannon, that's the situation from just outside our front door. You can see we've watched the water there come. We've been through this before, as Lynn mentioned, with Tropical Storm Allison. We're going to keep watching that. It has us wondering now about the rain totals. Blake Matthews has been looking at that information. He's gathering things on the computer right now, so give him just a second. You got it?
Oh, yes. And by the way, just in from the Weather Service, I want to emphasize here, they are telling, if you get in a situation to where you have to go to the second floor of your home, the water's coming into your house, they are urging you, do not go into the attic. Okay? They're saying get on top of the roof, which I can't even believe I'm saying that. So if water is coming into your house and you have nowhere else to go, do not go into the attic, but instead get on top of the roof, call 911, and stay on the phone until somebody picks it up. So again, on the roof, stay on the phone with 911 until somebody picks it up.